Chapter 001. In the vast expanse of space, a circular mini-spaceship rode across the stars. Attention, expect to arrive on planet Vegeta in 10 minutes. In the mini-spaceship, the computer's prompt suddenly sounded. It's just that the owner of the spacecraft seems to be asleep, sitting there majestically without any response. Attention, expect to arrive on planet Vegeta in 10 minutes. Attention, expect to arrive on planet Vegeta in 10 minutes. Attention, expect to arrive on planet Vegeta in 9 minutes. Reg was woken up by the sound. When Reg opened his eyes, he felt that it was pitch black in front of him, as if he was sailing in that vast space. What's going on? Reg is an ordinary college student who remembers that he just finished watching the latest episode of Dragon Ball Super and was confused by the setting in it. That female scion of the 6th universe Kaier transformed, and actually tortured the Super Blue Goku without any power to fight back. It is also said that what kind of ancestor scion is. Is this still the blood-pumping Dragon Ball of yesteryear? In Reg's mind, Dragon Ball GT is a timeless classic. I think that at the beginning, the last scene of GT, Goku turned into a dragon and left, and then combined with the opening song of Gradually Attracted to You, I don't know how many people were moved. Reg sighed, out of his feelings for Dragon Ball. He flipped through several Dragon Ball-themed fan manga, such as Dragon Ball AF, Dragon Ball Super Dimension Brawl and Dragon Ball New Era. When he saw Dragon Ball New Era, Reg was slightly stunned, because the protagonist of Dragon Ball New Era actually had the same name as himself, also called Reg, who was Vegeta's brother, the eldest prince of the Scion, and a genius warrior with a combat power of 50,000 at birth. What makes Reg a little upset is that the style of this fancomic is so ugly that it makes him cry. Then, Reg fell asleep, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange world. Reg looked at his body, and it seemed that he had become a child, and he looked to be only about 7 years old. Reg usually doesn't read online novels, and he knows very well that he must have crossed over. Attention, expect to arrive on planet Vegeta in 8 minutes. At this moment, the computer's voice prompt sounded again. Planet Vegeta? Could this be the world of Dragon Ball? Reg was slightly startled, and quickly acquired the memory of this body in his mind. This. Isn't this Reg, the protagonist of the ugly Dragon Ball New Age? I crossed over to Vegeta's brother, Reg. This guy is a super genius. The combat power reached 50,000 at birth, which was even more powerful than that legendary Scion Broly. Sure enough, Reg found that the sleeping power in his body was awakening little by little, as if he had the ability to destroy the world and the earth. After obtaining the memory of this body, Reg finally figured out why he was in the spaceship. Tomorrow is King Vegeta's birthday, and this goods were originally intended to come back for revenge. The reason is simple. This product hates his father, King Vegeta, the man who ruthlessly abandoned himself to the planet Bambi from birth. He is going to make a big fuss on planet Vegeta this time, which King Beatty will regret. Of course, with the ruthless character of the Scions themselves, it is nothing to kill their own father with their own hands. Ding! The King system is starting. Checking host information. Activating. At this moment, a strange voice sounded in Reg's mind. Reg was shocked in his heart, and his face was also full of joy. It's the system is coming. A genius warrior who is already very powerful, if it is combined with the system, then this universe. Aren't they all under their control? Hello host, I am the King System, first meeting, please take care. King System, tell me what abilities you have. Reg replied. Simply put, the King System will assist the host to reach the peak of the universe and become a true king. Then let me ask you, who is the strongest person in this universe? Reg asked the question he was more concerned about. At present, the strongest king is the whole king, and the whole king is in charge of the entire universe and is the strongest king in the universe. The system replied, through its own efforts, the host will one day surpass the whole king and become the new king. Subsequently, Reg had a general understanding of the system through the self-report of the king system. First, the king system has many skills, such as the Realm King's Realm King Fist, hits flashing time, the Realm King God's teleportation, the Destruction God destroying God's God skill, Weiss's time reversal, the King's erasing universe, etc., but all the skills of the characters in the whole universe of Dragon Ball will. However, to learn one of these skills, you need to defeat a system-designated character. Second, the King system will provide Reg with 3 regenerative physiques that can be upgraded, namely nuclear regeneration, cell regeneration, and soul regeneration. Of course, there are also conditions. If you want to obtain a regenerative physique, you need to gather together a Dragon Ball and fulfill your unique wishes. Third, the ultimate Scion bloodline of the King system. If the Scion primeval bloodline is activated, it will be immune to any attack and will be invincible in the universe. As for the activation method, you need to accumulate a certain amount of primeval value. Scions still have primeval bloodlines. Reg was still the first time he had heard of this bloodline, which made him think of the female Scion Kyra of the 6th universe in the Dragon Ball Super series, and it seemed that that girl was some ancestor bloodline. P.S. The protagonist of this book is from the Dragon Ball New Era fan manga. The drawing style is a little ugly, but the story is still a little highlighted. Friends who like it give a flower and evaluation vote, and welcome to complain about the various knots of Dragon Ball Super in the comment area. I'll come first. The Kyra of the 6th universe blows hard, and abuses the Super Blue Wukong in all kinds of ways. Say important things 3 times. Say important things 3 times. Say important things 3 times. The island owner solemnly promised, if this book is a eunuch, it will be rotten and eat a pound of stones live. The island owner solemnly promised, if this book is a eunuch, it will be rotten and eat a pound of stones live. The island owner solemnly promised, if this book is a eunuch, it will be rotten and eat a pound of stones live. Chapter 002. Yes, the host, the Scion primeval bloodline, also known as the ancestor bloodline, is the kingly bloodline that circulates among the Scion royal family, and is an invincible warrior who exceeds the ancestral bloodline. Once this bloodline is activated, the host will become the real king of this universe. The system responded quickly. Reg looked at it carefully and felt that among these 3, the first 2 were acceptable, and although the primeval bloodline of the 3rd was very attractive and immune to all attacks, it was necessary to accumulate a certain primeval value. I believe that this primeval value should not be so easy to obtain. The king system randomly gives the host a skill as a meeting gift. Is it drawn? Extract. Reg nodded slightly. Skills are being extracted. Please later. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the cosmic breathing skill and making cellular improvements. Reg was slightly stunned. Cosmic breathing? So, even if you leave the planet in the future, you can survive in space? Like Frisia and Chiru and Majin Buu? Attention, expect to arrive on planet Vegeta in 3 minutes. There are still 3 minutes to get to planet Vegeta. Reg looked at the vast space outside the spaceship, and wanted to open the door to breathe, and then asked, System, what is my combat power now? The host's combat power is currently 1000 basic combat power, and the hidden combat power is 3 million. Basic combat power is the combat power that the detector can detect, right? And hidden combat effectiveness is a combat effectiveness that can be improved by exploding gas, am I right? Reg asked with a smile. Yes, host. Good, then I'll go to planet Vegeta to have fun. Reg is smiling and has a combat power of 3 million. In this era, there is really no opponent to be afraid of except for the current Cosmic Emperor Frisia. It can be seen from this that this guy named Reg has worked hard to cultivate, and he has not worked hard in the past 7 years. The spaceship of the Cosmic Emperor Frisia is near the planet Vegeta, and I hope that the host will be low-key, and with the current strength of the host, it is still a little inappropriate to fight Frisia. The system responded. You are the king system, you should challenge the king, not choose to retreat. Reg said to the system with a smile. Ding, the mission is on, defeat Frisia, randomly get a skill, and increase the Teku value by 1 point. Oh? Swire value? How many points can completely activate the primeval bloodline? Reg quickly asked. However, the system did not answer this question, but responded with silence. Reg didn't think about it that much. Beat Frisia? Reg remembered that Frisia's combat power was 120 million, and at present, unless he transformed into a Super Scion and increased his basic combat power by 50 times, that is, 150 million combat power, he could abuse Frisia. Otherwise, 3 million combat power would not be enough in front of Frisia. Beware of the host, there will be a passage of Frisia's spaceship ahead. The system suddenly gives a prompt. Oh? Is it? Reg smiled slightly, although he acted very calmly, but his heart was vigilant. That's Frisia, the Universe Emperor Frisia, who has just crossed over and has not fully adapted to this physical situation, so it's better not to fight this guy. Sure enough, Reg saw Frisia's huge spaceship in the next moment. Frisia's spaceship is much larger than Reg's small spaceship, and in front of Frisia's spaceship, Reg's spaceship is like an ant meeting an elephant. Hey! Reg's spaceship passed by the giant ship suspended in space and headed straight for the planet Vegeta in front of it. However, Reg is not nervous this time. With the cosmic breathing skill, even if the spaceship is destroyed, it can survive in the universe. What is there to be afraid of? In the midst of the huge spaceship, Frisia holds a goblet with a little red wine in it. Frisia's tail wagged slightly, glancing at the miniature spaceship that streaked past his eyes. Your Excellency Frisia, the computer shows that there is a scion on that spaceship. Combat effectiveness is about 1000. There is a little brother who prays. Oh? Is the combat effectiveness only 1000? It's really scumbag. Frisia smiled softly and took a sip of red wine. Your Excellency Frisia, that spaceship is too rude. When passing by Your Excellency's spaceship, it has no intention of slowing down. Shall we sink it? A younger brother asked. No need, anyway, when that guy from King Bay has his birthday, I will destroy all the scions one by one, and he has now gone to planet Vegeta, but I have searched for them one by one in the vast universe. Frisia smiled and said, in the past 2 years, King Bay's guy has sent scions to other planets. Attention, about to arrive on planet Vegeta, about to arrive on planet Vegeta. The computer's beep sounded again. Reg glanced outside, and what appeared in front of him was a huge red planet, believing that this planet should be the planet Vegeta of the Scion. P.S. This Frisia is good, if you cover your face. Hehe, I have a bold idea. Ask for flowers by the way. Say important things 3 times. Say important things 3 times. Say important things 3 times. The island owner solemnly promised, if this book is a eunuch, rotten end, live broadcast this female version of Frisia. The island owner solemnly promised, if this book is a eunuch, rotten end, live broadcast this female version of Frisia. The island owner solemnly promised, if this book is a eunuch, rotten end, live broadcast this female version of Frisia. Ask for your tips. Chapter 003. Snap. Reg's spaceship successfully landed in the Scion ship base. The miniature spaceship hatch opens. Reg stretched his body. From now on, he is the great prince of the Scion. Since he has come to the Dragon Ball world, this world is about to be grasped by himself. As soon as Reg came out of the spaceship, he was surrounded by people. Whose kid are you? Get named. The guys were dressed in Scion armor and held laser guns in their hands, aiming at Reg's body. Is this planet Vegeta? Nice environment. Reg smiled and glanced at the dozen or so people who surrounded him. Since you know that this is the planet Vegeta, the little fart should know that this is the planet of the Scion fighting nation, and trespassing into the territory of the Scions without permission will be severely punished. One of the guards at the head shouted at Reg, and after saying this, he ordered his men, "Arrest me. Before King Pei's birthday, detain first." The Scions are a fighting people and do not show mercy to Reg because he is a child. After all, Scions are born with strong fighting power, and small babies can fight, not to mention Reg, a 7-year-old child. Yes. Several guards came up with weapons. "Aren't you wearing detectors? Don't you know what my combat power is?" Reg asked with a smile. "We have long investigated clearly, your combat power is 1000, on the planet Vegeta, such a little combat power. Humph, just seek your own death." The guards at the head looked disdainful, although his combat effectiveness was only a little over 1000. "Oh? My current combat power is not only 1000. You're unlucky and should have worn a detector with you." Reg smiled. "Less nonsense, if you don't want to die, just come with us." The guards at the head shouted sharply. Boom! Reg directly blasted out his breath instantly. Suddenly, with Reg as the center, a stormy airflow was set off around it. Whoops! The next moment, these guards were blown directly into the sky and fell down heavily. Bang bang! Suddenly, these dozen guards, one by one, fell on all fours and ate forks, vomiting blood in their mouths. The combat effectiveness of these guards is not very high, it is only a little more than 1000, and it is not a little bit different from Reg. You. Who are you, exactly?" The guard at the head looked at Reg with a hooded look and asked, and when he saw the tail behind Reg, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Go back and tell King Beta that the king of planet Vegeta is back." Reg glanced from a distance at the Scion Palace that stood on top of the mountain. Bang! Reg flew up and kicked the guard headed by him on the spot. The guards cut an arc in the sky and shot quickly in the direction of the palace. Ugh! At this moment, the figure in the sky shook, and a bald man grabbed the guards flying towards the palace, and quickly flew towards this side. Reg fixed his eyes and saw that the image of this bald man was a little like Naba. However, this product is much older than Naba. A bunch of waste, even a person with a combat power of 2000 can't deal with it. The bald man watched Reg press the detector, and reprimanded these subordinates, and then looked at Reg coldly. "Little brat, give you a chance, kowtow in front of me and confess, I can give you a pain, otherwise. Humph, you should know what the consequences of breaking into planet Vegeta without permission will be. Combat effectiveness 2000? Isn't it 1000? Could it be a detector failure?" Several guards had cold sweat on their faces, and they felt a little incredible. "Naba is your son, right?" Reg asked lightly. "How do you know?" The bald man was stunned for a moment. "Actually, I've always been curious about what it would be like for you and your son to transform into Super Saiyan," Reg said with a smile. "Where did that round know the Super Saiyan?" and scratched his head. There was a brief silence. "Little fart dares to tease me. Find death!" The round shouted angrily, and as he said this, he rushed towards Reg. Within 3 meters of Reg, Na Lun suddenly stretched out his big hand and grabbed Reg's neck, obviously trying to pinch Reg's neck. Reg just stood there without blinking. Immediately afterwards, Reg directly slapped the head of that round. Poof! Suddenly, the round that was about to catch Reg suddenly knelt in front of Reg in front of everyone. "Even if you kneel down for me to confess my mistake, I will not forgive you," Reg said with a smile. "The soul is faint, it's not that I want to kneel, what kind of weird power? In making me, that round of hatred made his pupils bloodshot." Bang! Reg didn't fly up and kicked the wheel. Poof! At the same time that the round flew out, blood spurted out wildly from his mouth. When the goods landed, his face turned white, another mouthful of blood spurted out, and his body was shaking, and he didn't even seem to have the strength to stand up. P.S. ask for flowers, ask for comments, ask for 10 evaluation votes. Chapter 004. It's scum, I thought you were awesome. Reg shook his head in disappointment, and the look of contempt in his eyes made the round that had finally adjusted his breath couldn't help but spew out another mouthful of blood. This is impossible. Your combat power is only 2,000, my combat power is 5,000, why can't I beat you? That round of chest tightness and shortness of breath, I couldn't understand it. Whoops. At this moment, several figures shook and appeared beside the wheel. Reg fixed his eyes and found that there were two familiar faces that appeared opposite him. One is Monkey King's father, Bardock, and the other is his younger brother Vegeta. Vegeta is now only 5 years old, dressed in a red robe, and is staring coldly at Reg. Looking at Bardock again, he also had a serious face. As for the scions other than the two of them, Reg didn't know them. Although scions are a minority, there are not many scions who actually appear, and most of them are soy sauce goods. Your Royal Highness, you came just right, this guy is very evil. Bardock, help me take him down. The round said weakly, and while saying this, it seemed that he was too excited, and if he was not careful, the blood also spurted out again. Humph, useless waste, even a guy with a combat power of 2,000 can't deal with it. Vegeta pressed the detector and said coldly to the round. What His Highness said is, please ask His Highness to decide for me. That round said quickly. Bardock, you go and teach him a lesson. Vegeta ordered with a cold face. However, after Vegeta finished speaking, he found that Bardock did not mean to move, but was in a daze in place. Bardock! Do you want to disobey my orders? Vegeta was angry. After a brief silence, Bardock took a deep look at Vegeta, and then shifted his gaze to Reg. Bardock! What kind of eyes are you? Vegeta shouted angrily. Subordinates! Meet the Grand Prince! Bardock quickly flew in front of Reg and bowed respectfully and said. The Great Prince! As soon as these words came out, everyone present was blinded. Is Bardock's head funny? How do you call this child the Big Prince? Isn't the Grand Prince of the Scions Vegeta? Vegeta, in particular, was even more confused at this time, and he felt that Bardock must have been beaten stupid in the last battle. Oh? You know me? When Reg saw Bardock's expression, he basically concluded that this guy knew himself. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Prince Reg. Bardock's expression was a little excited. Your guess is accurate and commendable. Reg smiled slightly, which was considered to admit his identity. Reg knew very well that when he was born, he was quietly assigned to the planet Bambi by King Bei and several henchmen, so that few of the scions knew the existence of his great prince. Of course, Vegeta's little fart doesn't know even more. It's really Prince Reg, great, planet Vegeta is saved. Bardock was even more excited. Oh? How to say? Reg asked with a smile. Prince Reg, it won't be long before Frieza may destroy our planet Vegeta, and he will kill all the scions. Because he is afraid that a super scion will be born among us scion, Bardock seemed to have found a savior, and hurriedly voiced his concerns to Reg. Bardock, how many times have I said that this boring prophecy of yours can be stopped? Vegeta shouted coldly from the sidelines. What Frieza wants to destroy our planet is pure nonsense. Humph, Frieza is now exactly when we scions are needed, he will not attack us scions. His Royal Highness. You, Bardock gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. All right Bardock, you shut up for me, I ask you, what a big prince. Who the hell is this guy? Vegeta is more concerned about Reg's identity right now. His Highness Vegeta may not know something. This Reg is His Highness's own brother and the eldest prince of the Scion. Bardock quickly explained. As soon as this remark came out, although many people had already guessed Reg's identity, it was enough to shock these people by Bardock in public. Except for a few scions, no one knew that Vegeta had an older brother. Bardock, what are you kidding? Is he my brother? How can it be? It took Vegeta a long time to come to his senses, and suddenly he had an older brother, which made him a little skeptical. Did you see that? This kid really looks like His Highness Vegeta. Yes, Bardock didn't say that. I haven't noticed it just now, he said so. I'm afraid this kid is really Vegeta's brother. Brother of His Highness Vegeta? Why have we never heard of it? These people present were stunned one by one, completely unaware of what had happened in the past years. Little brother Vegeta, when you see your brother, you still can't come to Asken. Reg smiled and beckoned to Vegeta. Humph, less deceptive, even if you are my brother, you are the kind of scum whose combat power is only less than 10 at birth, just like my younger brother Tabur, who was assigned to a planet on the edge of the universe. Vegeta snorted coldly, and after saying this, he glanced at Bardock with a pleading look. I'm right, Bardock. P.S. This book guarantees 4 changes a day during the public period. Fun enough. Ask for flowers, ask for tips. Chapter 005. Ahem, Bardock coughed heavily, with a bitter smile on his face, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and explained, His Highness Vegeta is only half right. What half? Bardock. You make it clear to me. Vegeta stepped forward and grabbed Bardock's clothes and drank. His Highness Reg was indeed assigned to a planet at the edge of the universe, but the reason why His Highness Reg was assigned to such a far-away place was not because His Highness Reg's combat effectiveness was too low. On the contrary, His Highness Reg's combat power was too strong. Bardock said this, a little excited on his body, and muttered, perhaps our planet Vegeta is saved. What's too powerful? Just tell me what his combat power will be when he is born. Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling a little uneasy. This, Bardock didn't know how to say it. He was afraid that saying it would cause Vegeta psychological trauma. What this, that? Tell me, what was his combat power at birth? Vegeta clenched his tiny fists and shouted. Higher than His Highness Vegeta. I don't know exactly how much, Bardock snorted. My combat power when I was just born is 700, does he have 1000? Vegeta shouted unconvinced. Higher than 1,000, Bardock nodded slightly. 1100. Vegeta asked again. It's higher, Bardock replied, wiping his sweat. 1200. Vegeta asked. A little higher, Bardock continued to wipe his sweat. 2000. After Vegeta said the value of 2000, he found that Bardock still had a bitter smile on his face. Knowing that he had said less, he immediately got angry, really angry, and shouted, How much is it, tell me. Could it be 3000? Almost, Bardock nodded. Humph, less deceiving people, as soon as the combat effectiveness reaches 3000? Never before in the history of our science, I am Vegeta, known as the Genius Warrior, I am named after the planet. If my so-called brother is really that powerful, why not call him Vegeta? Vegeta's childish face was a little excited. Beep. 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 Just as Vegeta's voice fell, a numerical reaction of combat effectiveness suddenly jumped out on the detector of Vegeta and the others. Combat power 10,000. What people? In the baby nutrition room. Nawa's eyes widened and he said with some incredulous tremors. What, baby nutrition room? Vegeta suddenly had a bad feeling, because the scions in the infant nutrition room were not very combative, and the data of this person with a combat power of 10,000 was brand new. Was the legendary Super Saiyan born? Reg also learned through the system that at a distance of about 3,000 meters from him, a warrior with a combat power of 10,000 appeared, and he was just born. As soon as the combat power reaches 10,000, it must be the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. And born on the same day as Broly, is also the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, Kakarot, the future Monkey King. Humph! Vegeta snorted coldly, immediately flew up, and flew straight in the direction of the baby nutrition room. Obviously, Vegeta planned to see if he really had the combat power of 10,000 scions as soon as they were born. And when Vegeta left, he looked back at Reg for a good look. His Highness Reg. It was a misunderstanding before, they didn't know you existed. I also hope that His Highness Reg will not be surprised. Bardock said respectfully to Reg. Bardock, do you think I'm here to save planet Vegeta? Reg said with a smile. His Highness Reg. What does Bardock mean? Bardock's heart sank, and he asked. I'm here to destroy the planet. Reg was smiling and had a teasing look on his face. His Highness Reg. Back then, King Bei sent His Highness to a distant galaxy, and his subordinates also thought that King Bei was in order not to affect his throne, but today, his subordinates understand King Bei's good intentions. Bardock gritted his teeth and said, King Bei did this to let His Highness grow up in a safe environment, otherwise once Frisian knows that we scions have such an excellent warrior as His Highness, he will definitely destroy all our scions. Oh? What you said seems to make some sense. Reg smiled meaningfully, okay, then I won't destroy planet Vegeta first, let's go and see this little guy who has 10,000 combat power from birth. Bardock suddenly found that although this Prince Reg was only 7 years old, he seemed to be very deep. Until now, Bardock has not figured out the purpose of Reg's visit to planet Vegeta. However, since Reg proposed to visit the infant nutrition room, Bardock did not object out of curiosity. Because someone just sent a message to Bardock, saying that Bardock's son was born and named Kakarot. Bardock subconsciously thought that maybe his son Kakarot was the new baby with a combat power of 10,000. Reg had just arrived near the new baby nutrition room with Bardock and the others when he heard a rampant voice laughing loudly. P.S. The evidence about Vegeta's 5-year-old combat strength of about 10,000 is in the picture above. King Bei's combat strength during this period was around 10,000, and Vegeta had already surpassed his father at the age of 5, so more than 10,000 was appropriate. Chapter 006. Reg glanced at it and found that the guy who was laughing maniacally was a little familiar, and it seemed to be Broly's biological father, Paragus. Ha ha ha, my son's combat strength reached 10,000 as soon as he was born. Whoa, click, click. Paragath let out a shrill laugh. Vegeta had also noticed Broly's terrifying combat power at this time, and he was so angry that he was angry. Vegeta was unwilling, very unwilling. Because at present, Vegeta is a genius warrior with the highest combat effectiveness at birth, and now at the age of 5, his combat power has reached about 10,000. Such a genius warrior, but today he received 2 blows in a row. The first blow made Vegeta realize that he still had an older brother with whom he could compete for the throne. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of this brother as soon as he was born seems to be above 3,000. Of course, this is just Vegeta's guess, he does not know his brother's true combat power. The second blow was the birth of this Broly. As soon as the combat power was born, it reached 10,000, how against the sky. Vegeta's whole body was trembling, and with a cold snort, he quickly swept towards the baby nutrition room, and at the same time, in his small body, there was energy explosion out, and there was a trace of killing intent in the energy. Your Highness Vegeta, what do you want to do? Paragus saw that Vegeta's face was full of killing intent, and his heart suddenly sank, and he hurriedly flew over to block Vegeta's way. Bang! Vegeta threw a punch and hit Paragus hard in the abdomen. What? Paragus let out a scream, acid sprayed from his mouth, and at the same time, his face became distorted. Kill this laughing guy for me. Also, bring that guy named Broly out for me. Vegeta shouted to the many scions present. As soon as this remark came out, many scions were a little hesitant. Although Vegeta is a scion prince, it would be miserable if he killed Paragus, and when Broly grew up, he would avenge his father. What are you doing stunned? Don't you listen to the prince's words? Just when everyone hesitated, they heard a majestic voice sounding from nearby. When everyone looked back, they were shocked, and then they knelt on the ground one by one. Meet King Bei. It was the king of the Scions who appeared on the scene, that is, Rig's biological father, the owner of the planet Vegeta, King Bei. Get up, tie him up for me at once. King Bei commanded his men. Yes. King Bei spoke, and many Scions did not hesitate in the slightest, and rushed forward, intending to subdue Paragus. Boom! Paragath was furious, his breath burst out, and he finally understood that King Bei was worried that Broly would covet his throne in the future, and that he was going to kill someone. The next moment, Paragus broke away from the roundup of the guards, successfully rushed in front of King Bei, and swung his fist to bombard King Bei unceremoniously. Snap! It seemed like a heavy punch, but it was easily taken by King Bei. The following offense, capital offense. King Bei snorted coldly, without the slightest hesitation, holding the other party's fist and twisting it vigorously. Click! Paragus's right arm was bone-intensive, and he let out a mournful scream. King Bei, Broly has already brought it. At this time, a guard carried Broly, who was still in his infancy, and sent it to King Bei. Don't hurt my Broly! Don't hurt my Broly! Paragus held back the severe pain in his body and wailed at King Bei. King Bei let out a sneer, and then grabbed Broly's hair and threw it into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the light and flame in King Bei's hand flashed, and an energy bomb also went straight to the newly born Broly. Bang! Seeing that King Bei's energy bomb was about to hit Broly's body, suddenly, a flame of light hit the energy bomb directly. With a muffled sound, King Bei's energy bomb fell apart at that time and dissipated into the air. Look at Broly again, falling sharply below. Who is it? King Bei was furious, and someone dared to take his energy bomb at the moment. It seemed that he was impatient. A true king is to deter your subordinates as a king, not to rely on killing to stabilize your throne. Reg smiled softly and slowly walked out of the crowd. It was Reg who had just released the energy ray, and he felt that it was a pity that Broly had disappeared like this. And after Broly's incident, the people present who saw Reg had already forgotten him selectively. You are you Reg? After seeing Reg's appearance clearly, King Bei's body couldn't help but tremble violently, and said in a deep voice, "Why did you come back? Who got you back? If you want to come back, you will naturally come back." Reg smiled softly, "How? King Bei doesn't seem to welcome me. P.S. Thanks to the rich man Tired of Heart for rewarding Lingshan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 1000 VIP points. Thank you to the rich man Longian for rewarding Lingshan Island Lord for 1000 VIP points for his work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline. This book is immediately posted as proof. This book will not be a eunuch. However, the pure Dragon Ball world may not have too many words. It is expected to be about 1 million words. After all, there are not many Dragon Ball plots. Friends who like this book, please feel free to reward. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 007. That's it, since you're back, let's do it first. King Betty took a deep breath, and then beckoned to Vegeta. Vegeta, come here, he is your brother Reg, your own brother. Humph, I already knew, I don't need you to tell me. Vegeta snorted coldly. Reg was slightly startled, but he didn't expect King Bei to have such an attitude. Originally, Reg thought that King Bei would be angry and try to challenge himself. Phew! At this moment, someone suddenly rose from the ground. Everyone's faces changed color slightly. Beep! Combat power 12,000. Beep! Combat power 14,000. Beep! Combat power 15,000. When they saw the change in the combat power value on the detector, the faces of King Bei and the others became ugly. It's that Broly. A newborn child has increased his combat power from 10,000 to 15,000. King Bei's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I am the genius warrior of the Scion, a newborn child, and the combat power has reached 15,000. I don't believe it. Vegeta obviously saw the change in Broly's combat power, and his whole body trembled with anger, and then he gritted his teeth and sped in the direction of Broly. Vegeta's body was 3 times the size of Broly, and he swung his fist and greeted Broly's body fiercely. However, Broly was faster, and his innate super combat power made him feel that he was in a dangerous situation. Bang! With a muffled sound, Broly leaned lightly to the side, dodged the attack, and swung his pink fist, punching Vegeta in the abdomen. Poof! Vegeta's current combat power is only a little over 10,000, but Broly has now increased his combat power to 15,000, and this punch knocked the little Vegeta to the point of blood in his mouth and his face was pale. Hey! The next moment, Vegeta fell sharply downwards like a cannonball. However, Vegeta is worthy of being a genius teenager. In the process of falling, gritting his teeth, an energy bomb suddenly condensed in his hand, and with a flick of his hand, he greeted Broly's body. Broly's body, which was less than 3 feet, was slightly stunned, his eyes widened, and he shook his fist violently. Bang! Broly's powder punch hit Vegeta's energy bullet on the spot. In front of everyone's eyes, Broly's fist abruptly changed the direction of the energy bomb's attack. Hey! The energy bomb turned into a stream of light and went straight to the location of a majestic mountain in the distance. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the energy bomb hit the mountain. Suddenly, under the bombardment of this energy bomb, the mountain set off a wave like a violent storm. In the distance, a huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Just in a flash, the tall and dangerous mountain was turned into a flat ground by this energy bomb on the spot. Everyone was stunned. Not stunned by the destructive power of the energy bomb, but stunned by this little Broly. A newborn baby, although hot, has strong combat power, but it is rare to have such a keen combat talent. Poof! At this time, Vegeta stood up from the ground, perhaps because of his injuries, and another mouthful of blood spurted out. Impossible! That's impossible! I am the strongest warrior of the Scion. Vegeta's angry little face turned pale, and his whole body trembled. Wow! Click! King Bei, known as the most talented warrior of the Scion, can't even beat my newborn son. It seems that the chi of your royal family has been exhausted. This world, this universe, belongs to me and Broly. Paragus is still alive. How proud he is at this moment. Take it for me. King Bei was furious. Suddenly, several Scion guards quickly besieged in the direction of Paragus. Paragus is only a low-class warrior among the Scions, and his combat effectiveness is not very high. When he saw these guards coming, his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly shouted to Broly suspended in the sky, "Broly, I am your father, come and save me." As if hearing Paragus shout, Broly glanced down to this side. The guards who were supposed to besiege Paragus felt Broly's murderous eyes, their faces sank, and they couldn't help but take several steps back. That little baby, but a terrible warrior who can defeat Prince Vegeta. The combat power of these guards is not more than 10,000, and they are simply not enough to look at in front of people. The next moment, many guards suddenly found that the corners of Broly's mouth hooked an evil arc, and there seemed to be a little disdain and ridicule in the endless smile. Immediately afterwards, everyone present saw that a yellow-green flame of light condensed on Broly's body, and the flame of light took the shape of a round ball and wrapped around his body. Broly grinned, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the yellow-green flame of light was thrown towards the Paragus below. Broly! You! What do you want? After seeing the energy flame shooting towards him, Paragus's face suddenly turned extremely pale. P.S. I just want to ask, who painted this female Broly? Good figure, don't grab it, I'll come first. At the same time, thanks Yaozi I love. Shweta reward Lingshan Island Lord S work Dragon Ball Ancient Bloodline 588 VIP points. Is anyone still tipping? 2 more friends who have not been tipped, no matter how much, try to add more tonight. Chapter 008. Paragath knew very well that Broly wanted to destroy himself and the guards around him at the same time. After saying this, Paragas saw that Broly's face was full of disdain, and he didn't bother to look at himself. Broly, I'm your father, you can't do that to me. Paragas shouted angrily. Hey! However, as soon as Paragas finished saying this, he saw that yellow-green energy light flame suddenly increased its speed. You beast! Paragas's voice bordered on despair. King Pei. The combat power of this energy bomb is close to 20,000, if it bombards the planet Vegeta. The planet I'm afraid. I'm afraid that even if it is not blown up on the spot, it may destroy more than half, Bardock said in a deep voice. What did you say? King Pei's face changed color. Not only did King Bei's face change color, but the faces of these scions present also became bloodless. Close to 20,000 combat power. How terrible this Broly is. This guy has only been born for less than an hour. At this moment, there were more and more scions on the scene, and their faces became extremely heavy. If planet Vegeta were destroyed, they scions would not be able to survive in the universe. It's not good, everyone leave this place quickly. A scion shouted. Suddenly, many scions fled in all directions, for fear of being implicated. Hey! Just when these scions present felt desperate, an energy ray hit the yellow-green energy ball released by Broly on the spot. Poof! Then, everyone was surprised to find that Broly's yellow-green energy ball, like a fart, made a soft noise, and then exploded away. What a terrible legendary scion! Reg blew his smoke-emitting fingers and looked at Broly with a smile. The many scions present were stunned, completely stunned. Many people don't know Reg, unheard of, let alone seen. No one knew where Reg came from, but he actually lightly shot out an energy ray, which broke the terrible energy ball. Whew! Saved! However, although he destroyed Broly's energy ball, his combat power is too low, only a little more than 1,000. It's luck, right? Did you find out? He and King Pei look alike. Could it be King Pei's illegitimate son? Shhh. Be quiet, King Pei has not looked for any other woman except the princess. After everyone saw Reg, they talked about it one by one. Broly turned to look at Reg and grinned, but his face became heavy. You little thing, today's performance is so good, I have to admire you. Reg smiled slightly, and then beckoned to Broly. Broly's baby's little face was full of vigilance, as if it seemed to him that this Reg was a very scary figure. After a short silence, Broly slowly descended and levitated opposite Reg. From today onwards, you will be my son, right? Reg said to Broly with a smile. As soon as these words came out, many scions present, including Vegeta, almost fainted one by one. Did this guy make a mistake? How old is he to actually take Broly as a son? Moreover, what qualifications does this person have to accept this genius baby as a son? Was it just because he knocked out Broly's energy ball? Broly's eyes widened and he looked at Reg without blinking. Wow, Broly, he said he wanted you to be his son? You killed him for me. This world belongs to our father and son. Paragas laughed maniacally. Hey! Broly turned his head to glance at Paragas, and then the light flame in his hand flickered violently. Poof! This yellow-green flame of light penetrated Paragas's heart on the spot. Paragas's pupils shrank infinitely, and blood spread in his pupils. Poof! Paragas's body fell heavily to the ground, with unwillingness and dazed look in his eyes. Paragath wondered, why? Why did his own son be cruel to Lao Tzu? Broly, you want to tell me through your actions that you even dare to kill your biological father, and you won't show mercy to my godfather in the future, right? Reg looked at Broly with a grin. Broly grinned and smiled, but he was always at a distance from Rigra, and his vigilance was even more intense. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. How to listen to Reg's meaning? Broly seems to really want to recognize him as a godfather. What's going on? Obviously, Reg just released an energy ray, and his combat power was only 1000. Hey, how did you get to 2000? Why? Why can a person with only 2000 combat effectiveness actually accept a genius warrior with a combat effectiveness of close to 20,000 as a son? Well, I'm waiting for this day to come. Reg nodded slightly. Broly's big eyes dripped and glared at Reg. I don't want you to wreak havoc without my permission until you defeat me, got it? Reg's expression became stern. Broly's whole body trembled, and he hurriedly rolled over, knelt in front of Reg, and nodded vigorously. Everyone was stunned, and they were stunned to see such a strange scene. Chapter 009. Broly, a genius warrior who had 10,000 combat power at birth, a little baby who raised his combat power to nearly 20,000 in less than an hour after birth, a terrible guy who could easily abuse the Scion Prince Vegeta, actually went to bow down to this guy of unknown origin. Who is this guy? Why is his combat effectiveness only 1000? Hey? How did it become 2000 again? King Bei was also completely calmed by this scene in front of him. Reg seemed to just knock out Broly's energy bomb, and Broly came over to bow down to him? This seems a bit unreasonable. After Vegeta came back to his senses, he was even more stunned, and his body didn't know how to snort. This. That's impossible. It took Vegeta a long time to react, rubbing his eyes vigorously. For Vegeta, perhaps today is a nightmare that will never wake up. You. Who are you, exactly? Paragus is not dead yet, and when he saw that Broly really knelt down to worship Reg, he felt that his heart was going to break. Well, the heart was already pierced by Broly. Broly, although you have more than 10,000 combat power, your combat power is very unstable, you have been fighting since birth, and you have burst out of extreme energy. I am afraid that it will have a great impact on your control of energy in the future. Reg mused, now you go back to the nutrition cabin to rest immediately and don't cause any more trouble. You are now my son, this planet, no one dares to hurt you. Broly nodded vigorously. Paragath felt ignored. Broly. You, Paragath exerted his strength to breastfeed, pointing at Broly, his eyes flashing with endless hatred and remorse. Then Paragus crashed to the ground and died. Broly didn't even look at Paragus, obediently took off into the air, just flicked his eyes, and flew to the baby nutrition room. Everyone was blindfolded. Broly really listened to Reg's words and flew back to the nutrition room to recuperate. What's going on? Why is there such a strange phenomenon? No one knows why Broly would obey Reg's words. Only Reg knew exactly why Broly was so obedient. That's because Reg's body flows with the primeval blood of the Scion, and although it has not been activated, the terrifying primeval coercion makes him, the legendary Super Scion, have no idea of resistance. Wow! Whoa! Just as Broly flew in, there was another baby's cry in the nutrition room, with endless fear in his voice. Everyone looked at each other. Whose child is so unlucky? It seems that he was born on the same day as that Broly. I'm afraid he was frightened by the more than 10,000 combat power, right? Wow! Whoa! The baby's cry kept coming, as if it was a heavy hammer, and it smashed on Bardock's chest at once. It's Bardock's child, right? Yes, it should be Bardock's child, who has just been named Kakarot. I heard that Bardock's child was only born with a combat power of only 2, which is really weak enough. Many people whispered, and each person's face was different. There are sympathetic, sarcastic, contemptuous. Immediately confirm for me if that crying little thing is my son. Bardock shouted angrily. His men quickly sent back a message saying that the crying baby was Bardock's child. Useless stuff. Bardock was exasperated. Your Excellency Bardock, this child will be sent to the Earth of the galaxy, would you like to take a look at him? Someone from the baby room asked. No need, it's just a useless waste, just let him go. Bardock said coldly. Hey! In the blink of an eye, Kakarot, the future Monkey King, was sent to a miniature spaceship. The spacecraft streaked through space and headed straight for the distant galaxy. The Monkey King left planet Vegeta so soon, so to speak. Frisia is coming over soon, Reg smiled slightly, with endless fighting intent on his face. I didn't expect to compete with the Universe Emperor Frisia so soon, and Reg was somewhat looking forward to it. Scions are a fighting people, and improving their strength in battle is the best choice for Scions. Although Reg is still far from Frisia, he will not be afraid of this Emperor-level opponent. Paragus has been killed. Broly is young and ignorant, his mood has stabilized, and he will not dispose of it for the time being. It's all dispersed. King Pei shouted orders to everyone present. Yes. King Pei. Many guards retreated. It wasn't long before all that was left here besides King Shell and a few henchmen and ministers were Reg and Bardock and Vegeta and the others. Reg, you follow me to the palace. King Bei said to Reg. I refuse. Reg smiled slightly. You refuse. King Bei's head grew for a while, and he didn't know what to say. I'm looking for something for you. This matter is very urgent. Let me guess. Reg glanced at King Bei, then lowered his voice and asked, but because of Frisia's business. Chapter 010. You. How do you know? By the way, you're from planet Bembi, if Frisia really wants to. So you should have touched Frisia's spaceship, right? King Pei's face changed color slightly. King Pei, say so. What Bardock said was true. Is Frisia really coming to destroy our planet Vegeta? A henchman clenched his fists and trembled. What Frisia feared the most was the birth of super scions among us scions. I'm afraid this time he's trying to destroy our planet Vegeta. King Bei gritted his teeth, and the bruises on his forehead burst. King Pei. You, when Bardock heard this, his body trembled violently and asked, King Pei, you already knew. Bardock, as the king of the scions, there is nothing to hide from me. King Pei smiled coldly. King Pei, then let's go resist Frisia. With so many scions, we will definitely defeat Frisia. Bardock's face was filled with anger and fighting intent. At the moment, it seems that there is no alternative to this option. King Pei nodded slightly. Humph, Frisia will never destroy our planet. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then gritted his teeth and sped in the direction of the space launch bay. You give me back! King Pei shouted. I'm going to ask Frisia if he really wants to destroy our planet. Vegeta snorted coldly, and then flew away without head. King Bei, do you want to stop him? Someone asked. King Bei slowly closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, let him go. In just a few moments, Vegeta's spaceship soared into the sky and went straight to the vast space. Reg, let me ask you, did you really see Frisia's spaceship in space? King Pei asked. Yes, it's only 5 minutes away from our planet Vegeta. Reg smiled, judging from the current situation, he is determined to destroy planet Vegeta. What? Only 5 minutes away? The faces of King Pei and several henchmen suddenly changed color. That guy from Frisia must have shielded the spaceship, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to find a spaceship as big as him at such a close distance. Someone said in a deep voice. Humph, this abominable Frisia, I won't let him succeed. King Pei gritted his teeth, his eyes were red and swollen, and his forehead was bruised. Immediately afterwards, King Pei instructed his subordinates, "Take the Great Prince to the invisible launch bay immediately." "Yes, King Pei. Your Royal Highness, please follow me." "Stealth launch bay? Is it the kind of special spaceship that allows me to avoid Frisia's pursuit?" Reg didn't expect that King Bei, who looked cold and ruthless on the outside, and killed decisively, would actually think so thoughtfully about himself. "Reg, it's possible that we'll lose to Frisia, but remember that the future of the Scions is in your hands. If we Scions lose this battle, I believe that one day, you will avenge us." King Bei smiled at Reg, and then said softly, "You also have a younger brother, his name is Tabor, find him and take care of him." For the first time, Reg felt that King Shell also had a great side. It seems that the Scions in the Dragon Ball world are not ruthless and unrighteous, and when facing life and death parting, they will also show true feelings. "Reg, you've grown so big, I've never held you." "Forget it, you hurry up and go." King Pei was a little embarrassed, and then said with a serious look at Reg. "And in the vast starry sky, Frisia's spaceship is like a dragon winding on the planet Vegeta, staring at the fiery red planet." "Hey!" At this moment, a streamer streaked across the starry sky and passed by Frisia's spaceship. "Your Excellency Frisia, is the Scion newborn imp, want to sink him?" Some subordinates hurriedly asked. "Oh? What is the combat effectiveness?" Frisia's triangular eyes narrowed. "Your Excellency Frisia, his combat power is only 2. The subordinate answered. "Only 2 ah, ha 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 ha. It's so funny, is this the Scion of the fighting nation? What can a little devil with only 2 combat effectiveness have?" Frisia laughed maniacally, with a look of contempt, "It seems. It's me who overthinks. How could such a low-level nation give birth to super soldiers? Your Excellency Frisia, you want to sink that ship? No need, a low-grade fighter with only 2 combat effectiveness, whatever he wants." Frisia smiled dismissively. "Your Excellency Frisia, are we still going to destroy planet Vegeta?" Dodoria on the side asked with a smile. "Of course, I like to watch fireworks, although the current Scions are nothing, but I can't get used to their proud posture. Since I am here, I will enjoy the fireworks display of planet Vegeta today." Frisia got up, his long tail wagging up and down. Everyone on the spaceship knew very well that Frisia was going to do it himself, to destroy planet Vegeta. "Go! Travel to planet Vegeta!" Frisia waved his hand. P.S. Thanks to Xiaokong EA12 for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord for 100 VIP points for his work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline. Thanks to Xiaokong Z002614 for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord for 100 VIP points for his work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline. There is also a change in the evening, 4 changes every day during the public period of this book, asking for flowers, asking for tips, asking for comments. Chapter 011. Yes. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from Frisia's detector. "Oh? What's up?" Frisia pressed the detector and asked with a smile. Immediately afterward, however, Frisia's face changed color. Yes, I'll go back right away. No more than an hour at the latest." Frisia tensed up and hurriedly answered. After saying this, Frisia immediately issued the latest order to his subordinates. "Give me an immediate return to Frisia 7th planet." "Your Excellency Frisia." "Don't. Aren't we going to destroy planet Vegeta?" Doria was stunned and asked puzzled. "Shut up for me!" Frisia shouted angrily, cold sweat slipping down his forehead. The next moment, Frisia's spacecraft streaked a U trajectory in the starry sky, and then sped in the direction of Frisia's 7th planet. "Quick, give me the speed of the spaceship to the extreme." Frisia crushed the wine glass in his hand, gritted his teeth and ordered loudly. "Yes." The spacecraft continued to speed up, flashing flames of light in this vast space. Vegeta's spaceship had no way to find Frisia after traveling for a while, and after a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and controlled the spacecraft towards Frisia Planet 7. Go and gather all the scions and assemble at the palace square at once. King Pei gave the order. Wait, Reg stopped him. Frisia is not something that all of you can deal with combined, no matter how many people there are, it's useless. I'll tell you to leave planet Vegeta immediately and enter the stealth launch bay. King Pei shouted sharply. What a joke, if I leave, planet Vegeta won't be saved. Reg smiled gently, looked at the distant starry sky, and said with a smile, I have already calculated the combat power of me and Frisia. Frisia, that guy. What is this about? What? King Pei couldn't understand what Reg said at all. Oh? Frisia had already left, though it was not known what he meant. Reg looked up at the starry sky and said with a smile. What? Left? King Bei and the others were puzzled. Immediately send someone to investigate the movement of the Frisia spaceship. Reg ordered to several of his men. Those subordinates were a little sluggish, not knowing whether to obey Reg's orders. It wasn't until King Pei glared at them fiercely that these subordinates quickly ran to contact the monitors. Back to King Hui, we did capture Frisia's spaceship just now, but when the spacecraft was 600,000 kilometers close to planet Vegeta, it suddenly changed direction and turned back. Check the movement of the Frisia spaceship now. King Pei ordered. Back to King Hui, judging from the trajectory of the Frisia spacecraft seen so far, the spacecraft should return to the nearest Frisia 7th planet. Frisia, what the hell is he trying to do? King Bei gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. In fact, even Reg couldn't figure out why Frisia suddenly left. The system did not say why Frisia left, but the only thing that was certain was that Frisia and his gang had indeed left planet Vegeta. An hour later, Frisia's spacecraft landed on planet 7. Before the spaceship could stop, Frisia immediately rose into the sky and went straight to his palace. The next moment, Frisia knelt in front of a figure who looked like a cat, and cold sweat broke out on his face. Not bad, made me wait for 2 episodes of cartoons. Beerus smiled and looked at Frisia, who was crawling on the ground. Lord Beerus, this is the current limit speed of a spacecraft, replied Frisia, kneeling. Forget about the late things this time. Beerus smiled softly, then looked at Frisia and ordered, I called you back this time to tell you that I may be away for a while, and during this time, the task of destroying the planet will be handed over to you. Hehe, I have always been adhering to the teachings of Lord Beerus and working hard. Frisia breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this old cat called himself back to mean this, and then replied with a smile, Lord Beerus, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task you gave me, and it is no problem to destroy as many planets as you leave the time. By the way, where is the next planet to be destroyed? Beerus asked suddenly. Lord Beerus, I'm about to destroy the scion planet Vegeta, replied Frisia. What you mean is that I called you back to cause that planet still exists, right? Beerus's face turned cold. Don't you dare! Frisia hurriedly bowed down, buried low, and then hurriedly replied, I'll set out immediately to destroy planet Vegeta. Planet Vegeta of the Scions. After a brief contemplation of Beerus, he turned to a man with a glorious skin and a scepter in his hand and sitting at the dining table eating delicious food. Weiss, do you have an impression of that planet Vegeta? P.S. The 4th is coming, find a female Beerus, is it Beerus? Chapter 012. Has Lord Beerus forgotten that we were there a year ago? Weiss grinned, took a bite of meat resembling a pig's leg, and swallowed. I did remember when you said that. I remember that the food on that planet Vegeta was too average. Beerus mused. Weiss nodded. I decided that as my last stop away from this time, I personally destroyed planet Vegeta. Beerus said with a smile. Yes, Lord Beerus. Weiss nodded lightly, nibbled on another chicken leg, and clicked his fingers. Weiss, You still eat? Beerus shouted. Gone, gone. Target planet Vegeta. The scepter in Weiss's hand flickered lightly, and the light flame on his body flashed out. Beerus immediately came to Vs's side. Hey! Hey! The two turned into a colorful streamer, and disappeared in a flash. Until he could no longer see these two people, Frisia sat on the ground, gasped heavily, and quietly wiped the cold sweat that came out of his face. Immediately afterwards, the bruises on Frisia's forehead burst out, clenched his fists, and said viciously, Destroyer God Beerus, Angel Weiss, you wait, I am the Emperor of the Universe, one day, I will trample you under my feet. Planet Vegeta. Reg, where are you going? King Pei asked. Don't follow me, I have my own plans. Reg levitated in the air and said to King Bei with a smile. The next moment, a layer of white light flame appeared on Reg's body. Hey! With just a blink of an eye, Reg quickly left here. It wasn't long before Reg appeared in a remote mountainous area that was uninhabited. Although I don't know why Frisia suddenly changed his mind, for Reg, this guy's departure gave him time to cultivate, and it was also convenient to grind this body. I heard Gabe from the 6th universe say that the transformation of a Super Saiyan does not have to fluctuate through feelings, as long as the energy is concentrated on the back. Reg muttered softly, and his expression became solemn. An hour later, in the palace hall, King Pei was gathering his courtiers to discuss ways to deal with Frisia. At this moment, everyone present detected a huge combat force through the detector. Bang bang bang! In the midst of the whiskers, all the fighters who went to detect the value of this powerful combat power burst on the spot, and a stream of blue smoke came out. What a terrible combat power! I vaguely see that the combat power has exceeded 100,000. Who is it? The scions in the hall looked heavy one by one, and a figure with a combat power of more than 100,000 suddenly appeared on planet Vegeta. Who exactly? What? Combat effectiveness 100,000? King Bei's face also changed color. 7th planet Frisia. Bang! Vegeta's spaceship successfully landed on the planet's spaceship base. The hatch opened, and Vegeta slowly walked out dressed in a red robe. The next moment, Vegeta pressed the detector he was carrying in his eyes and rushed straight to Frisia's palace. Frisia, I heard that you are going to destroy our planet Vegeta, is it true? Vegeta's immature face was full of reluctance and doubt. Lord Frisia Atonement, Vegeta killed quite a few of us, we didn't stop him, he broke in himself. Some of his subordinates hurriedly prayed. Let's all stand down. Frisia smiled softly and waved at his men. After all his men left, Frisia stared at Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta! Who did you hear that I was going to destroy your planet? Frisia patted Vegeta's little head and asked with a smile. I don't care who listens to you, I'll just ask you if you have it, right? Vegeta shouted. Vegeta, why do you think I should destroy your planet? Frisia smiled and asked with interest. Humph, you lied to me less. Your spaceship just appeared in the realm of planet Vegeta, didn't it? Vegeta questioned. You are still young, don't be instigated by others, if I really planned to destroy your planet, why didn't I do it? Frisia smiled and asked, why should I return to Frisia's 7th planet? Vegeta was speechless. Vegeta, I am very optimistic about you, and I hope that one day, you can become my right hand. Frisia caressed Vegeta's little head melon and smiled. Vegeta didn't speak. Vegeta, one day, you will become the new king of planet Vegeta, your father is nothing, he is an unqualified king. Frisia smiled and continued, by the way, now that there is a new task given to you, I wonder if you are interested. What task? Vegeta asked. There is a planet here that is tricky, I hope you can take your little friends and take this planet for me. Frisia said with a smile. Humph! Why should I listen to you? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Vegeta, don't you want to be the king of the Scions? Only I can help you get to the throne, can't I? Frieza said with a smile. Chapter 013. Vegeta's body trembled slightly. He used to feel that it was very easy for him to succeed to the throne smoothly. After all, that younger brother Tabble was just a waste firewood. But now Vegeta doesn't think so, because he suddenly has an older brother, a Broly who can easily tame a combat power of close to 20,000. Good deal. Vegeta clenched his fists. Go, I'm waiting for your good news. Frieza patted Vegeta's shoulder. After Vegeta left, a figure appeared in Frieza's palace. This man looked very similar to Frieza, but he was much shorter and looked about the same height as Reg. Why should father be impressed by a little monkey? This Vegeta, that's just that point, I can destroy him with one finger. It's Aizer. Frieza glanced at the other party and said with a smile, you have to remember that sometimes it is also a special pleasure to have your enemies with you. It's really not interesting to keep that wild monkey waste, Aizer smiled slightly. And after saying this, Aizer took off into the air and quickly swept in the direction where Vegeta left. Seeing Aizer act like this, Frieza did not stop it. Aizer was very fast, and it didn't take long to see Vegeta from a distance. Aizer didn't mean to be polite at all, and with a flying kick, he kicked Vegeta out of mid-air. Bang! Like a cannonball, Vegeta fell into the earth on the spot, leaving a bottomless hole in the ground. Phew! But then Vegeta swooped out of the depths of the earth and flew high in the air, facing Aizer from a distance. Vegeta was abused by Broly before, although he sprayed blood, but the injury was not very serious. On the way to the 7th planet of Frieza, he had healed the injury through the healing instrument in the spaceship. Aizer, what do you mean? Vegeta asked hatefully. It's okay, I'm just idle and bored, and I want to repair you wild monkey. Aizer laughed. You. Vegeta was angry and trembling all over. Wild monkey, aren't you a fighting nation? You have the ability to defeat me and let me see the characteristics of your fighting nation. Aizer said with a smile. Soul Fade. Vegeta gritted her teeth, and the flame of light in her hand flickered out violently, heading straight in the direction of Aizer. Snap! Aizer just smiled lightly, and slapped the energy flame that Vegeta bombarded over. Vegeta was stunned. With this level of attack, dare to say that you are a fighting people? You really made me laugh my teeth off, Prince Vegeta. Aizer laughed sarcastically. The little brothers who were watching around laughed loudly when they saw Vegeta being beaten by Aizer. Vegeta gritted his teeth and his pride took a serious hit, but he himself knew very well that defeating Aizer was impossible at least now. Planet Vegeta, the Palace Hall. Just as everyone was talking about that huge combat power, a colorful flame of light fell from the sky, directly penetrated from the ceiling of the Palace Hall, and landed next to King Bai's throne. Many Scions present were shocked. King Bai, I didn't disturb your meeting, did I? Beerus looked around and looked at King Bai with a smile. Yes. It's Lord Beerus. King Bai's eyes froze, and then he quickly stepped forward and bowed down. I heard that tomorrow is your birthday. Beerus let King Bai kneel and said lightly, in that case, then the food at your banquet must have been almost prepared, right? Yes. Basically ready. King Bai hurriedly nodded and said yes. I haven't tasted the food of planet Vegeta in a long time. Beerus smiled slightly and glanced at Weiss. You said yes. Weiss? Lord Beerus wants to eat the Overlord meal and just say it, he. Weiss replied with a smile. Weiss. Beerus glared. Don't hurry up and prepare the best food. What are you doing here? Fast. Bring all the food for my birthday now. Hurry up. King Bai broke out in a cold sweat in fright, and shouted to the many ministers present. Yes. In less than 3 seconds, Only King Bei, Beerus, and Ves were left in the palace hall. After a minute, a variety of delicacies were served. The Scion plates for food are very large. After all, the Scions eat amazingly, and the diameter of a plate is less than 1 meter and 5 meters wide. The so-called various cuisines are just animals caught from the planet, or domestic animals and other meat raised from other planets. The so-called cuisine made by the Scions is very simple, either roasted over fire or simply boiled with water, with almost no seasonings. This large table of food is almost all meat, not a single vegetarian dish. Of course, these meats are varied, which can be described as mountain and sea delicacies, birds and animals. Only, in the capacity of Beerus, what has not been eaten? As long as he wants to eat, there is nothing he can't eat. Beerus looked at the food that kept being served, sniffed his nose, and his brows gradually wrinkled together. A table of delicious food, in Beerus's opinion, is simply no different from garbage. Quick, is there anything else? Seeing Beerus's expression, King Bei knew that something was wrong, and quickly ordered his subordinates. P.S. Special thanks to Polar Knight for rewarding 1,000 book coins. This is my 4th book this year. Polar Knight Children's Shoes. Every book is rewarded. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks. Chapter 014. King Bei, there is no more. These dishes are currently being prepared, the head chef replied with a wry smile as he looked at the 300-meter-long gourmet table. Go ahead and show off your best skills. King Bei shouted angrily. Yes, King Bei. The head chef hurriedly replied. After saying this, the head chef turned around and planned to run to prepare a new dish. Hey! Just as the head chef turned around, a white light pierced his abdomen on the spot. Ah! The head chef let out a scream, threw himself forward, and fell heavily to the ground. The next moment, a Scion with waist-length hair walked in from outside unhurriedly. The Scion also swayed a furry tail behind him, with a smile on his face, and every step he took seemed to be a kingly attitude, which made those present who served King Bei couldn't help but feel inexplicable pressure. Little one, do you know that you injured the best cook on planet Vegeta? Beerus squinted at Reg. A cook who only knows how to boil and grill meat with water. I didn't kill him on the spot, it was already considered to give him face. Reg smiled. Oh? Little one, it sounds like you mean that you seem to have better cooking skills? Beerus smiled slightly, looked at Reg and said, very good, if you can make something even better than this cook, I will forgive you for being rude just now. Reg. King Bei squeezed his eyes hard at Reg, meaning to tell him to leave quickly. However, Reg pretended not to see it, and then calmly walked to the food table, sweeping the food one by one. Reg picked up a knife to cut meat and cut off a few slices of salty roasted meat and grilled fish. Immediately afterwards, Reg took out a handful of peppers and peppercorns from his body. What? Isn't that red thing the horn pepper of Moxie Star? What is this little guy doing with that thing? Beerus was slightly stunned, a little puzzled. Oh, Lord Beerus, although he looks good, maybe he can create a little surprise for me. Weiss said with a smile. And the little things of those 5 fruits, it seems to be the cheen pepper unique to the ceramic star. Beerus mused. Weiss smiled and didn't speak. These 2 things were encountered by Reg when he was cultivating on the planet just now, and he found that the mountains were all over the wild, pure wild. Reg tasted it, and it was indeed similar to the taste of chili peppers and peppercorns on Earth. When he learned from the system that Beerus and Weiss were about to descend on planet Vegeta, Reg immediately collected these 2 materials. Boom! A faint flame flashed in Reg's hand, bombarding the peppers and peppercorns placed in the stone bowl. After just a while, the aroma of chili peppers and peppercorns radiated. Reg took a spoon and sprinkled the peppers and peppercorns evenly on the tender roast. Boom! The light flame in Reg's hand flickered again, and a faint flame spewed out. Wow! What? There was a muffled sound on the barbecue, and at the same time, the unique meat aroma spread to the surroundings of the hall in an instant. Beerus, be my pet cat. Reg put the plate in front of Beerus, as if calling for a kitten. When King Bei heard Reg say this, he rolled his eyes and almost fainted. It's so unbelievable. How can you let Beerus, the great god, be your pet cat? Finished. Planet Vegeta is going to die. With Beerus's temper, don't destroy this planet and everyone on this planet. Beerus glanced at Reg. Weiss's face was smiling, covering his mouth and snickering, while looking at Reg with appreciation. Little one, do you know who you're talking to? Beerus asked with a dark face. No, Beerus, the god of destruction. Now that you know my identity, you still let me be your pet cat. Beerus smiled coldly. Well, it seems a little early to say this, but Beerus, one day, you will beg me to take the initiative to be my pet cat. Reg smiled and shook the delicious food in his hand. King Pei was already pale and had difficulty breathing. Ha 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 ha, interesting, interesting. Beerus, after a brief silence, laughed. Such a pleasant decision. Reg nodded seriously. Little one, I will wait for this day to come. Of course, if you use this kind of thing to fool me, I will directly destroy you. I don't show mercy to a child. Beerus sneered. If you don't taste it, how do you know I'm fooling you? Reg smiled slightly. Beerus snorted coldly, and immediately picked up a piece of roasted meat processed by Reg, put it in his mouth and tasted it silently. Suddenly, the spicy and unique fragrance entered the taste buds of Beerus. This. What does this smell like? Beerus's eyes widened and he looked stunned. It's over. This is over. Seeing Beerus's expression like this, King Bei chuckled in his heart, and couldn't help but wail in a low voice, thinking that Beerus thought that Reg's barbecue was not delicious, and immediately hugged his head, thinking about how to develop better food. Weiss, you come and taste. Beerus gritted his teeth and commanded to Weiss. Yes, Lord Beerus. Weiss smiled and picked up a piece of roasted meat and tasted it in small bites. Weiss's voice continued to increase, and his expression became serious. The taste is average. Beerus said this, but he couldn't help but pick up another piece of roast meat and eat it. So, this thing I made doesn't taste good? Kitten? Reg asked with a smile. King Bei wiped his sweat hard. You still dare to call him kitten? It's over, planet Vegeta is going to be destroyed. Yes, it's just not delicious, what do you say? Beerus sneered. Well, it's not delicious, then destroy planet Vegeta. Reg said with a smile. Oh. Beerus raised his head and looked at the 7-year-old scion in front of him. P.S. I wish all the friends who tip to put their hands on the girls they like this summer. Looking at the book review, many people said that Beerus had such a bad temper that letting him be Reg's pet cat was death. What I want to say here is that the plot of this book must make sense in this way. Please read down carefully, there will be instructions for pet cats. Chapter 015. Lord Beerus, I will order the sous chef to prepare better food, please give me another chance. Seeing that the situation was not good, King Bei hurriedly ran over and bowed down. Good, what's your name? Beerus asked, squinting his eyes, not paying attention to King Bei. My name is Reg. Well, as you wish, I will destroy your planet. Beerus smiled coldly, and there was already a flame of light flashing out of his hand. Lord Beerus, please spare us planet Vegeta. King Bei's face changed color in fright, and cold sweat couldn't stop breaking down. Hey! This flame of light hit directly on a huge vase in the corner of the palace. Boom! Suddenly, this huge vase turned into dust at that time and disappeared all at once. Okay, I've destroyed planet Vegeta. Beerus said with a smile. Kitten, next time I'll give you something tastier, but I need a little time. Reg smiled slightly. Oh? How long will it take you to prepare? Beerus asked. 1 year. Reg replied. What? A year? You kid is less kidding me, it's called a little time. Beerus's eyes widened and he glared angrily at Reg. Is a year still a long time for a kitten? If you want to taste better food, it's worth waiting for a year. Reg smiled, looked at Beerus, and said without fear. Okay, I'll give you a year. Beerus gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. But when I came from a distant galaxy, I noticed a huge meteorite speeding towards planet Vegeta. I'm afraid planet Vegeta won't last a year. Reg said lightly. Oh? Is there such a thing? Beerus smiled, and then promised, don't worry, little Reg, during this time, you give me the food I need to study well, and I will sweep away all meteorites that threaten planet Vegeta. Then thank you kitten. Reg nodded. Little one Reg, in this way, I will give you 10 years, and after 10 years, I will personally come to be your pet. Come and taste your food, if it's just foolish today, Beerus's eyes became gloomy, and then he commanded to Weiss, let's go back. Okay, kitten. Although Weiss said this, his hand grabbed the stone plate containing the peppers and peppercorns, and casually picked up the processed roast meat. You are not allowed to scream. Beerus shouted. Hey! The next moment, the two great gods turned into a colorful streamer, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lord Beerus, are you going to go to Frisia 7th planet? Weiss asked. Go, of course go, this kid named Reg is a talent, you must not let him die. I think in 10 years, his cooking skills will be even better. Beerus said this, reaching for Reg's processed roast. However, Beerus was then furiously found that the plate of the roasted meat had been cleaned, and there was not even dregs left. Weiss, did you eat all the roast? Beerus said angrily. Hey? Have you already eaten? Oh, it's so delicious, if you don't pay attention, it's gone, Weiss looked down and said with a grin. You, Beerus was furious. Don't worry, Lord Beerus, I saw Reg's little guy's operation method before, in fact, it is very simple, the horn pepper and cheen pepper have been processed by him, as long as it is sprinkled on the barbecue, and then moisturized with a guy of about 80 degrees, it can be made. Weiss said with a smile. If you can't do it, look how I clean you up. Beerus said angrily. Oh, Lord Beerus doesn't seem to be able to beat me. Weiss grinned. Less nonsense. Beerus shouted. But Lord Beerus, it seems that you seem to have defaulted to being his pet cat. Weiss said with a smile. I want you to take care of it. Beerus shouted angrily. I also found that this little guy has an irresistible royal charm in him. It seems that this is the reason that Lord Beerus can't bear to destroy him, right? Weiss smiled slightly and said to Beerus. 10 minutes later. What? Lord Beerus, why is it not allowed to destroy planet Vegeta? Frisia knelt in front of Beerus and asked with a shocked look. No why, I'm here to inform you. Beerus smiled softly, then patted Frisia on the shoulder. Phew. The next moment, Beerus and Weiss turned into a colorful streamer and disappeared in an instant. By the time Frisia came back to his senses, the two great gods were gone. Abominable, abominable wild monkey. Frisia clenched his fists, his pupils filled with bloodshots. Originally, planet Vegeta was within Frisia's plan of destruction, but now Lord Beerus has given a serious warning, saying that it is not allowed to destroy the planet. Frisia was furious. Father, what's so angry? Ezra landed beside Frisia and asked, I heard that Lord Beerus is coming, and I wanted to come back to see him. Beerus said, don't destroy planet Vegeta. Frisia's eyes were torn, and he was very unhappy at the thought that planet Vegeta was protected by Beerus. What else did Lord Beerus say? As an outsider, Iser has a flexible brain. No more. Frisia glanced at Ezer, and surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Hee, father must have figured it out, right? Anyway, it was just not to destroy the planet Vegeta, and Lord Beerus did not say that he was not allowed to kill the scion. A trace of fierceness flashed on Aize's immature face. Father, we might as well take advantage of King Bai's birthday tomorrow to exterminate their scions. P.S. Thank you ZQQ for rewarding Lingshan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball Taku Bloodline 588 VIP points. I wish all the friends who have contributed this book to catch up with the girls you like this summer. Chapter 016. Oh! Frisia's eyes lit up, and then he looked at Iser with appreciation. By the way, what about Vegeta's wild monkey? Hee, that useless wild monkey was severely repaired by me and thrown into a cell and imprisoned. Iser smiled widely, and then added, as for the tricky planet that my father said, I have already sent someone to it, and I don't need Vegeta, and it can be easily leveled. Ha 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 ha, Iser, you deserve to be my son. Frisia laughed, then nodded, very well, then tomorrow we will immediately leave for planet Vegeta and destroy all the scions. Father, we have the wild monkey Vegeta in our hands, why should we go to planet Vegeta in person? Besides, if one of us accidentally destroys planet Vegeta, Lord Beerus won't be easy to account for. Ezzy's eyes rolled around, and then he whispered to Frisia, if we announce something important tomorrow on King Bai's birthday, wouldn't it be interesting for father to find it? Frisia's pupils lit up, and he immediately clapped his hands. Planet Vegeta. Reg was suspended in a remote area, silently enjoying the beautiful night view of planet Vegeta. Speaking of which, it has been less than a day since he crossed over to this person named Reg, and Reg is still a little excited. At the same time, after a period of running in, Reg found that his fit with this body was very high, and he easily mastered some of the skills that this body had learned before, and could use them skillfully. System, when we finish dealing with the matter here, we will immediately leave for Earth, gather the 7 Dragon Balls, and fulfill the wish you said. Reg said to the system with a smile. Good host, the system replied. System, in your judgment, who is more powerful than me and Frisia at the moment? Reg asked. The system does not respond. However, Reg's face was full of confidence. Ugh! At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed beside Reg. Reg immediately learned through induction that it was not someone else who appeared next to him, it was his father. Reg, this is a good wine that I have treasured for many years, let's go over and taste it, shall we? King Pai took out a wine jar, patted Reg's shoulder, and said with a smile. Oh! Reg glanced at King Beck, but did not mean to answer, but pointed to the rivers and mountains under his feet and said, Planet Vegeta, it's too small. King Bai was completely confused, and did not understand what Reg meant by this. If it is only limited to a small planet, then such a king is not interesting. Reg turned his back to King Bai, and the words that came out of his mouth didn't look like they came out of a 7-year-old child at all. Reg, do you mean to become the king of this universe like Frisia? King Bai's body trembled and asked. Frisia? King of the universe? Just by him? Reg smiled softly. That. So what do you mean? King Pai felt too profound. Reg smiled and didn't answer. You mean to say? Lord Beerus? King Bai was stunned, it was the god of destruction, a character he didn't dare to think of, and even when he mentioned this great god, cold sweat broke out on his back. If King Bai still had the idea of dealing with Frisia, but to the god of destruction, Beerus, it would not mean to resist at all. God, as far as King Pai is concerned, exists only when he is high and inviolable. Reg, you've grown a lot over the years. King Pai took a deep breath and changed the subject. For the matter of sending you to planet Bambi. I don't talk about the past, and I didn't pay attention to it. Reg smiled slightly, picked up King Bai's wine jar, and flew away from here. This kid. King Bei laughed. The next day, King Pei's 30th birthday kicked off. The sous chef and many chefs prepared new ingredients overnight, and by the time it was close to noon, they were all ready. Today, I announce that our scion prince, Grand Prince Reg, has officially returned to planet Vegeta. King Pei raised his glass and said to all the guests and ministers at the scene. Hearing King Bei's words, the aliens who came to attend King Bei's birthday noticed a long-haired boy sitting next to King Bei. This boy and King Bei look a little similar, heroic. Welcome Reg, welcome Prince Reg. The crowd shouted in unison. Prince Reg, I have a question for you. An alien suddenly stood up and looked at Reg and asked. You asked? Reg nodded. Will your return replace King Bei as the new king of the Scions in the future? The alien asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. I have no interest in the throne. Reg smiled softly. Is it? Is Prince Reg really not interested in the throne? The alien smiled, then looked at King Bei and asked, so what does King Bei mean? Now that the eldest prince has returned, I believe that the throne should be passed on to the eldest Prince Reg? That's what I thought. King Bei was not vague. Chapter 017. Frisia, Shrew, you hurt me. I want to ask who painted this special one? I guess it's a rotten girl. So, King Bei doesn't care about the life or death of the second Prince Vegeta at all. The alien smiled and couldn't help but sarcastically. What the hell are you trying to say? King Bei's face turned cold. What I want to say is that now that Grand Prince Reg has returned, it doesn't matter at all whether the former Prince Vegeta is dead or alive, am I right? The alien smiled, with a hint of provocation in his words. Hey! However, this product was laughing vigorously, and suddenly, two flames of light flashed out, piercing the knee of this goods on the spot. Ah! This toad-like alien, after letting out a roar, his knees went limp, and he knelt on the ground. Everyone present immediately looked towards the person who made the move, and found that it was not someone else who made the shot. Wasn't it the great Prince Reg? I don't like to be teased, you can say whatever you want, give you 10 seconds, if after 10 seconds, you haven't said your central thoughts, I don't mind drying you into jerky. Reg smiled coldly and said lightly. I say. The toad alien was so frightened that his whole body shook, and cold sweat broke out on his face. 6 seconds left. Reg said coldly. Prince Vegeta is guilty of the crime, and His Excellency Frisia announces that at 3 o'clock this afternoon, he will be beheaded on the 7th planet of Frisia. The toad alien hurriedly answered. Snap! The wine glass in King Pei's hand tumbled to the ground, and his face became very ugly. After a short silence, King Pei looked at the toad alien with a murderous expression. King Pei, I've already told everything I know. I have nothing to do with it, I also listened to my friends. The toad alien twitched in fright. Boom! A red energy bomb flashed in King Bei's hand, hitting this toad alien on the spot. With an earth-shattering bang, the toad aliens were torn apart and blown up. Frisia, it's too much of a deception. King Pei punched the table. Whoops! The dining table was smashed by King Bei on the spot, and the food on the table splashed everywhere and fell on the compatriots present. King Bei, Frisia insulted our prince and fought with him. Yes, King Bei, we will enter the 7th planet of Frisia and destroy Frisia as well. King Pei, please give orders. King Bei's whole body was trembling, and after 10 seconds, his body slowly stood tall and upright, his handsome body was straight, and the bright red cloak behind him swayed with the wind. King Bei's eyes gradually became firm, and his gaze looked far away, looking at the distant starry sky and the looming 7th planet of Frisia. Pass on my order, scions with combat power of more than 5,000, immediately assemble on the spaceship. King Pei gritted his teeth and spat out a few words from between his teeth. Today, we are going to set foot on the 7th planet of Frisia. Snap! Just as King Bai's voice fell, he heard someone clapping from a corner. Everyone present looked towards where the sound was coming from. And after seeing the fat guy with acne all over his body, many people's faces have become colorless. It's Dorija. Frisia's men. When did Dororia come? Humph, Doria came just in time, let's catch him and exchange him for our prince. Many scions shouted in unison. Gee! You wild monkeys, just because you want to set foot on the 7th planet of Frisia. Doria looked disdainful, before you leave, get past me. After speaking, Doria levitated in mid-air, looking condescendingly at these scions present. Irrelevant people can get out, lest they suffer the scourge of innocence later, but don't blame me for not reminding you. Dodoria smiled softly and said to the aliens who came to celebrate his birthday. Many alien visitors, after hearing Doria's words, were terrified one by one and fled the scene. Suddenly, in this huge banquet hall, only Doria and a group of indignant scions remained. Who comes first? Let me Dororia have a good understanding, will there be a miracle for a fighting nation like wild monkeys? Dodoria's face was defiant. Let me meet him. Naba's father took off into the air and appeared opposite Doralia. Oh? I'll take a look. Dodolia pressed the detector on his eye, and then said with a smile, not bad, the combat power is 6,200, and among the scions, it can be regarded as a relatively good fighter. It's a pity that the wild monkey is a wild monkey after all, a guy with a combat power of 6,200, who also dares to come and challenge me. Dodolia. Ugh! As soon as Dodolia's voice fell, the pink fat body shook, and the whiskers had already sneaked behind the wheel. Snap! Dodoria grabbed the tail of the wheel and tugged hard. Click! That round's tail split up with his body on the spot. Ah! What are you doing? You bastard! That round of rage! Without the tail, you can't transform into a giant ape, right? Dodolia smiled and glanced back at King Bai. King Bai, is it an artificial moon condensed in your hands? You want to transform into a great ape, right? Chapter 018. You, King Bai's face changed color slightly. Humph, it's a pity that your wishful thinking has failed, I know everything about how you scions fight. Doria said, his mouth widened, and a flame of energy light in his mouth shot straight towards where King Bai was. King Bai was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Boom! King Bai luckily dodged Doria's attack, but the artificial moon that had been hard to condense also collapsed all of a sudden. Actually, even if you can condense an artificial moon, I can easily destroy it, and you still have no way to turn into a giant ape. Doria laughed, and the rampant laughter spread around with a trill. The faces of many scions are ugly and ugly. Because many scions are very clear that the combat power of Doria is more than 20,000, and the current combat power is more than 20,000 scions. No. Oh, by the way, there is a newborn baby Broly, but the other party is just a small baby and does not understand anything, and there are not many people who know Broly. The only way to defeat Doria is to transform into a giant ape. Unfortunately, Doria knows scions too well and wants to transform into a giant ape and attack his opponent by surprise, unless this opponent does not know the mystery of scion transformation. All of you scions go together, go alone, you can't defeat me. Doria laughed, becoming more arrogant and arrogant. The scions looked at each other, one by one, indignant, but none of them rushed forward. Because they are a fighting people, they do not want to meet the enemy through the tactics of the sea of people, even if the enemy is heinous. Since your self-esteem makes you not challenge me together, then I have to order the general, and if I point to anyone, I will destroy him immediately. A sarcastic smile appeared on Dodolia's face, looked around, pointed at the scions present, and chanted words in his mouth, point the soldiers, point to whomever is unlucky. Finally, Doria pointed her finger at a teenager. The boy has long black hair and is sitting there eating and drinking. However, Dodolia still recognized the boy as a scion at a glance, and he was also the eldest son of King Bei. Although Dodoria didn't know when King Bei had such a son, if he could destroy his eldest son. Hehe, Your Excellency Frisia will definitely reward himself, right? That's you, what kind of big prince, you're unlucky. Dodoria pointed at Reg and let out a shrill laugh. How long does it take to travel from planet Vegeta to planet Frisia 7th in the fastest spaceship? Reg looked at King Bei and asked. It takes 2.5 hours at the fastest. King Bei was stunned for a moment, but quickly gave an answer. It's around 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Reg looked at the time and muttered in a low voice. Yes, that is, plus the time on the road, there is still a quarter of an hour. Your brother Vegeta is, King Beta was shaking with anger. Ha ha ha, I will definitely not give you this quarter of an hour. Dodoria laughed, and then said with a smile to Reg, Great Prince, I just ordered the army to you, so your end has come. Reg ignored it and drained his glass. Dodoria suddenly found that she was completely ignored by this kid. It's as if it were air, it doesn't exist. Wild monkey, you think that if you ignore me, I won't kill you? I see that you are very calm on the surface, but in fact, you are already scared and thrilled inside, right? Whoa, good, now I'll show you the sight, I'm Dodoria. However, halfway through Dorian's words, he saw a wine glass flying towards him. What? Doria was stunned. Bang! The wine glass hit Doria directly in the head. Click! Everyone only heard the sound of bones shattering, and when they looked again, Doria's whole body trembled, his face turned white, and a mouthful of dark blue blood spurted out wildly. The sight of Dodoria's blood spurting was so spectacular that the many scions present did not come to their senses what had happened. Ah! Dodoria then let out another scream and fell straight down. Boom! Doria's body fell on the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. Many scions were stunned one by one, looking at the thing that knocked Dodoria to the ground in disbelief. Goblet! It was a transparent wine glass. It seems that the material of the wine glass is made of glass. A glass wine glass actually gave Dodolia with a combat strength of more than 20,000. Give shot down from mid-air. And, the most surprising thing is that the wine glass is intact after hitting Doria. Then, everyone looked at the person who threw the wine glass, wasn't it the big Prince Reg? System, this guy is at least Frisia's right arm. Isn't there a little primeval value to defeat this product? Reg asked a little distressed. Sorry host, the current mission is to defeat Emperor Frisia to obtain the primeval value. After a short silence in the system, he gave the answer, but the host should probably have found out that even if the host's primeval bloodline is not activated, it already has the domineering power of the king. P.S. There will be another one later, ask for flowers. Ask for tips. Chapter 019. I have a little more balance in my heart when you say that. Reg smiled. Everyone looked at Reg without blinking, at the great prince who knocked Dodoria down with a wine glass. Let's go to the 7th planet of Frisia, and save our second prince. Reg smiled softly, got up from his seat, and looked around the audience. Yes. Many scions are excited. Perhaps, the eldest prince will definitely be saved by Prince Vegeta. Me, I'm Dodoria, I'm the strongest warrior, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, the Doria, who had been smashed by the wine glass, gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. Doria's face is very hideous and terrifying, his head has been deformed, flat, and a little distorted, maybe it is because of this that he looks hideous, right? Still alive? The head is flat, you haven't died yet, you are really a magical race. Reg glanced at Doria and said with some surprise. Although the words seemed to praise Dodoria, in fact, to Doraria, the deep irony was about to pierce the bone marrow. Unforgivable, I'm going to kill you, little monkey. Dodoria's eyes were torn, and her eyes were bloodshot with bright red. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Doria rushed towards Reg like a mountain. Dodoria is now showing his most true speed, and in the eyes of all scions, he is just a blink of an eye, and he has already appeared directly opposite Reg. Then, as soon as Dodoria grabbed both of his hands, he squeezed both of Reg's arms. Humph, little monkey, I'm going to pull your arm off. I want you to know the end of offending me. Dodoria shouted angrily, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Let go. Your hands are too dirty. Reg said coldly. Ha ha ha, little monkey, you can't protect yourself, and say such childish things? Which of your arms should I remove first? Dodoria fell into deep thought. His Royal Highness. Many scions were shocked, and their faces were full of heaviness. Immediately afterwards, many scions were going to attack in the direction of Dodoria, and they were going to save their prince. Give me all down! Reg ordered with a smile. His Royal Highness. The fellow scions were a little puzzled. Why did His Royal Highness the Prince let himself step down? Snap! Just after Reg said this, many scion compatriots were surprised to find that Prince Reg shrunk his body, and then kicked those 2 feet on the 2 faces of Doria. Scions don't know how to describe it, and this great prince did this, which is the greatest insult to Doria. No one has ever dared to step on Dodoria's face like that. Stepping on it, the scions also saw Reg rubbing hard, and the dirt on his shoes was plastered on Dodoria's face. Don't you let go like this? Reg asked with a smile. Wild monkey, I want you to know that you have completely angered me. Doria was so angry that her face turned livid. Yay! The next moment, a powerful aura burst out of Doria's body, and he dragged Reg's arm hard, pulling it with the strength of milk. Click, click. With the sound of 2 bones shattering, many of the many scions had already closed their eyes, unable to bear to see the miserable appearance of Prince Reg. Ah! Ah! Sure enough, those scions who closed their eyes suddenly heard a harsh scream, which was simply scratching the wall. The scions were indignant one by one. Prince Reg was only 7 years old, and this Dodoli Asia-Pacific was cruel. Hey? No. It seems that the person who just made the miserable cry is not Prince Reg, it seems to be Doria. Many scions opened their eyes a little dazedly and swept in the direction of Dodoria. When they saw the scene, everyone was stunned, their eyes were stunned, their pupils contracted, and they couldn't speak for a long time. In that mid-air, Reg was suspended there intact, and then looked at Doria opposite Prince Reg. His arms were already broken, especially the broken place was still a little blurry of flesh and blood, which looked shocking. King Bei just smiled slightly in the face of such a strange thing. Because King Bei knew very well that Reg's combat power had reached 50,000 when he was born, and now that Reg was 7 years old, even if he didn't cultivate, it would be enough to destroy Dodolia. Doria is still in shock, he wondered. Obviously he went to tear Reg's arms. How could his arms be ripped off in the blink of an eye? Doria recalled carefully. He seemed to remember that just now a huge energy rushed towards him, making himself unable to resist, and then he felt a heart-rending pain on his arms, and then his arms were ripped off. You. Who are you, exactly? Doria's face was filled with horror and unease. I'm a scion. Reg smiled. Impossible, impossible, the combat power of the scions will definitely not exceed 20,000. Doria looked at Reg in disbelief. Delay us for a minute, keeping you is always a trouble, it is better to destroy you. Reg smiled softly, casually threw out a ball of energy, and went straight in the direction of Doria. P.S. I wish all the children's shoes with girlfriends who have been rewarded for a long time and fight for 3 hours. I haven't seen the ingots in the past 2 days, and which friend offered an ingots to build a building? Chapter 020. Ah! Your Excellency Frisia, save me, cried Doria. Boom! However, just as Dororia's shout fell, a loud explosion was heard, and when he looked again, Dodoria was torn apart on the spot, and he was already dead anymore. Go, head to the 7th planet of Frisia. Reg took the lead in flying in the direction of the spaceship. The crowd was excited. Perhaps, under the leadership of Prince Reg, Prince Vegeta can really be rescued. Hey! 3 minutes later, the Scion spaceship soared into the sky and sped towards Frisia Planet 7. 7th planet Frisia. Vegeta was tied to a towering mountain, the energy in his body was almost withered, his expression was a little sluggish, and he was devastated and tortured in many places on his body. Vegeta's eyes were no longer a little different, and he looked into the distance so woodenly. And beside Vegeta is a handsome alien with light blue skin. Mr. Sob, 2 hours ago, we just lost contact with Mr. Doria. Mr. Dodoria can't be in trouble, right? A subordinate came to pray. Don't worry about him, this guy must have gone to play. Sob said lightly. Yes, Mr. Sob. The subordinate immediately answered. Prepare to prepare, according to the original plan, the Scion spaceship should be arriving soon. Remember, once it is found that they condense an artificial moon, you must break the moon at the first time. Sob said quietly. Yes, Mr. Sob, we remembered. As long as Scions can't transform into giant apes, they won't be great. Sob said with a smile. As soon as Sob said this, he received a voice call message through the detector. Your Excellency Frisia. Sob was in awe. Sob, is that Vegeta kid still alive? Don't let him die. Frisia asked with a smile. Yes, Your Excellency Frisia, although he is a dying man, but the blessing of Your Excellency Ta Frieza, he is indeed alive. Sob glanced at the dying Vegeta and said to Frisia. Remember, you must kill Vegeta with your own hands in front of King Pei, and I will let King Pei know what will happen if you offend me Frisia. Frisia laughed. Yes, Your Excellency Frisia. Sob replied, and then asked a little surprised, then. Didn't Lord Frisia come to the scene? Unfortunately, I still have something to do, and I can't see King Pei's angry look with my own eyes. That will not wait for His Excellency Frisia to return before we execute Vegeta. Sob suggested. No need, I went to a very far place this time, and it is impossible to return to the 7th planet without a year and a half. Frisia smiled slightly. That. Did His Highness Iser also go with him? Sob asked again. Yes, Iser and I are together, it's a pity that we didn't get to appreciate the horror of the Scions. Frisia said with a smile. It's a pity. But rest assured, Your Excellency, I will record the video and send it to you and His Highness Iser. Sob replied. Ha ha ha, good. Frisia smiled and terminated the call. In the vast starry sky, Frisia's spaceship is speeding towards the galaxy at the edge of the universe. It's just that no one knows that in this spaceship, apart from Frisia and Iser, there is no third person. Father, is that thing real? Iser still can't believe what his father said to him. Is it true? How do I know? However, since that thing has appeared, of course I will go over and take a look. Frisia narrowed his eyes and smiled. It's a pity that we can't appreciate the miserable appearance of the Scions. As long as my father and I get that thing, we can swagger and destroy planet Vegeta in the future, said Ezer with a smile. This universe, sooner or later, is my Frisia's. Frisia laughed. Father, you are too uninteresting, and the universe also has my share. Iser followed with a smile. Boom! At this moment, the Scion spacecraft finally landed smoothly on the 7th planet Frisia. The hatch opened, and thousands of Scions rushed out of the ship and levitated above the planet Frisia 7. King Bei, His Highness Reg, Prince Vegeta is over there, and the life response is very weak. Some of his subordinates quickly found the location of Vegeta through the detector. What? King Bei's face became ugly, and he hurriedly flew quickly in the direction of his subordinate. Reg followed unhurriedly, and then his brows couldn't help but lock together. System, you're not mistaken, are you? Friezana has left the planet? Reg asked unhappily. Yes, host, to be exact, left about an hour ago. The system responds. Then I'll hurry up and chase. Reg mused. The spaceship on which Frisia is riding is currently the fastest spacecraft in this field, and the host may not be able to catch up with him. The system answered. Chapter 021. System, you mean to say that on this seventh planet of Frisia, there is only Sob? Reek's voice was a little gloomy. Yes, host. Well, after destroying Sob, I might as well go to Earth first, fulfill the wish you said, and let the body have a regenerative physique. Sob quickly made a plan, and since he couldn't track down Frisia, he implemented the second plan and went to Earth to play. After figuring this out, Reg also suddenly raised his spirit. Anyway, get this guy Vegeta out first. The corners of Reg's mouth hooked an evil arc. Phew. The next moment, Reg turned into a stream of light and flew quickly in the direction of Vegeta. King Pei, you're finally here. No, you are not King Pei, who are you? You're also a scion, right? After seeing the appearance of Reg at the head, Sob thought that King Bei was coming. After all, as the king of the scion, he should be at the front of the team. After saying this, Sob naturally pressed the button on the detector. Poof! Combat Effectiveness 2000? After seeing Reek's combat effectiveness clearly, Sabo's eyes almost popped out and sprayed directly. This kid's combat effectiveness is really low enough. I see, you were arranged by King Bei to be cannon fodder. Sob smiled. Vegeta, give me some spirit. Reg ignored Sob and shouted at Vegeta, who was tied to the mountain. As if hearing Reek's voice, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, raised his head, and glanced to this side. However, when Vegeta saw Reek's figure, instead of being grateful, he glared angrily at Reg. Humph, Reg, are you here to see my miserable appearance? Vegeta said weakly. Snap! Reg waved his hand and slapped Vegeta in the face. With a crisp slap sound, a mouthful of blood also spewed out of Vegeta's mouth. Sob on the side is a little blindfolded. Did this kid come to save Vegeta or spoil Vegeta? If you have the ability, you will beat me to death, so that you can naturally inherit the throne. Vegeta smiled softly and said coldly to Reg. Snap! Reg slapped Vegeta in the face again. After King Bei and the others came over, Vegeta's face was already swollen high, and his face had gained weight several times. Vegeta! Who laid the ruthless hand? King Bei shouted angrily at Sob. King Pei. You're just here. Let me state first, your son Vegeta was indeed beaten by us, but the redness and swelling on his face were not caused by us. Sob said quickly. Reek's sudden appearance disrupted Sob's train of thought, leaving him not knowing what to do. Originally, Sob thought that after King Bei appeared, he would humiliate him well, and then torture Vegeta to death in front of King Bei. Who knows, Reg was the first to appear, and this slap hit Vegeta in the face, as if he couldn't abuse himself anymore. Because, Sob found that this little scion, who seemed to be only about 7 years old, abused Vegeta to a degree that was even more pleasant than his own abuse. Who is it? Who is it? King Pei felt sorry for his son and shouted loudly. It's me. Reg said lightly. What? As soon as these words came out, all the scions present were stunned. The eldest prince beat the face of the second prince into this virtue. What did he want to do? Whoops! Whoops! Vegeta shouted angrily. What do you say? I can't hear clearly. Reg smiled. Whoops! Whoops! Vegeta glared at him. Is there an interpreter? Reg looked left and right. Vegeta said, Reg. You can kill me if you have the ability. Because Sob was relatively close, he seemed to understand, and couldn't help but smile and said to Reg, "Little one, you are ruthless enough, I admire you." Snap! In front of everyone, Reg slapped Vegeta's red and swollen face again. Vegeta vomited blood in his mouth and glared hard. Many scions couldn't bear it, and wanted to step forward to stop it, but they were stopped by King Bei. "Reg must have a reason for doing this," King Bei said in a deep voice. Many scions stopped talking, and if you think about it, with Reg's ability to easily defeat Dodoria, it is definitely not a problem to kill Prince Vegeta in a second. "Come on, why did you arrest our Prince Vegeta?" Reg looked at Sob with a smile. "Your Prince Vegeta ran to His Excellency Frieza and asked our Lord Frieza, why did you destroy your planet?" His Excellency Frieza did not like to hear this, but His Excellency Frieza was kind enough to forgive Vegeta's sins and let Vegeta go on a mission to atone for his sins. Sob smiled softly and told everyone present about Vegeta's crime. After all, these words were to be recorded, and they would be used as evidence in front of Lord Beerus in the future. You go on," Reg urged, "I still have business, hurry up and finish." Sabo glared at Reg fiercely, feeling that under his urging, his speech did not feel very vivid. P.S. Thank you Xiaokong Z002614 for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball No Ancient Bloodline 100 VIP points. Keep asking for tips, there are 2 more in the evening. Chapter 022. If Sob hadn't seen Reg make Vegeta that virtuous, he would have personally dealt with this rude little scion. Although your Prince Vegeta received the task and verbally said that he would complete the task, in fact, he kept complaining when he was on the road, and even killed many people in our legion to vent his anger. Sob said, so our Highness Iser was not happy and taught Vegeta a lesson on the spot, but Vegeta still did not repent, so we decided to give him a pain and kill him today. After Sob said this, he looked at the time and said with a smile, there are still 2 minutes, you guys say goodbye, you won't see you in the future. Oh! Vegeta's body erupted with a powerful aura, and layers of white energy rushed towards her like a storm. Not bad Vegeta, it's all like this, and so much energy. Sob smiled slightly and glanced at the detector, your combat strength just now has reached 12,000, it's really not simple. It's a pity that your current combat effectiveness has been reduced to 2 again, and the fluctuations in emotions, the gap between the front and back is really big enough. Reg. Vegeta spoke clearly this time, staring viciously at Reg. As a Scion Prince, you made 3 mistakes. Reg looked at Vegeta coldly and said, first, you don't listen to advice, and you are alone looking for what everyone knows about Frieza's theory. Second, as a prince, imprisoned by enemies, which causes your people to come and save you for you alone. The third and most important mistake. You listen to me. Hearing Reg reprimanding Vegeta there, everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Now hearing Reg say the most important third point, everyone held their breath, wanting to know what was wrong that would make this scion named Reg so angry. The third point, I am your brother, you are a little brother who is not polite to your own brother, I beat you to tell you that I will be respectful when I see you in the future. Reg said with a cold face. Hearing this, everyone present almost fainted. This is the most important mistake? It seems that this error is not as heavy as the first 2, right? Sob's side finally figured out the cause of the matter, and after learning that Reg was actually Vegeta's own brother, a person's eyes were full of surprise. If both Scion princes were destroyed today, Lord Frieza would definitely reward himself, right? You. What did you say? You're not my brother. Vegeta's body trembled violently, his eyebrows were cold, and he glared angrily. Snap! Reg wouldn't be polite to Vegeta, and slapped him in the air again. I won't recognize you as an older brother. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood. Well, since that's the case, then I have to cultivate Tabor, although I have no interest in the Scion throne, but I think as long as I train Tabble well, I believe that little guy will be happy to become the king of the Scion. Reg smiled softly. You. What did you say? You said you were going to raise that waste into Ball? Vegeta's heart trembled, and for some reason, a trace of uneasiness flashed in his heart. At the same time, Vegeta also heard from Reg's words. It seemed that Reg had no interest in the throne. Since Reg doesn't compete with himself for the throne, then why should he hate him? Is it just because he is a genius warrior? I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Do you obediently call out to your brother? Or do you treat me as your enemy? Reg smiled and looked at Vegeta with interest. Vegeta gritted his teeth, and after a short silence, he finally lowered his head and whispered, "Brother." Snap! Just then, Sob clapped loudly. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, your luck is so good, I feel a little jealous that you have such a wonderful brother. Sabo laughed and said to Vegeta, I know you're still young, I don't know your brother's good intentions, maybe one day when you grow up, you'll understand all this. Vegeta glanced at Sob and snorted coldly. It's a pity, Vegeta, you can't grow up, you can only live to be 5 years old, and today next year will be your death day. Sabo's expression changed slightly, he sneered, and looked at Reg not far away. It turns out that you are the eldest prince of the Scions, Reg. If you don't tell your identity, I really don't know that you will be a prince. Since you are called brother, then come over and return to your father's side. Reg smiled slightly, and the flame in his hand flashed, hitting the large black gold chain tied to Vegeta's body. Click! The black gold chain had fallen off Vegeta's body at that time. Mr. Sob, I seem to have noticed that this Reg has been ignoring your presence since he came, a little brother leaned over to Sob and said. Sob thought about it carefully, and it seemed that he took the initiative to talk to Reg, but he was really ignored. Catch him for me. Sob ordered coldly to the many younger brothers. Thank you to Xiaokong Est Fuzzes 3 for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord for 100 VIP points for Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline. Thank you ZiaZQQ for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball Ancient Bloodline 100 VIP points. There is another one more in the evening, remember to watch it. Chapter 023. After the words fell, more than a dozen younger brothers rushed up, intending to control Reg. Boom! However, these dozen little brothers had just touched within 6 meters of Reg, and they were shocked to see that a layer of white light flame suddenly exploded on Reg's body. Hey! Suddenly, before these dozen little brothers came to their senses, they were blown away by the powerful aura on Reg's body. What's the situation? Sob was stunned and looked at Reg with some incredulity. Ugh! At this moment, Sob was immediately shocked to find that Reg appeared next to Vegeta in a flash. Catch him for me, don't let him save Vegeta! Sob shouted angrily. Hurrah! Suddenly, the people of the Frisia Legion fired lasers, and at the same time, many people released energy bombs and launched a fierce attack towards Reg's side. King Bei, let's attack too! A Scion suggested. Don't worry, with this level of attack, Reg will be fine. King Bei gritted his teeth and his body trembled slightly. Boom! Under the attack of many Frisia brothers, the mountain that bound Vegeta to the clouds finally collapsed. For a time, the place was foggy and dusty. Hee, dead. Even if you don't die, you're crippled. Humph, deserve it, a Scion little monkey with only 2000 combat power, also wants to be in the limelight. King Bei, I'm really sorry to destroy your 2 sons in front of you. Sob smiled at King Bei and said, but King Bei is still very young, and he can have several more sons. Oh, by the way, it seems that you also have a young son named Tabur, who is a waste. Sob, less proud there, do you think you really killed my son? King Bei smiled coldly, squinted his eyes and said loudly, take a good look with your detector, Reek's combat effectiveness has not decreased at all. What did you say? Sob looked slightly startled and hurriedly pressed the detector to check the situation inside the smoke. Immediately afterwards, Sob found through the detector that the smoke did show the combat effectiveness of Reg and Vegeta, and the combat effectiveness of both of them was stable, apparently not injured because of the attack just now. With a fierce wind passing by, the smoke and dust that permeated the mid-air finally dissipated more than half. The next moment, everyone present saw a ball of light flashing with white light, and in the center of the ball of light, it was Reg. I saw Reg grabbing Vegeta's neck by the neck, with an endless smile on his face. Your Prince Vegeta is still alive, hurry up and take him back to heal. Reg flew up and kicked Vegeta into the Scion side. Someone had already quickly picked up Prince Vegeta and hurriedly flew towards the spaceship. There is a healing room on the spacecraft, and injuries of this magnitude can be cured. Stop him for me. Sob ordered with a cold face. Suddenly, many of the younger brothers of the Frisia Legion chased in the direction of Vegeta. Hey! Just when these Frisia Legion juniors had just begun to act, Reek's hands flashed with flames of light. The light flame was as fast as a laser, penetrating the hearts of more than a dozen people on the spot. Bang bang! These dozen or so Frisia juniors fell directly from the sky, and one by one they were dead. What? That's impossible. Your combat power is only 2,000, and among those few people just now, there are already fighters with more than 3,000 combat power. How did you kill them? Sob pressed the detector, his face changing color slightly. You all go back. Reg waved at King Bei and the others. Many Scions almost fainted, they all came, and they haven't started a war yet, so they just go back? Listen to Reg, we all return to planet Vegeta at once. King Bei frowned. Anyway, he couldn't see through Reek's intentions until now, and he always felt that this child's city was very deep. However, King Bei could choose to trust Reg, perhaps, only Reg could save the Scions. Now that King Bei had issued the order, many Scions flew in the direction of the spaceship. Little monkey, do you really think you can save Vegeta smoothly? Sob's face turned gloomy, and while saying this, the figure shook and disappeared. Ugh! The next moment, Sob's figure appeared at the door of the Scion spaceship, blocking the way of all Scions. All the Scions were stunned and looked at Sob with a stunned expression. I knew you were going to be surprised, I just showed my most basic speed to scare you like this? Humph, joke, Scions or fighting peoples? Sob scanned the many Scions with a cold face. Then, Sob saw many Scions raise their hands and point to their bodies. How? What do you mean by that? Want to emit energy rays? Do you think your level of energy light is useful to me? Sob sneered. You. Behind you, a younger brother of the Frisia Legion shouted, Mr. Sob, be careful. Someone behind you. Chapter 024. What? Someone? Sob was stunned and hurriedly looked back. Then, Sob was stunned on the spot. Because, Sob found that there was indeed someone behind him, a Scion with a tail. Isn't this person the prince named Reg? When did he run behind him? Just reacted? It's stupid enough. Reg smiled softly, flew up lightly, and kicked Sob's chest. What? Sob howled dryly, and his body flew straight out like a rocket. Bang bang! Sob's body smashed several mountains and soared across the planet. By the time Sob landed, he was already seriously injured. He gritted his teeth and got up from the ground with difficulty, his face full of shock and trepidation. Poof! Sob's blood spurted wildly, his body trembled violently, and he almost fell to the ground. Abominable Scion! Sob's body trembled, and his forehead was bruised. Ugh! At this moment, Sob was shocked to find that the Scion Prince Reg, who had just knocked himself away, suddenly appeared opposite him. Not bad, Sob, I took a blow and was able to stand up. Reg looked at Sob with a smile. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Sob was furious. Give you 10 seconds to save face, I still have business, I have to leave this planet. Reg smiled. You must be hiding your combat power, right? I have already found out that your combat power suddenly exploded, although the detector cannot detect it, but I think your combat power may have reached more than 25,000. Doria was killed by you, right? No wonder 2 hours ago, no news came from Doraria. Sob said through gritted teeth. Okay, you've laid down so much, don't you just want to transform? Hurry, you have 2 seconds left. Reg smiled slightly. You. How did you know I would transform? Sob's face was full of dismay. I'm sorry, the time has come, I can only destroy you. Reg smiled softly, pointed in Sob's direction, and extended his right hand. Reg spread his fingers apart and had an endless smile on his face. What do you want to do? Sabo's heart sank, and he stared at Reg warily. Hurrah! The next moment, Sabo was surprised to find that Reg shot out a dozen energy bullets from his hand in one breath, and these white glittering energy bombs rushed towards his position. Not good. Sabo's face changed color, and his body immediately trembled violently, and his body quickly became about twice as large in a short period of time, and at the same time, layers of toad-like skin appeared on Sabo's body. Of course, the most conspicuous is Sob's toad face, which is much more figurative than Doria. Bang bang! Just after Sob transformed, the energy balls shot by Reg also fell on his body one by one. Sob let out a scream. In the midst of the whiskers, the little minions who had just rushed over were horrified to find that Sabo's body was penetrated by those energy balls one by one. By the time the last energy bomb hit Sob's body was only a toad head. It's not. That's not true. Sob actually lost to a wild monkey. I'm not willing. Sob shouted in a trembling voice. The body is gone, only a head remains, you can actually speak, your race is not bad. Reg smiled. I'll kill you. Sob's suspended head in midair grinned, and then a flame of energy light erupted from his mouth. This energy flame did not hit Reg's body, but directly hit the ground of planet Frisia. Boom! Suddenly, this energy light flame spread around the planet, and everywhere it passed, it turned into dust on the spot. Ha 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 ha, Reg, you're... Sabo's hideous face became terrifying from laughter, and his eyes widened, mentioning how happy he was. I've destroyed this planet, wow, all of you scions are buried with me. With your little combat strength, you also want to destroy the planet. Reg glanced at Sob. What? Sob looked down and his face changed color. Oops, my energy is too low. I ignored the question. It's okay, I'll help you. Reg smiled softly, flicked his hand, and an energy bombardment bombarded the 7th planet of Frisia. Sob's eyes widened and he looked at Reg without blinking, completely stunned. As you wish, the planet will soon be blown up. Reg smiled. You. What do you mean? Sob's head trembled. Reg smiled, and the light flame in his hand flickered out violently. Hey! This flame of light directly penetrated Sob's toad brain. Sob's gaze froze, and he died in unwillingness and despair. It's not good, this planet is going to explode, get out of here quickly. That round shouted loudly at the many scions. Everyone soon embarked on the spaceship. It's just that the spacecraft did not set sail immediately, but silently waited for the return of a person. Chapter 025. Hurry up, Your Royal Highness, hurry up. His Royal Highness the Prince will not be. Don't talk nonsense. Prince Reg is so powerful, he will definitely be fine. A female scion said loudly. Time passed minute by minute, and Reg still did not appear. Boom! The planet has begun to explode massively, and those buildings collapse on the spot and turn into ruins. Your Royal Highness, hurry up, hurry up. Many scions are looking forward to it. Boom. Another huge explosion came, and a corner of the spacecraft was almost destroyed. Don't wait, set sail. King Bei darkened his face and gave the order in a cold voice. As the king of the scions, King Bei knew very well that if he waited any longer, all the scions would be left on the 7th planet of Frisia. Set sail. King Bei said loudly. Hey! The spacecraft slowly took off and levitated above the 7th planet of Frisia. It's just that the spacecraft didn't leave immediately, just levitating so high, waiting for the prince's return. Unfortunately, after 3 minutes, His Royal Highness the Prince was never seen, and even from the detector, it was impossible to find the location of Prince Reg. Boom! The planet has once again bloomed with amazing energy and flames, many places have begun to collapse, volcanoes have erupted, magma is raging, and the entire planet has reached the point of destruction. Back to planet Vegeta. King Bei gritted his teeth. And when he finished saying this, King Bei turned his back to the many scions, tears rolling in his eyes. Hey! The spaceship soared into the sky, and entered the vast universe in just a flash. Boom! Just as the scion spaceship left, he heard an earth-shattering bang behind him. The huge planetary fireworks of planet Frisia, like flowers blooming, shimmered outward with its unique style. Prince Reg! Many scions waited and called out to their prince. Snap! Vegeta, who was being treated in the treatment room, suddenly opened his eyes. Bang! Vegeta punched the healing device, rushed out of it, and then sped to the window of the spaceship. Prince Vegeta, you haven't fully recovered yet. A scion hurriedly ran over and said in shock. Vegeta stepped forward and grabbed the scion by the collar, gritting his teeth and asking, Reg, what's wrong with him? Prince Reg didn't escape from Frisia Planet 7. I'm afraid it is, the scion told the truth. Bang! Vegeta knocked the compatriot down with a punch. Reg, you idiot! Vegeta's body trembled slightly. 10 seconds later, Vegeta rolled her eyes and crashed to the ground. On Frisia Planet 7, Reg entered a miniature spaceship with a smile. Hey! The next moment, the spacecraft started and flew quickly towards the direction of the Milky Way. It would take at least 6 months to reach Earth from the location of Frisia's 7th planet, which is boring enough. In the vast universe, the Frisia father and son, who were sailing towards the planets at the edge of the universe, suddenly received a message from them. Oh? Planet 7th destroyed? What's going on? Frisia asked with interest. After hearing the received report, Frisia just smiled lightly and did not care. I didn't expect Vegeta to have an older brother, but unfortunately, this little monkey named Reg was blown up along with the planet. So, except for that little Reg monkey, the rest of the scions have returned to planet Vegeta? Including that Vegeta was also saved? Frisia asked with a smile. Yes, Your Excellency Frisia. I know, leave them alone. Frisia smiled slightly, and simply ordered, when I go back, I will have fun with them. After interrupting the call, a grim smile appeared on Frisia's face. Father, Vegeta has an older brother. Iser asked. Yes, his brother is quite powerful, it is said that he easily killed Sob. As for Doria, I am afraid that he will also be destroyed. Frisia smiled and said with some regret, it's a pity that Sob destroyed the planet when he was cornered, and Reg didn't escape in time, he should have been buried in the universe. The lower race of scions cannot survive in space. It's a pity that such a powerful character finally appears, and it's only interesting to abuse it, Aize also sighed. Leave them alone, when we find that thing, we will become the true emperor of the universe. Frisia laughed. 6 months later. Earth, Western Metropolis. Beauty, the weather is good today, do you want to make an appointment? As soon as a young man finished saying this, he saw the beautiful woman on the opposite side raise her head and stare at the sky with a stunned expression. Beauty, are you scared by my handsomeness? The youth smiled. You. What is that? Shooting stars? The beautiful woman's body was shaking slightly. When the young man looked back, his face couldn't help but change color. Thanks to the rich Kremlin for rewarding Lingshan Island Lord for 1000 VIP points for his work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline. Chapter 026. I saw that above the sky, a huge fireball flashed, and it was falling rapidly downwards. It's not good, the meteor is coming to our western capital. Someone exclaimed. Run! Get out of here quickly! Suddenly, everyone was confused and fled. Boom! Reg's spaceship smashed on the northeast corner of the western city on the spot. Due to the huge impact, with Reg's spaceship as the center, the area with a radius of 100 meters was all turned into ashes, and the ground was deeply sunken. Suddenly, sirens sounded in the city, smoke and dust billowed out, and sand and stones flew. A few bolder people slowly came to the edge of the big pit and looked towards the center of the big pit. Is it a meteorite? It's not like a meteorite, what is this orb? Snap! Just as everyone was talking, the spaceship's hatch opened, and Reg flew out of the spacecraft. Someone came out of it. It's a child. He can fly. Is it an alien? Everyone present was shocked, and all stared at Reg who appeared now. This is Earth, right? Reg fell in front of everyone and asked with a smile. You. Who are you? The men were terrified and looked at the flying child in horror. There is a powerful aura over there, it should be the heavenly god on this planet. Reg let go of the induction and said to himself. After saying this, Reg immediately rose into the sky and went straight to the direction of the temple. The temple, the god of heaven watched all this silently, his face full of heaviness. Tenjin, Mr. Bobo was also silent for a while. Mr. Bobo, the person who came this time is very powerful, although it is far away from us, I can feel the irresistible energy in him, said the god in a deep voice. Tenjin, Mr. Bobo stared into his black bean eyes, unable to say anything. Did you say? Is this the end of the earth? The god let out a long sigh and slowly closed his eyes. When the god opened his eyes again, his face couldn't help but change color. Tenjin, did he start destroying? Mr. Bobo asked. No, he's flying in the direction of the temple. He has already discovered us. Tenjin gritted his teeth and drank. Cold sweat broke out on Mr. Bobo's black face. Ugh! Rig's figure shook and landed on the ground of the temple, looking at the god with a smile. Speaking of which, now the appearance of the god has entered old age, and there are many wrinkles on his face. The god of heaven is a nemesis person, and Reg recognized this at a glance. You're the god of the earth, right? Reg asked with a smile. Good, state your purpose, alien. Tenjin tried to calm himself down and looked at Reg and said. Don't worry, I'm not here to destroy the planet, I'm here to find the 7 Dragon Balls. Reg smiled lightly and said simply, hand over the 7 Dragon Balls, I will leave immediately if my wish is granted. How did you find out about Dragon Ball? The immortal asked warily. Phew! Reg didn't mean to be polite at all, and with a wave of one hand, he grabbed Mr. Bobo on the side. You! What are you doing? The immortal asked angrily. I don't want to talk nonsense with you, hurry up and hand over the Dragon Ball. Reg said with a cold face. It's true that the Dragon Balls were made by me, but after the Dragon Balls are resurrected, they will be distributed all over the world, and even if it is me, I have to find them one by one. There is no way I can find all the Dragon Balls at once. The immortal shook his head. Reg took a deep look at the immortal, and then suddenly remembered that this old fellow should be right. It seems that the only way to find Dragon Ball is to find Bulma first and ask her to help make a Dragon Ball radar. It's just that Bulma's age now seems to be only 5 years old, right? Can such a small loli make a Dragon Ball radar? By the way, Bulma's father, Dr. Brives, is also a genius, and the universal capsule was invented by him, so it should not be a big problem for him to help make the Dragon Ball radar. Goodbye. Reg waved his hand, jumped from the temple. As soon as Reg left, the god couldn't help but kneel on the ground, gasping for breath, his face a little pale. Tenjin. I'm okay, Mr. Bobo came to the side of the god. I know. It's just that the person just now is terrible, said the god in a low voice. Reg swooped down, and it didn't take long to see Garen Tower below the temple. Ugh! Reg landed in the Garen Tower, frightening the dozing Garen Immortal, and the crutches in his hand were aimed at where Reg was. You're a Garen Immortal, aren't you? Reg asked with a smile. Meow, it's... Who are you? Just when the Garen Immortal faced Reg, he felt a terrible royal coercion hit his heart, making him very uneasy. It seems that you have a lot of immortal beings here, right? Reg asked with a smile. Bring it all out for me. Yes. Good. The Garen Immortal did not dare to object, and immediately quickly held a large pile of fairy beans and put it in front of Reg. Chapter 027. The number of these fairy beans is more than I thought, are there hundreds? Reg asked. I haven't counted, the Garen Immortal hurriedly replied. Okay, then I'm welcome. Reg casually grabbed a large handful of immortal beans and held them on his body, and then waved at the Garen Immortals. I originally wanted you to be my pet cat, but I think your qualifications are a bit average, so forget it. Goodbye and good luck. Goodbye, said the Garen Immortal, but thought in his heart, it's better not to see it. Reg soon returned to the western city with the fairy beans. Because of Reg's high-profile appearance before, his image has been transmitted around the world through television. Hey, let me ask you, where is the Universal Capsule Company? Reg found a street center with few people to fall into, patted a beautiful woman on the shoulder, and asked with a smile. Little friend, you are looking for a Universal Capsule Company. Yay! Yes. Help me. After seeing Reg's appearance clearly, the beauty couldn't help but be shocked and exclaimed. Don't shout loudly, or I'll strip you off here. Reg drank angrily. Yes, yes, yes. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The beauty was so frightened that her whole body trembled, and under her legs, a warm current flowed down her legs. Hey, am I that scary? It seems that I haven't killed anyone. Reg asked, not to mention, the beauty on the other side was indeed good-looking, although she looked a little over 20 years old. However, Reg's actual age is about 20 years old, and the beautiful image in front of him is in line with his aesthetic standards. Universal Capsule Company. About 3 kilometers up there is a huge circular building. The beauty replied tremblingly. May I see your bra? Reg asked with a smile as he looked at the beauty. The beauty turned pale, and after a short silence, she quickly lifted her collar. White. Reg gently patted the beautiful woman's face, feeling very comfortable, and then smiled at her, flew up, and went straight to the Universal Capsule Company. In less than 10 seconds, Reg appeared at the headquarters of Universal Capsule Company. Reg's sudden appearance, Dr. Brives did not panic like other citizens, but held up his glasses and asked, Young man, you are an alien, right? Yes, I want to ask my father-in-law for a favor. Reg spoke directly to Dr. Brives about his request. Father-in-law? Dr. Brives was stunned, subconsciously thinking that he had heard wrong, so he didn't care. Dragon Ball Radar, this instrument should not be difficult, but the premise is that you need to find one of the Dragon Balls. Without the Dragon Balls, we can't detect the light waves emitted from the Dragon Balls. Your warehouse, it looks like there is a Dragon Ball. Reg said. Oh? Is it? Then Reg little friend, I'll take you to the warehouse to find it. Dr. Brives nodded. As soon as the two arrived at the door of the warehouse, Reg saw a little lowly bouncing over. Hey? Who is this? Your illegitimate child? Little Lori asked with a grin. It's Bulma, his name is Reg, 2 years older than you, come and call brother. Dr. Brives said to the little lowly. It's really an illegitimate child, Bulma pouted and glared at Reg. Humph, why let him be an older brother? Just because he's older than me? I don't want it. What an illegitimate child. Bulma, what nonsense are you talking about? Dr. Brives gave Bulma a punch. It hurts. It hurts to death. Bulma scratched her head. Not to mention, although Bulma is only a little over 5 years old now, Reg found that this little lowly was born a beauty embryo, only 5 years old, so cute and good looking. Bulma, you go and play, I still have something to do with your big brother. Dr. Brives said to Bulma. No, tell me first, what are you doing in the warehouse? Bulma asked curiously. We're looking for a sparkling ball, and I think Bulma must not find it. Reg said with a smile. Humph, say I can't find it. I'm looking for you. Bulma rolled up her sleeves and was the first to rush into the warehouse. Reg followed into the warehouse. This warehouse is very large, with a lot of instrument parts in it, and it is really not easy to find Dragon Balls in this large warehouse. Besides, Reg is not sure if the Dragon Ball is in the warehouse of Bulma's house now. Found it, isn't it? Bulma held the Dragon Ball and shook it happily in front of Reg's eyes. How did you find it? Reg was a little stunned. Hee, I found this glittering ball a month ago, so I can find it all at once. Bulma said proudly. You're amazing. Reg praised. Hee, I found it, I won't give it to you. Bulma looked at Reg with a grin and carried the Dragon Ball behind her. Let's go Bulma, let's go to study first, what type of light waves will appear on this glowing ball. Do you say okay? Dr. Brives said to Bulma with a smile. Thank you again to Xiaoziiqq for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 100 VIP. Chapter 028. Okay. Bulma nodded vigorously, but I won't give the ball to Reg. I don't seem to have provoked you, did I? Reg asked with a smile. Bulma grimaced, with a wicked smile on her childish face. The three of them walked together in the direction of the laboratory. Stop! At this moment, a person appeared in the courtyard. This person was carrying his hands behind his back, revealing an invisible murderous aura, and on his chest, there was a big kill engraved. Who is this friend? Dr. Brives raised his glasses and looked at the other person, completely unrecognizable. It seems to be the world's #1 killer. Reg mused. What? Peach white? Dr. Brives' face changed color, a little frightened. Mr. Mamabai is visiting, is there anything wrong? Someone asked me to come and kill you, Dr. Brives. Mamoto said with a smile, and then glanced at Reg. Who is trying to kill me? Dr. Brives struggled to calm himself down. Well, what kind of energy organization association, because your universal capsule has seriously damaged the ecological balance, causing the original auto industry giants, as well as real estate developers and other walks of life to be greatly impacted, so. Hee, you had to die. Momobai said with a smile, don't worry, I'll give you a pain. Next to you are your daughter and son, right? Well, don't worry, I will kill both of them and let them accompany you in the Yin Cao Di mansion, so that you don't feel lonely. The two of them are innocent. Release them. Dr. Brives' body was shaking. Reg, I'm afraid. Bulma couldn't help but hug Reg, tears rolling down her eyes. I don't know why, in this dangerous situation, Bulma suddenly felt that Reg felt very safe here. Don't be afraid, there is me. Reg comforted, and then looked at Dobai and reprimanded, "Dobai, you scared my future wife, what do you say?" "What did you say?" Momo Bibai was about to make a move on Dr. Brives, but after hearing Reek's words, he was blindfolded. What to do? What else can be done? Dobai snorted coldly, and did not take care of this kind of child at all, and immediately rushed up in the direction of Dr. Brive. It's just that at the next moment, Dobai suddenly saw a furry thing appear behind the little boy, and it was pumped towards his body. Bang! With a muffled sound, Dobai was pumped upside down by Reg at that time. Boom! The peach-white body slammed heavily on the building behind him. Whoops! The building collapsed, and the masonry and concrete tumbled down and smashed on Dobai's body. "Come, you come out, let's talk." With a wave of his big hand, Reg grabbed Dobai and controlled him to levitate in mid-air. You. Who are you?" Peach-white and grey head and earthy face, with endless fear in his face. "Say, you scared my future wife, what should I do?" Reg asked with a cold face. Just now he just waved his tail gently. Fortunately, after these 6 months of sailing in the universe, he has learned how to control the force, otherwise, if this tail swept past 6 months ago, Peach Bibai would have been pumped to death on the spot. "I have money, what I have is money, I give you money." Momo Bibai was terrified. "Do you think I need money?" Reg sneered. You. So what do you want?" Peach rolled her eyes and quickly asked. "First of all, tell me who ordered you to kill my future father-in-law? Or you can tell that organization now that you have completed the task and went over to collect the bounty." Reg said coldly. Dr. Brives smiled bitterly. It turned out that this kid really took a fancy to his daughter Bulma, no wonder he called his father-in-law when he saw him. However, after seeing Reek's strength, Dr. Brives suddenly felt that having such a son-in-law was also a very rare thing. Yes, I'll do it right away. Is there a phone? I'll borrow it." Peach nodded vigorously. "This is the latest research phone, you can use it." Dr. Brives threw the phone to Peach. Momo Bibai quickly dialed the phone. "Reg, are you sure you're going? Find them to settle the score?" Dr. Brives asked a little uneasily. "All the people who want to target my father-in-law, I will clean them up one by one." Reg smiled slightly, and stepped forward and took Bulma's small hand. "Bulma, you close your eyes and count 100, and I will come back." Brother Reg." Bulma nodded obediently. A minute later, Reg appeared in the office of the energy organization with a peach, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the top level of the entire energy organization was destroyed on the spot. As for Peach Bibai, Reg opened a big foot at him, not knowing where to fly. Ugh! 94, 95, 96, Bulma was counting obediently. When it reached 100, Bulma slowly opened her eyes, and sure enough, she saw that Reg had returned. P.S. I couldn't find a picture of Bulma when she was a child for half a day, so I had to send a sentimental picture. Thanks to the rich man with points for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 1000 VIP points. Thanks to the rich man Heavenly Descent Mo IKA for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball Ancient Bloodline 1000 VIP points. Chapter 029. Okay, father-in-law, I've cleaned them all up, and if anyone dares to assassinate you or deal with you in the future, I don't mind destroying them. Reg said with a smile. This. Reg, just teach them a lesson, you don't have to kill them all, Dr. Brives smiled wryly. I've not been on Earth for long, if I leave, who will protect you? Reg asked rhetorically. Brother Reg, are you an alien? I remembered, I saw you on TV. Bulma suddenly widened her beautiful eyes and said. Yes, I'm a scion. Reg nodded slightly, I'm from a galaxy far away. That's great, alien. Bulma cheered, stepped forward and grabbed Reek's tail and played. Fortunately, on the way to Earth, Reg has overcome the weakness in his tail and let the little girl Bulma play at will. It's fun. Bulma said with a grin. By the way, father-in-law, how long does it take for the Dragon Ball radar to make? Reg asked. Brother Reg, why do you call my father father-in-law? Bulma asked innocently. That's because Bulma will become my wife in the future. Reg scratched Bulma's nose. A wife is a wife, right? Bulma was slightly stunned, but understood. I know, I will wait for Brother Reg to marry me. Well, in a word. Regra took Bulma's little hand and pulled the hook. After the peach incident, Bulma has endless worship for Reg, and the relationship between the two is also rapidly sublimated. While Dr. Breves was studying the Dragon Ball radar, Bulma also offered her first kiss to Reg. It's not that Reg went to fool the little girl, but it was actually Bulma, the little loli, who took the initiative to send it. She said that she watched men and women on TV like this, and wanted to try what it was like. In fact, Reg really has little interest in a little loli like Bulma, and he likes Bulma when he grows up, not the little fart now. Finally, in the past 2 weeks or so, the Dragon Ball radar was researched by Dr. Breves. The appearance of the Dragon Ball radar is designed according to the sketch drawn by Reg, and it is almost not much different from the radar made by Bulma in the future. I pressed the button on the Dragon Ball radar, and sure enough, 7 Dragon Balls flashed on the radar screen. It's up, I'll go find the Dragon Ball. Reg smiled. Celestial Realm, Temple. Seeing Reg and Bulma's family getting along, the gods couldn't say anything. I'm just a little curious, what wish does someone as powerful as Reg have to summon the divine dragon to fulfill? The god of heaven groaned in a low voice, looking dazed. Mr. Bobo was speechless, his bean-like eyes looking into the distance. After a day, Reg gathered 7 Dragon Balls and placed them one by one in the courtyard of Bulma's house. Brother Reg, did you say that if you gather these 7 Dragon Balls, you can fulfill any wish? Bulma asked innocently. I will summon the divine dragon in a while, and through the divine dragon, I can fulfill my wish. Reg said with a smile. Brother Reg, what wish do you want to fulfill? Bulma asked. Bulma, this wish is very important to me, never say it before me, otherwise my wish will not be fulfilled. Reg instructed Bulma. Well, understood. Bulma nodded vigorously. Shenlong, come out and fulfill my wish. Reg said loudly to the 7 Dragon Balls placed on the ground. After the words fell, golden light flashed on the 7 Dragon Balls. Between the whiskers, 7 golden rays of light converged, like a long golden dragon, straight into the sky. Suddenly, the sky darkened. When he looked again, a green dragon appeared in this pitch-black mid-air, majestic and sacred. Wow, is this the divine dragon? It's so cute. Bulma's eyes flashed with many little stars, and when she spoke, her hands were still playing with Reg's tail. Bulma's parents snuggled together, watching with some surprise at the dragon that appeared in the sky. People who gather the 7 Dragon Balls, say your wish, the majestic voice of the divine dragon sounded. Shenlong, please awaken the Teiku transmission super bloodline in my body. Reg voiced his wishes. This desire is also required by the system. Listening to the meaning of the system, although there is an ancient bloodline in Reg's body, he has been sleeping. This time, Reg is going to awaken the sleeping primeval bloodline through the divine dragon. As long as the primeval bloodline is awakened, Reg will have the basic nuclear regeneration ability, and there will be a core in the body. As long as the core is not destroyed, it can be regenerated indefinitely. Is this wish granted? Reg asked. Yes, no problem at all. Cold sweat broke out on Shenlong's face, and he quickly answered. Shenlong, why are you sweating? Bulma asked directly. This. Nothing, Shenlong smiled bitterly, his eyes flashed red, and hurriedly replied, Mr. Reg, your wish has been fulfilled, goodbye. Chapter 030. The sky brightened again. System, my primeval bloodline has awakened, so I can now be immune to all attacks. Reg asked with some excitement. The host is wrong, the primeval bloodline is only awakened, not activated. Awakening and activation are completely two concepts, the system explained. For a simple example, awakening is when someone wakes up from a deep sleep, and activation is after waking up, having great power. Reg did not take care of the system again, because he suddenly felt that his energy had increased a lot, and on the basis of the original, there was a qualitative leap. Reg estimated that his current basic combat strength, let alone 5 million. Such a powerful combat power, even Reg himself did not expect it. Could it be said that just the awakening of the Teku bloodline had improved his combat effectiveness so much? A day later, Reg's figure appeared above the Red Ribbon Legion headquarters. Hurrah! With the sound of gunfire and shelling, the sky was covered with dark clouds and dust and smoke. When the smoke cleared, Reg flashed out intact with an endless smile on his face. Everyone in the Red Ribbon Legion was terrified. This made the people of the Red Ribbon Legion see that in this world, there are terrible humans who are not afraid of bullets and cannons. This friend, is there something wrong with coming to our Red Ribbon Legion? Marshal Red quickly asked respectfully. He had learned through the news that the little boy was an alien. Where is Dr. Gro? Reg asked directly. See the square building over there, Dr. Gro is doing research in that institute. The Red Marshal pointed to the front left. Reg turned his head to look at it, and then flew over without looking back. Ugh! Reg's figure appeared directly in Dr. Gro's research institute. Sent me new materials again. Dr. Gro looked Reg up and down, and when he saw the tail wrapped around his waist, he couldn't help but say, it turned out to be a little monkey, ha ha ha, who found such interesting research materials. Bang! Reg twitched his tail and knocked Dr. Gro to the ground. Dr. Gro spewed out a mouthful of blood and looked at the little monster with a horrified expression. Dr. Gro, how far have you studied the android? Reg asked with a smile. Just researched the number 8. What instructions does this friend have? Dr. Gro was terrified. When will you study the 18th? Reg asked with a smile. Hey? Number 18? Me I haven't thought that far yet, Dr. Gro hurriedly replied. Is there anyone else in your room besides you and your assistant? Reg asked again. No, Dr. Gro shook his head blankly. Oh? Did you see a pair of twin siblings? The little girl's name is Lazuli, the little boy. Unimportant? Reg asked. What? No, Dr. Gro hurriedly replied, afraid that the other party would be angry and destroy himself. If in the future, if you want to catch a pair of twin sisters as research objects for artificial humans, especially this girl named Lazuli, if you dare to move her, I will come back to you to talk about ideals. Reg patted Dr. Gro on the shoulder and said with a smile. Yes, don't dare. Dr. Gro knelt to assure. In a few years, I will come back to you, good luck. Reg smiled slightly, broke through the ceiling directly, and disappeared in a flash. Dr. Gro was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and it took a long time to stabilize himself. And he took a deep breath with a confused face. Dr. Gro wondered, what exactly is this monster trying to do with himself? In general, Dr. Gro seems to understand that future research should be careful anyway. It seems that this monster is very concerned about his own artificial human research. What? He just asked about the progress of the android. What does this alien want to do? The Red Marshal took his cigar and fell into deep thought. Aliens? The Marshal said he was an alien. Dr. Gro was stunned. Doctor, you've been doing research and aren't following the news, are you? The adjutant on the side explained, this kid is an alien, his arrival has destroyed part of the western city, and now with the strength of our Red Ribbon Legion, it is more appropriate not to provoke him. After leaving the Red Ribbon Legion, Reg sped in the direction of Turtle Island. Snap! Reg landed on the island of the Turtle Fairy. The Turtle Immortal was watching TV, and seemed to sense a terrible breath, and quickly rushed out of the room. You're that alien, right? The Turtle Immortals try to calm themselves. Turtle Immortal, take out your full strength to attack me. Reg smiled and beckoned. What? You let me attack you? The Turtle Immortal was slightly stunned. Don't talk useless nonsense, hurry. Reg urged. Then you're welcome. The Turtle Immortal was calm and relaxed, and his thin body swelled several times, turning into a muscular man. The next moment, the Turtle Immortal swung his fist and threw a powerful punch towards Reg. Snap! Immediately afterwards, the Turtle Immortal's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets, because he found that the little boy actually blocked his attack with one finger. It's too weak. Reg shook his head and flicked his fingers lightly on the Turtle Fairy's body. Bang! The body of the Turtle Immortal flew out upside down at that time, and directly rushed into the depths of the sea. When the Turtle Immortal returned, his face had become very ugly. Haha, I'm not your opponent, the Turtle Immortal touched the back of his head and laughed. Since you know that you are not my opponent, then I will tell you one thing, you quickly write it down. Reg said coldly. Chapter 031. Yes, this is going to get pen and paper. The Turtle Immortal hurriedly rushed to the room and took out the paper and pen. If you meet a little girl named Bulma someday in the future, I hope you don't have the slightest crooked mind about her. Reg said with a serious face. When you meet Bulma, you can't have a crooked mind. The Turtle Immortal wrote down in his notebook one by one. Can you remember? Reg asked again. Hee, no problem, I remembered. The Turtle Immortal nodded hurriedly. Bang! Reg kicked the Turtle Immortal again, and smashed the old guy into the ground at that time. Then, Reg grabbed the Turtle Fairy by the collar and pulled him out of the earth. Looking at the Turtle Immortal again, he is already dying, and he is almost about to burp in one breath. Here, eat this fairy bean. Reg felt out a fairy bean and threw it into the old fellow's mouth. Gat! After the Turtle Immortals ate the fairy beans, the vitality that was almost exhausted was also immediately restored. Alien, I don't seem to have done anything wrong, right? The Turtle Immortal quickly asked. I beat you just now to make you remember what I said more deeply, do you understand? Reg said with a serious look. The Turtle Immortal quickly interpreted it on the note just now with a red pen, so as not to really forget. Good luck. Reg smiled and immediately took off into the air. The next moment, Reg's figure appeared above a large desert. And in a corner of this desert, there is a natural cave, and next to the cave, there is a child about 5 years old, who is practicing with his fists. There is also a wolf next to the child, the big bad wolf. This kid's fist swing is quite powerful, and the speed is not bad. Reg slowly descended from the sky and stood opposite the child. Are you? Did you fall from heaven? The child's eyes widened and his face looked incredulous. Leaping. Reg asked with a smile. You? How do you know my name? Leaping asked in surprise. Bang! Reg flew up and kicked Leaping directly into the Pacific Ocean. The big bad wolf whined in fright, and quickly knelt down, breaking out in a cold sweat. Reg ignored it, then took off and returned to Bulma's house. At this point, Bulma and number 18 will no longer be remembered. Reg, is this leaving Earth? Dr. Breves asked with some reluctance, although a little reluctant. The spaceship has been remodeled according to your requirements by Reg, and the inside is very spacious. Thank you for the care of my father-in-law and mother-in-law during this time. Reg nodded. Reg, when are you coming back? Bulma's mother asked with a smile. It's hard to say, Reg mused. Aren't you going to marry our family, Bulma? Bulma's mother said with a grin, talking counts. Okay, when Bulma grows up, I'll come back and marry her. Reg nodded and made a promise. The next moment, Reg walked step by step in the direction of the spaceship. The spaceship was transported back by Reg via remote control and kept in Bulma's home. Dr. Brives was idle and helped Reg make the spaceship more spacious. As for what gravity system is, it is not useful to Reg at all now, so Dr. Brives is not allowed to do it. Just as Reg was about to step on the spaceship, Bulma ran over quickly. Immediately afterwards, Bulma firmly grabbed Reg's tail, with tears in her eyes, and said loudly, "Brother Reg! You must come back. I will definitely look good and be the most beautiful wife of Brother Reg." "Well, take care, Bulma." Reg hugged the little loli tightly. A minute later, Reg stepped onto the spaceship. Snap! The spaceship hatch closes. Reg waved his hand inside the spaceship. Phew! The next moment, Reg's spaceship soared into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Scion technology is amazing. I wonder when I'll be able to build a spaceship that fast? Dr. Brives looked up at the vanished spaceship and couldn't help but sigh. "Brother Reg, you want to come back and marry me?" Bulma waved vigorously, "I'm going to play with your tail." The spacecraft soon left the solar system and traveled through the vast galaxy. 3 days later, just as Reg's spaceship was about to leave the galaxy, Reg suddenly pointed to a colorful vortex that appeared in front of him and asked, "System, why is there a vortex there? You said that if you let the spaceship get there, will you take a shortcut to Frisia's territory?" The system did not answer. After a short silence, the system replied, "Host, after the scanning of the colorful vortex just now, the exit of the vortex should be another universe." Other universes? Reg was slightly stunned. In this world, there are a total of 12 universes, each of which is connected by this colorful vortex. The system explained, the colorful whirlpool is commonly known as the colorful wormhole. There are 11 in total, scattered throughout the universe, and these 11 colorful wormholes represent the remaining 11 universes. The universe we live in is called the 7th universe. As soon as the system finished speaking, it found that the spacecraft changed direction and flew straight towards the colorful vortex. P.S. There will be no more leaping in Vegeta's book this time, rest assured, friends, Bulma is the protagonist, no one can take it away. Chapter 032. Host, we can't determine at the moment that the other end of the colorful wormhole is the universe. The system replied. You'll know when you go. Reg smiled slightly. Hey! The spacecraft streaked a trajectory in space, and suddenly disappeared into the vast colorful vortex. Snap! Before Reg could react, he found that the spacecraft had left the colorful vortex and still appeared in the dark space. Reg looked back, and then was surprised to find that the colorful vortex behind him did not know when it had disappeared. The colorful vortex is equivalent to a one-way street, you can only come in, and if you want to go back, you can't find a wormhole to the 7th universe. System interpretation. System, what I'm more concerned about now is, what kind of universe is this? Reg asked with a smile. Back to the host, after analysis, there are 80% of the possibility of the 6th universe, that is, the parallel universe of the 7th universe. The system responded. Oh? The 6th universe? Since it is a parallel universe, so to speak, scions also exist in this universe? With a smile on his face, Reg ordered, System, immediately find the planet where the scions are, I will go and find a scion wife. What Reg wants to see most now is Kair of the 6th universe, that is, the girl who has no way to fight back, who abuses the Super Blue Monkey King in Dragon Ball Super. Destination, Planet Sherida. Coordinate position 728.223.124. The system quickly gave the answer. Go, Planet Sherida, I'm coming. Reg waved his hand. 20 days later, Reg saw a fiery red planet from a distance from inside the spacecraft. The planet looks somewhat similar to planet Vegeta, but is several times larger than planet Vegeta. Attention, expect to arrive on planet Sherida in 5 minutes. The computer's prompt suddenly sounded. System, assign me another task, I won't see Frisia for a while and a half, that task can't be completed. Reg said to the system. Ding, get the side quest defeat Frost. Get a quest reward, Taku is worth 1 point. Oh? Frost, that's the guy from the Frisia race, right? Give a little primeval value too? Reg smiled slightly. The system did not speak. Ugh. Reg's spaceship slowly descended into a jungle on planet Sherida. Reg stretched, flew out of the spacecraft, and pressed a button. Snap! The spaceship turned into a universal capsule and was put away by Reg. Just as Reg put away the universal capsule, he suddenly sensed 4 breaths coming from a distance. Reg knew very well that his spacecraft must have been discovered when it landed, so the 4 people should have come to check on the situation. Reg pouted, and after a few flashes, disappeared into the jungle. 20 seconds later, 4 youths appeared over the jungle, searching the jungle with their eyes. Strange, the information from the information department, it is clear that there is a spacecraft landing here, why is there no trace of the spacecraft? One of them asked. Captain, you see, the jungle over there seems to be pressed by something, it should be the people who took the spaceship to put away the spaceship. Another said. He shouldn't go far, let's look for it separately. The 4 searched the jungle for another hour, but there was no Reg anywhere. Reg had long hidden his breath, and after traveling the planet for more than half an hour, he finally saw a town. This town is not very big. There are about 100 people. The people in the town are very similar to the Earthlings, and according to the system, they are indeed scions. As Reg knew, scions in the 6th universe all had no tails. Reg was about to leave, but heard someone cheering. Gabe, come on, Gabi is awesome, he has such a strong strength at the age of only 2. Hearing this voice, Reg couldn't help but stop and found that in a corner of the town, many people gathered in a circle, and inside the circle, several small babies were faintly visible. Reg quietly entered the town, watching from behind the crowd. What appeared in Reg's field of vision was a small baby about 2 years old, carrying a black thing on his body, 5 times the size of his body, like a hill. Reg knew at a glance that this black thing was not lightweight, at least looking at the ground where the little boy was, it was a little sunken. The little baby clenched its teeth, clenched its small fists, took off slowly, and forced the heavy thing to top. Suddenly, many adults present cheered loudly one by one. Gabe is good, and he will definitely become a member of the Rasa defense team in the future. Maybe I will become the captain of the Rasa defense team in the future. Ha ha ha, yes, yes, that's right. He will surely become the best warrior of our scions. Oh! Several adults were talking, when Gabe suddenly shouted, and then a layer of light flame flashed in his hand. Hey! The energy light flame swallowed up the black metal block above his head at that time. Bang! The black metal was hit aside by Gabe's energy flame and smashed heavily on the ground. Babble, Gabe clenched his fists and grinned. P.S. It seems that Gabe and Karavra are much younger than Gaku, and here they are set to be the same age as Gaku, so I don't want to care. Chapter 033. Reg estimated a little, this little guy is not simple, he is only 2 years old, and his combat strength is at least 50,000. This is the scion of the 6th universe? At least this Gabe, if placed on planet Vegeta, is definitely a genius. Humph, do you think you're amazing? Just then, Reg noticed a girl with explosive hair walking in from outside, and glanced at Gabe with some disdain. The exploding head girl looked a little over a year old, and although she was only 1 year old, she could already speak. Babble. Califra, Gabe grinned. Califra rolled her eyes wide, and then slapped the large black metal block. Bang! Suddenly, this large black metal block turned into dust in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned and looked at the baby girl without blinking. Yes. She is Califra, the sister of Lienzo, the best member of the Rasa Defense Force. This little one is even better than her brother. Reg was also a little shocked. This little baby named Califra, the combat effectiveness is even higher, at least 100,000 high. If in time, this little guy cultivates and cultivates well, he is indeed a very great warrior. Sister! Sister! Just as Reg was looking at Califra, he suddenly saw another small baby, who seemed to be about 7 months old, crawling on the ground, and when he climbed to Califra's side, the little baby girl's face showed a smile. Kyr, sister is powerful, right? Califra picked up the baby girl and asked with a grin. The little baby girl Kyr nodded. This little guy is Cal. Reg was slightly startled, and his face was also full of surprise. The 6th universe is a parallel universe of the 7th universe, and since the 7th universe gave birth to the host, a warrior of the primeval bloodline, then the 6th universe naturally also has corresponding warriors. And this little baby girl named Kyr is the inheritor of the ancient bloodline. The system suddenly answered. Reg nodded. He had long known that this little baby girl named Kyr was not simple. Ding! The main quest Cultivate Kyr. After it grows up, an abnormal relationship occurs, and 10 points of Teku value will be obtained. The system publishes the latest tasks. Main quest, 10 Teku value? Reg was taken aback. This is the first main quest released by the system so far. When the system released the Frisia mission before, although it did not say whether it was a main line or a side line, since it was not explicitly mentioned, it should belong to the side line. Now, a main quest has suddenly appeared, and 10 primeval points have been given away, which is still good to say. Although the timeline of this mission is relatively long, for Reg, to raise such a little girl to grow up, and then with her, it's still very rewarding. I didn't expect you to be a very serious system. Reg smiled and quickly let go of the induction to sense the breath of everyone in this town. After a little induction, Reg also relaxed his heart. The next moment, Reg flicked his hand, and an energy flame flashed in his hand. Boom! The energy flame hit a large mountain outside the town at that time. The entire mountain was swept away by this energy flame at once. Such a powerful destructive force immediately attracted everyone in the town, and they were stunned to look at the mountain that had been razed to the ground. Who did it? It's so lacking in virtue. Actually blew up such a good mountain. Without this mountain, our place, called Hyushan Town, would have to change its name. Hey? What about Cal? Why is Kyle gone? Califra looked around and asked with some surprise. Cal? The crowd shouted. It's not good, did someone snatch Kyle away? Yes, it must be. He first blew up the mountain, and then took advantage of our lack of attention to plunder Cal. Babble? What are they going to do with Kyr? Gabe asked. They must be human traffickers who took Kyr into slavery. The crowd was indignant and flew into the sky in search of Cal. At this moment, Reg had left the small town, holding Kyle and shuttling around the land. I'm looking for my sister, you let me go, babbling, little Cal's tears fell hard, and he couldn't stop sobbing along the way. You know how to cry with such small eyes. Reg reprimanded. Woohoo! I want a sister. Little Cal cried even more sadly. If you cry again, I will pinch your sister to death. Reg startled. Little Cal was startled and didn't dare to cry anymore, just sniffed there. From today on, I will be your brother, I will take good care of you, and I will never let anyone bully you. Reg said with a solemn expression. Little Kyr just nodded a little scared. Let's go, let's find a place to live for a while. Reg found that there was no more breath around him, so he took off with Cal. More than an hour later, Reg appeared in a huge mountain forest with Kyle in his arms. Reg immediately took out a universal capsule house and found a natural cave to settle the home. The next moment, Reg held Kyle and opened the door. Chapter 034. Little Kyle was a little dizzy after this long journey of more than an hour, because he had been held by Reg, and he was already asleep. Reg put little Kyle on the bed and went to the kitchen to get some food. Fortunately, when saying goodbye to the Bulma family, Dr. Breves gave Reg a lot of commonly used universal capsules, which just came in handy at this time. Half an hour later, Reg had just finished preparing his meal when he heard the cry of a baby coming from the room. Immediately afterwards, a huge energy also immediately emerged from the room. Little Kyra is worthy of being the inheritor of the ancient bloodline. This combat effectiveness. It's terrible. Reg's eyes widened, and he immediately rushed to little Kel's room. Looking at it, I saw layers of green light flashing on Xiao Kyra's body, and her hair was standing up high, and her pupils were no longer colored. I'm looking for my sister, I'm looking for my sister. Little Kyra muttered, and the green light flame on his body became even more intense. Reg looked at the little Kel without blinking, at the little baby who looked like he was about to turn into the image of the legendary Super Saiyan. Plop! At this moment, the yellow-green light flame on Xiao Kyra's body suddenly collapsed. And little Kel's body shook violently a few times, and he fell on the bed. Sister! Sister! Little Kel muttered 2 sentences and fell asleep. It is worthy of being the inheritor of the primeval bloodline, and her energy just now is really terrifying enough. Reg mused. She is still young and cannot control the Taku bloodline at will, so she may run away after transformation. The system says. Understood, I will teach her well. Reg smiled slightly. The little baby is a little baby after all, although little Kyra is a scion and has the inheritance of the ancient bloodline, but it is still less than 7 days to completely forget her sister Califra. Now, little Kyra affectionately calls Reg Big Brother, and there is no longer the previous life. Originally, Reg wanted to defeat Frost, but now that there is this little K around him, Reg really doesn't feel comfortable leaving her alone at home. After all, although Xiao Kyra inherited the ancient bloodline, she didn't know how to use it, and if she took her to fight, it would be a little inconvenient. Therefore, Reg had to cultivate Xiao Kyra while cultivating in this area. A year later, looking at little Kel, who had grown up a little, Reg knew that this place was no longer suitable for him and her. Because the wild animals of this huge mountain forest were almost eaten by Reg and little Kel. Reg immediately threw out the universal capsule and embarked on the spaceship with little Kel. Hey! The spacecraft schemed through space and streaked a trail through the universe. According to the system's prompts, there is a planet suitable for scions in an orientation 30 light-years from the planet Sherida. Although the distance of 30 light-years seems very far, but the level of technology of the scions is relatively high, Reg only sailed in the universe for less than 6 days to successfully reach this uninhabited planet. As analyzed by the system, this is a very primitive planet that has just given birth to large animals such as dinosaurs. Of course, human beings do not exist. With such a nameless planet, Reg and Kyle's daily eating and drinking is enough. Although Reg has hundreds of fairy beans on him, and eating 1 fairy bean cannot be hungry for 10 days, he can't eat this thing as a meal. Moreover, the taste of fairy beans is far worse than those wild large animals. Unknowingly, Reg and little Kel lived on the nameless planet for 4 years. During this period, Reg wanted to go to Frost to do a mission, but what made Reg speechless was that his spaceship was the slowest existence in the 6th universe, and Frost rarely operated in this star field, and it was a little troublesome to find him. After systematic inference, he had to travel in the universe for at least 3 years to find Frost. 3 years. Reg didn't want to waste his time on space travel. Big brother, what is delicious tonight? Little Kyra smiled and leaned over to Reg, who was cultivating. What do you want to eat? Reg glanced at little Kel, not to mention, the little girl had grown into the appearance of a little loli, but her eyes were slightly smaller. Reg also found that it seems that the scions here in the 6th universe are not very big in their eyes. The dinosaur I caught last time is delicious, big brother, let's eat dinosaurs, right? Little Kyra grinned, and then took off into the air. Big brother, then I'll go catch dinosaurs. Go ahead. Reg smiled slightly and continued to cultivate. Reg is very relieved, after all, the large animals on this planet, even if the combat power is about 200, can be easily handled, not to mention little Kale, a monster with the ancient bloodline of the Scions. It's just that Reg practiced for a full hour, and he didn't see Kyra come back. It is said that going out to catch a dinosaur, usually little Kel will return in about 10 minutes at most. Why did it take so long today? Reg let go of the induction and suddenly found that Kel's breath was a little unstable. This is not to mention, the direction where little Kel is located is very far away from himself. It's just a dinosaur, little Kel can't run that far. P.S. Thank you to ZiaZQQ for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball No Ancient Bloodline 100 VIP. Chapter 035. Reg frowned, and immediately took off into the air, heading straight for little Kel's direction. Wow, whoa, whoa. Don't kill me. Don't kill me, it's not delicious. At this moment, 5-year-old little Kyra was crying loudly, and tears flowed down his eyes. And beside little Kel, there are several strange-looking aliens standing. This little devil looks good, ha ha ha, we can sell it for a good price now. A lizard-faced alien said with a smile. I really didn't expect that on this uninhabited planet, there are still human beings. A dark-skinned, ant-like alien looked left and right. Little ghost, tell me, is there anyone else on this planet besides you? A fly-faced alien leaned in front of Kyle and asked. Wow! It's disgusting. Such a big fly. Kel was disgusted and cried. Bastard, dare to say that Lao Tzu is disgusting. The fly's face was furious, and he kicked Kyra down. Flies, you are leisurely, if you break her, we won't be able to sell her at a good price. Ant-Man discourages. Forget it, regardless of whether there is anyone on this planet, it is not bad to harvest such a child, and now there is a nobleman who likes this little girl as a slave very much. The lizard smiled and signaled that he could leave the planet. Wow, whoa, whoa. Don't kidnap me, don't kidnap me, I'm so afraid, big brother save me. Kel hissed. You still have a big brother? Well, let's arrest him and sell him together. Ant-Man smiled slightly. My big brother is very powerful, you dare to bully me, you are finished. Kyra sobbed and shouted angrily. Ha ha ha, aren't you also very powerful, what happened? Wasn't it taken down by us in 2 clicks? The fly smiled and leaned over. Wow! You stay away from me, you must eat. Disgusting, disgusting. Kel hurriedly stepped back. You little thing, I'll kick you to death. The fly's face was not lightly angry, and he flew up and kicked towards Kyra's face. Kyra was too scared to fight back. Snap! When he saw that the big black foot of the fly company was about to kick on Kyra's face, a figure shook and appeared next to the fly face, and kicked the goods to a height. Big brother! Woohoo, you can count here. They bullied me. Woohoo! Kyle hugged Reg, tears streaming down his eyes. Reg looked carefully and found that there were many places on Kyra's face and body that were a little red and swollen, obviously beaten by these aliens. Do you know what will happen to bullying my future wife? Reg's face was full of anger. Bang! As soon as Reg's words fell, the fly face fell from the sky and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Presumptuous, boy, you are looking for death. Destroy this arrogant little monkey. Lizard Face and Ant-Man rushed up. Bang bang! With 2 muffled sounds, the 2 guys were already put to the ground by Reg. Reg also found that there were no aura fluctuations on the bodies of these three people, but the combat effectiveness was really not low. It was estimated that there must be at least 1560,000 or so, and it was no wonder that Xiao Kai'er, who would not transform, was not their opponent. Big brother, that fly seems to have eaten, it's so disgusting. Kyle hid behind Reg and couldn't help but say. Then let him die far away. The light flame in Reg's hand flickered, and an energy bomb directly blasted the fly face into nothing. Immediately afterwards, Reg looked at the other two aliens with a smirk. Your Excellency Frost, save me! The two shouted loudly. Oh? Frost? Are you coming to this star field? Reg was slightly stunned, and his face was full of surprise. Boom! The next moment, the flame of light in Reg's hand flashed, destroying the two aliens along with their spacecraft. Come, Kai'er, eat the fairy beans, your injury will be healed. Reg took out the fairy beans and fed them to Kai'er himself. After eating the fairy beans, Kai'er wiped a handful of tears and grinned at Reg. Reg touched Kai'er's little head affectionately. Reg is now 12 years old, and after these 5 years of growth, his body has also jumped a lot. It's finally here. Frost, this guy made me wait 5 years. Reg raised his head and stared at somewhere in the sky with a smile. Who is it? Big brother? Little Kai'er asked curiously. It's a villain, the boss of the three of them. Reg touched little Kel's head. Is Big brother going to clean up this scoundrel? Little Kai'er asked with some excitement. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Reg nodded, and then ordered little Kel, Kel, you stay here, I'll come back when I go. No, I want to be with Big brother. Little Kai'er hurriedly said, what if the Big brother leaves, and another bad guy arrests me? If you go with me, you will have to go into battle, you decide. Reg smiled. Hey? Big brother, I'm only 5 years old. Oh, I'm so young. Big brother, can you bear to let me participate in the battle? Little Kai'er pouted, revealing a very aggrieved look. P.S. Ask for a tip. Friends who have the ability to tip give a tip. Bless all friends who tip a lot of beautiful women, 7 times a night. Chapter 036. Then stay obediently, it was an accident just now. After Reg said this, he was already slowly levitating. Well, fight is fight, humph, I'm not afraid. Little Kale bit his lip, then rose to the sky, came to Reg's side, and winked playfully. Then let's go. Reg did not object and took little Kel to the spaceship. Hey! The spaceship took to the sky. System, you mean, Frost's spaceship is heading for the planet Sherida? It's so good that if he had changed places halfway, I wouldn't have found him. Reg said to the system with a smile. The next moment, Reg adjusted the spaceship's trajectory and went straight in the direction of planet Sherida. 6 days later. Headquarters of the Rasa Defense Corps. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency Frost can personally come to our Rax Defense Corps headquarters and let us shine. Lian Suo, the captain of the Lays Defense Corps, said with a smile. Wherever, there are prizes. Frost smiled and said politely. Your Excellency Frost, if you have the opportunity, you must guide these members of my team well. They have too few combat skills now, and they don't have much actual combat experience. Captain Lian Suo said with a smile. Captain Lian Suo said seriously, there is still a certain gap compared to you Scions. Frost smiled slightly. Your Excellency Frost is humble, Your Excellency's strength is unfathomable, but it is not used now, right? Ha ha ha. Lian Suo said with a smile. Frost took a sip of wine, his triangular eyes flickering, and he didn't say anything more. Your Excellency Frost, if you don't object, I want Gabe to follow you to cultivate. Lian Suo said suddenly, and after saying this, he beckoned to a little boy behind him. Gabe, come and meet His Excellency Frost. Yes. A young boy about 7 years old walked to the opposite side of Frost, bowed slightly, and replied in a loud voice, "I hope that His Excellency Frost will give more advice. I can't talk about teaching, I've heard of you for a long time, and I heard that Gabe is a better warrior of the younger generation of scions." Frost said to Gabe with a smile. "Ugh! Swish!" As he spoke, he saw two figures shaking, and Reg and Kyr had already appeared in the hall. It was the first time that Kyr had seen so many people, and he couldn't help but be a little scared, and his previous courage was also gone, and he hurriedly hid behind Reg. "Who are you?" Seeing Reg and Kel suddenly appear, Lian Suo was slightly stunned, frowned, and asked. "Frost." Reg smiled slightly and looked at the guy who looked very similar to Frisia. "It's next, what's going on?" Frost asked politely. "I'm here to challenge you," Reg said with a smile. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. Gabe, in particular, looked at Reg with a blank face. Looking at Lian Suo again, he looked at Reg up and down, without stopping or expressing anything. "Little one, you don't seem to be too old, right?" Frost smiled lightly and rubbed his nose. "You said you want to challenge me. It's a pity that I don't want to fight with children, and even if I beat you, people will only say that I bully children." Within 10 seconds, all unrelated people leave immediately, Reg said lightly. After speaking, Reg didn't care if the people present heard it or not, and began to count on his own. 10. 9. 8. "You all be careful, Big Brother is going to be powerful. Don't you hurry up and run." Kyle hid behind Reg and said to everyone present. "Ha ha ha, little one, you are really interesting, how? Do you really want to challenge me?" Frost laughed. 3. 2. 1, Reg continued to count. When counting to 1, Reg's body suddenly exploded with powerful energy, and the huge shock wave was raging around. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the powerful shockwave released by Reg flattened the headquarters of the Racolor Defense Corps. It's just that Reg's energy is very suitable, he just destroyed buildings, but the damage to the human body is very small. Rao was so, except for Kyr and Frost, the rest of the people present were blown hundreds of meters away by the powerful aura he released. Except for Kyr, everyone at the scene looked at Reg dumbfounded. No one expected that Reg would ruthlessly destroy the headquarters of the Ray's Defense Corps. "Are you all right?" Lian Suo levitated high in the air, scanning his team members and asked with concern. "Captain, we're okay. Captain, this level of blasting can't hurt us." The team members of the headquarters also rushed to the sky at this time, and after responding, they stared at Reg one by one in annoyance. "Captain, he doesn't seem to be our scion." Some team members looked at Reg and said. "No, he has a scion aura on his body, it should be a scion." Lian Suo mused. "His aura looks strong, but it doesn't seem to be destructive." One of the team members analyzed. "You're wrong, he just doesn't want to hurt us." Lian Suo's face couldn't help but slip down with cold sweat. Chapter 037. Now that the unrelated people have left, let me train you properly, Frost. Reg looked at Frost with a smile. "Ha ha ha, then it's better to be respectful than to obey." Frost still showed a gentleman's face and said politely. "Pretend, you pretend." Reg sneered. "What do you mean?" Frost asked. "Obviously a great evil person, but to pretend to be a gentleman, don't you feel very tired, Frost?" Reg smiled slightly, and said in a word. "What do you say, little one? How can I not understand what you are saying? Why do you say that I am a great adulterer? I don't seem to have done anything to be sorry for my conscience, right?" Frost's body trembled slightly, but on the surface he still had a charitable smile that a gentleman had. "You secretly cultivate henchmen to conquer other people's planets, and then you appear as an enforcer, and at the same time, you secretly dispose of these captured planets at a high price to those who need them, am I right?" Reg said with a smile. What do you say? You don't talk nonsense about things without evidence. After Frost heard this, his body couldn't help but tremble violently, and his tail behind him was even higher up. And after saying this, Frost couldn't help but glance back at Liansuo. What are they talking about? It seems that Frost looks nervous. Liansuo whispered in the distance. Don't worry, they can't hear it from such a distance. Reg knew that Frost was jealous, unlike Frisia in the 7th universe, who put things on the bright side. Big brother, he's really a villain. Kyr said through gritted teeth. Since you all already know about me, then I'm sorry, you and your sister, you must die today. Frost's face was full of killing intent, and the energy in his body exploded on the spot, and he snorted coldly, a small scion also dares to spread wild in front of me. Humph, don't measure yourself. I can destroy you with just one finger. Let's get started. Reg beckoned. Hey! Just as Reg's voice fell, Frost turned into a stream of light and quickly appeared in front of Reg, and at the same time, his long tail rolled down, tightening Reg's neck. Little one, fight me, you are still tender. Frost smiled coldly, stared at Reg and said, I'll strangle you like this, you can say goodbye to your sister now, and you won't even be able to say anything later. Reg struggled hard, looked at Kel with a pale face, and said a little apologetically, Kel. Big brother seems to be. It doesn't seem to work, you have to take care. Big brother. You. How do you? Kel's eyes swirled in his sockets, holding back not letting the tears flow. Kel, you have to be strong, as long as you release all your energy, you will definitely be very strong. Reg continued. Kel's body was shaking slightly. Don't worry, little one, when I kill you, I will personally destroy this sister of yours, I am still very kind, and I will not let you feel lonely in the Yin Cao dimension alone. Frost said with a smile. Kyr, big brother is sorry for you, you take care, I'll sleep for a while first. After Reg said this, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Hey? Is this the end? It's so boring, I was so arrogant just now, why did I just hold on for less than 10 seconds and faint? Frost was stunned and glanced at Reg with some disappointment. Ugh! The next moment, Frost threw Reg the ground. Boom! Reg's body was smashed into a large rock, and suddenly, the entire large stone was smashed. When he looked at it again, Reg seemed to have really fainted, and there was no reaction there. It's not like it's pretended, forget it, let you faint for a while first, I'll kill your sister first, humph, hum. A grim smile appeared on Frost's face. Immediately afterwards, Frost walked step by step in the direction of Kel. Kel's whole body was trembling, and she glared at Frost with a grin, and glanced in the direction where Reg fell. Wow! Wow whoa whoa! Big brother, big brother! Kyr cried loudly, and while crying, layers of green light flashed on his body. Boom! Kel's whole body was covered with green energy, and her hair stood up high and turned yellow-green. Big brother! Big brother! Frost, Frost! Kyr's eyes became hollow, and his immature body suddenly swelled several times. Reg, who fell to the ground, squinted and glanced at Kel, shook his head, and was a little speechless. It seems that Kyr still can't control the Taku transformation freely. Reg said softly. The host is right, cultivating Kyr's transformation through this method is the only way to let Kyle control Taku transformation as soon as possible, maybe she will be familiar with it when she changes. The system says. Chapter 038. Well, I hope so. Reg nodded slightly. This. What is this change? Who is this little girl? Frost was dumbfounded, and looked at Kale after the transformation without blinking, completely stunned. The people who were watching the battle in the distance were also stunned and did not know why after seeing this change in Kyr. Captain, what is this change in her? I don't know. Never seen it. So, she shouldn't be a scion anymore. Maybe, anyway, I always think that the two sisters are a little weird. That boy, I don't think it's okay at all, it's not good to pretend. Hey? Really fake? The players looked at Reg and were surprised. Frost, Frost. Kel now only has one word, constantly calling out Frost's name. Then, Kyle walked step by step in the direction of Frost. Humph, doesn't it shine? What is there to be arrogant? Frost sneered, facing the direction where Kyle was, raised his finger, and shot a red light on the spot. Phew! The red light went straight to where Kel's chest was, and the speed was staggering. Can't help it, everyone pinched a sweat for Xiao Kai'er. After all, this little girl looks quite cute. If she is really killed, how can it be a pity? Snap! Just when Lian Suo and the others were a little worried, they were shocked to find that the red flame of light shot out by Frost hit Kai'er's chest on the spot. It's not good, I was hit head-on. Some of the team members were a little unbearable, and they all planned to go up and stop it. However, at this moment, they were surprised to see that the little girl was like a nobody, staring at Frost with blank eyes. The next moment, little Kel's little hand gently grabbed and pressed it on Frost's head. Frost is now in that state without transformation, short in stature, and little Kel's body swelled to a certain extent after transforming into a Teiku Scion, and if the two were compared in terms of figure, little Kel was relatively tall. Bang! Little Kel grabbed Frost's head and slammed it on the ground. Frost was shocked, and several energy flames flashed out of his right hand, and he greeted Xiao Kel's face fiercely. Snap! However, what surprised Frost even more was that these attacks of his own, hitting this little girl's body, did not blink their eyes. Boom! After little Kel pinned Frost's head to the ground, he dragged him and slid on the ground for more than 100 meters. By the time Kai'er let go of Frost's head was grey and bruised. Ah! Unforgivable, unforgivable! Frost cried out in pain. Bang! Little Kai'er didn't mean to stop, and stepped on Frost's face. Suddenly, Frost's head changed shape, and his body began to twitch vigorously after a violent trembling. Not good. Frost is going to die. Lian Suo's face changed color slightly. Captain, shall we go up and help? Frost, if something happens to us on the planet Sherida, we can, said one of the team members worriedly. Don't act rashly, I'll go up and stop her. Lian Suo gritted his teeth and planned to rush up to help. However, just as Lian Suo finished saying this, he saw the little boy who fell to the ground suddenly jump up and quickly rush to Frost's side. Then, everyone saw the little boy take out a bean and throw it directly into Frost's mouth. He. Was he planning to poison Frost? That Frost is no longer working. Is he still going to do this? What a cruel child! Several team members talked and stared at Reg viciously. Okay, get up, Frost, your injury is already healed. Reg said with a smile. Snap! Frost opened his eyes and looked at Reg with some surprise. Although he was in pain just now, he clearly knew that he had eaten the beans that Reg sent to his mouth to save his life. Frost got up from the ground. However, as soon as the goods got up, they heard a terrible voice ringing out. Frost! It was Kel who spoke. She had not yet recovered from the Teiku transformation, and when she saw Frost get up again, her eyes became even more hollow, and while saying this, she squeezed Frost's head again. Kai'er, it's me, I'm your big brother, I'm fine. Reg quickly said to Kyle. Frost! Kai'er ignored it, once again squeezed Frost's head, and slid forward for hundreds of meters. After releasing Frost, Kai'er seemed to suddenly come to consciousness and glanced back at Reg. Big brother, muttered Kai'er. Ugh! The next moment, the green light flame on Kai'er's body suddenly dissipated, and her body also returned to its previous size. Snap! After Cal recovered, he fainted on the spot. And when little Cal was about to fall to the ground, Reg flew up and took her in his arms. Then, Reg glanced at Frost with a smile and asked, "Are you still alive?" Thanks to the rich man Wuji for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord for 1000 VIP points for his work Dragon Ball No Ancient Bloodline. Thank you Xiao Kong Moon Season for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 100 VIP points. Chapter 039. Unforgivable, Unforgivable. Ahem. Frost's eyes were torn, his body trembled violently because he was too unwilling, and his eyes were full of bright red blood. It's just that although this product ate the fairy beans, just after eating the fairy beans, he was abused by Kyr, and now he is seriously injured. You're too weak. Reg walked over, kicked Frost, who was about to get up, to the ground, and said with a mocking taste, "I thought you were very strong, but I didn't expect that even my sister couldn't beat it to such a degree." You. Your sister is clearly stronger than you, okay? Frost glared and shouted. Is it? Whatever you say, you are just my subordinate anyway. Reg smiled softly. Humph, you are too underestimated, do you think Frost just fell like this? Then you are very wrong, I haven't. Frost glanced at Cal, who was holding Reg in his arms, and felt that this little monster should not wake up for a while, it was better to take advantage of this time. Transform, Frost. Reg smiled. Frost, who was just about to say the word transformation, was stunned after hearing Reg's words, and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Because there are really too few people who know that Frost transforms, Frost is very puzzled. How did this kid know the secret that he would transform? Humph, you really know a lot, little one, don't you understand that the more you know, the sooner you die? Frost said with a cold face, and after saying this, his body suddenly became several times larger. In the middle of the whiskers, Frost's body seemed to have grown and become 3 times its original size. Seeing Frost change like this, even the faces of Suo and the others were full of shock. How about the little one? As you wish, I have already transformed. Frost smiled coldly. It's terrible, Frost will transform. Moreover, after Frost's transformation, the injuries he suffered before have healed. You are wrong, his injury is not good, it is only lessened. Lian Suo muttered on the side. Good, keep going. Reg smiled, looking uncaring. Little one, I have to admit that you are stupid, if you hadn't saved me just now, I might have been killed by you, but it's strange that you saved me without measuring your strength. Frost sneered, then clenched his fists and punched Reg hard. Frost, this guy is more insidious. The position he bombarded happened to be the little Kelly held in Reg's arms. It is clear that in his opinion, little Kel is his biggest threat, and he wants to destroy this little girl while she is sleeping. Snap! Just when Frost thought that this punch could knock the 2 little guys down on the spot, he found that Reg extended a finger. Then, this finger blocked his fist swinging over so easily. Frost, is this your attack? Reg asked with a smile. What? Blocking my fist with just 1 finger? This. How is this possible? Frost stuttered a little. Lian Suo's side was stunned and surprised. In this, especially the 7-year-old Gabe, there were already many little stars twinkling in his eyes. That big brother is so powerful. Gabe looked adoring. Bang! Reg flew up and kicked Frost in the abdomen. What? With a muffled sound, Frost rushed straight into the sky like a cannonball. Reg slowly raised his head. Ugh! Reg's figure shook, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared with Cal. Gone. The little boy is gone. Where did he go? Captain, can you see where he is now? Again and again. Even I can't catch him. He. Who is he? Lian Suo's face broke out in cold sweat, and he stammered, Everyone was shocked. Even Captain Suo could not capture the figure of this little boy, and it could be seen that the speed of the little boy was already beyond the imagination of these people. Ugh! Reg had already appeared at an altitude of 20,000 meters at this time, and opposite him, there was a hideous-looking Frost. Impossible, this is impossible, who are you? Frost asked through gritted teeth. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is, are you convinced or not? Reg looked at Frost with a smile, and then said to the system without anger, the system you are too pitted, directly seconds he is, do you have to let me abuse his doubtful life to complete the task? It's easy to kill a person in seconds, and if you really want a person to be convinced by the host, it will take time to accumulate. The system gives an explanation, the host will become the future king, the so-called king, not only to have a huge deterrent, but also to have the courage to make people willing to serve. I think that as long as I have the strongest strength, I will always be supported in this world. Reg smiled slightly. Chapter 040. The system did not refute and simply responded with silence. Reg smiled and squinted at Frost on the other side. Frost's body trembled, and because he was too annoyed, the breath on his body continued to burst outward. I know you can perform 2 more transformations, so hurry up and take a look. Reg smiled softly and said suddenly. Frost, whose body was shaking violently, snorted at that time after hearing Reg's words, and almost fell from mid-air. You. How do you know I have 2 more transformations? Frost asked, whimperingly. I guess. Reg smiled. Good, I'll let you see and see, my Frost's final transformation. Frost gritted his teeth, and his body changed rapidly. Between the whiskers, Frost turned into a small and delicate appearance. This is Frost's final transformation. Sure enough, after transforming into such an image, Frost's aura rose to a very high level. Reg can sense it through the breath released by the other party. This guy's combat power is a little lower than Frisia. It seems that the current combat power is about 50 million. And Frisia's final transformation, using 50% of energy, has a combat power of about 84 million, and after using 100% of combat power, it can reach 120 million. Humph, I know that you also hide your strength. I have already calculated, as long as I use 50% of my energy in this final transformation state, I can easily destroy you. Frost smiled and moved his body. You're using 50% of your energy right now, aren't you? Reg asked with a smile. Good, I can easily destroy you now. Frost sneered, suddenly stretched out his finger, and aimed at Reg's body. Hey! A bright red flame of light flashed out of Frost's hand and came straight in Reg's direction. Snap! Reg slapped it over. Only a muffled sound was heard, and when I looked again, the red flame of light died down at that time. That's 50% of your energy? Too weak, still too weak. Reg shook his head and looked at Frost in disappointment. Frost's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he never thought that his attack would be slapped by this little boy. Ugh! Just when Frost was a little stunned, he suddenly found that Reg flickered his eyes and disappeared in front of his eyes. What about people? What about people? Frost's face slipped with cold sweat. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Frost suddenly felt a chilling energy rushing behind him. Frost wanted to resist or dodge, but the speed of the other party was too fast, so fast that as soon as Frost came back to his senses, he felt a chill in his back, and then a huge energy rushed to his whole body. Poof! Frost's blood spurted wildly and his face turned pale. Reg's punch really made Frost a little skeptical. He never expected that this little boy would be so powerful. Obey? Reg asked with a smile. Not convinced. Frost stared at Reg fiercely. Bang! Reg didn't mean to be polite with Frost, and bombarded it with another punch. Hey! Suddenly, Frost's body was like a cannonball, falling straight down in the direction of the earth. Boom! The next moment, Frost's body smashed on the ground of planet Sherida, shaking the entire planet as if it was shaking violently. Royal Palace Hall. The king of the planet Sherida is entertaining a distinguished guest. This distinguished guest has purple skin and a bird-like head. Boom! At this moment, the ground of the palace hall trembled slightly, causing everyone present to be slightly surprised. Mr. Hit, I'm sorry, it may have been an earthquake. The Sand King said quickly. It's not an earthquake, it's two huge energies fighting. Hit smiled slightly, waved his hand and said. What? Who is fighting? The Sand King was stunned. Hit suddenly got up, and his body was slightly levitated. Immediately afterwards, Hit looked at the other person present and asked with a smile, Jillian, don't you go and see? Not interested. Jillian said lightly. Is it? Then I'll go over and take a look. Hit smiled, didn't care, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at Jillian again, he just picked up the wine glass and silently drank a sip of wine. Ahem. Mr. Jillian, you are a friend of Hit, please do not be polite. The Sand King smiled bitterly and looked at Jillian and said. I'm not polite. Jillian replied lightly, without unnecessary nonsense. I heard that Mr. Jillian is from another universe. The Sand King asked again. Yes, I'm from the 11th universe. Jillian smiled and nodded slightly. I wonder if we scions exist in the 11th universe. Sand King asked. Of course not. Jillian shook his head and said, but as far as I know, there are definitely scions in the 7th universe corresponding to the 6th universe. The 7th universe. I really want to go over and take a look, and I don't know if the scions of the 7th universe are the same as us. The Sand King said with a smile. Chapter 041. Whether it's exactly the same, I don't know. Jillian replied. Frost, can't fight yet. Reek's big foot stepped directly on Frost's face and asked with a smile. I'll kill you. Frost was furious, he felt too humiliated to be bullied by such a small child. And after saying this, Frost sneered, and his tail suddenly strangled Reek's neck. Humph, how's it going? You're too careless, I'm going to strangle you. Frost laughed proudly. Oh? Are you sure? Is this your last resort? Reg smiled contemptuously, then grabbed Frost's tail and tugged gently. Click! Frost's tail and body were separated on the spot. Boom! Reek's hand flashed with light, and Frost's tail was bombarded by him. You just pretended to faint on purpose. Frost couldn't care about the pain now, and looked at Reg with a shocked expression. Oh, you just reacted. Reg smiled softly, say, do you want to be convinced? I obeyed. Frost gritted his teeth, although he was very angry in his heart, but if he still said that he was not convinced, he could only be beaten worse. It's better to admit defeat first, and then wait for the opportunity to destroy this kid. Bang! Just as Frost's I obeyed words came out, he was punched in the nose by Reg. Suddenly, Frost's nosebleed came out. You! Why did you hit me? I served, Frost said quickly. Bang bang! Reg unleashed a set of combo punches at Frost, beating Frost to perfection before stopping. And at the end of the fight, Frost couldn't stop shouting that he obeyed, but he found that the more he shouted like this, the heavier Reg started. I said I obeyed, why did you beat me? Frost asked dyingly. You're talking too slowly, I'm running out of patience. Reg smiled softly, and his face was also full of joy. In fact, Reg squandered Frost because he was happy. Just now, when Frost said the 3 words I obeyed, the system prompted that Reg had completed the first task, that is, the task of defeating Frost and obtained a little primeval value. With the Teiku value, you can transform into a Teiku scion in the future. It seems that whether it is the 6th universe or the 7th universe, it is not so simple to become a true Teiku Scion. Although little Kair can transform into a Teiku Scion at present, little Kair cannot control his transformation at will, and after the transformation, he cannot control his thoughts, and will only appear in a violent state. And Reg here, he needs to accumulate a certain amount of primeval value to transform. After waiting 5 years to complete one of the tasks, Reg was still very happy, so he beat Frost away. At the same time, after defeating Frost, the system also generously gifted a random skill from the Dragon Ball world to Reg. And after learning the attributes of this skill, Reg was even happier. This skill is actually the weakest player named Guldo in the Kinnet team, although his strength is average, but the skills he has are very remarkable. Time stops. Yes, it's time stopping. Just now, when Reg was squandering Frost, he stopped time from casting. Reg was pleasantly surprised to find that after he stopped casting time, he could make time stop for a short period of 2 seconds. Although it is only 2 seconds, these 2 seconds, at Reg's speed, there are so many things that can be done. You kill me. Frost finally couldn't bear the great pain and humiliation, and shouted with a cracked lung. It's terrible, what exactly is the origin of this little boy? Beat Frost like this? You may not know that this little boy didn't really move at all. Lien Suo said in a deep voice. Hey? How strong does he really have to be? The rest of the team was shocked. Lien Suo shook his head slightly, silent for a long time, and then slowly spit out 4 words, unfathomable. Why kill you? How boring is it to kill you? Reg smiled, stopped the attack, and then casually threw a fairy bean over. Frost was so badly injured that he didn't have the strength to pick up Sendu. The fairy beans just rolled down to Frost's mouth. Frost's eyes widened, and then he grabbed the fairy bean with great effort and ate it in one bite. And after eating the fairy beans, Frost quickly got up from the ground. Look, Frost is all right. It seems that the little boy gave him a magical bean, and the bean healed all his injuries. What kind of beans is that? Is there such a miracle medicine in this world? Lien Suo whispered here. Why? Why did you save me? Frost asked with a dark face. If you die like this, who will I bully in the future? Reg smiled slightly. You, Frost gritted his teeth. Chapter 042. Snap. Reg slapped it and pasted it directly on Frost's face. Suddenly, Frost's face had a bright red handprint. You. What are you doing? Frost was stunned, and he wondered, he had just been saved by the other party, why did he slap himself again? You dare to stare back? Reg raised his hand. Don't dare, I don't dare anymore. Frost was frightened and hurriedly crouched down and hugged his head. By the way, there are 3 weird-looking aliens, one that looks like a fly, one that looks like a lizard, and one that looks like an ant. Are they your people? Frost was slightly stunned, and quickly nodded, yes, it's my subordinates. They were destroyed by me. Reg said with a smile. Great, I wanted to destroy them for a long time, haha. Haha, Frost hurriedly responded. Reg just looked at Frost with a smile and did not speak. That. Excellency. Did I say something wrong? Frost chuckled in his heart, afraid of being beaten, and hurriedly asked cautiously. I ask you, who is the most powerful person you know? Reg asked with a smile. Of course, it's Mr. Pa, the god of destruction, Frost quickly replied. Nonsense, of course I know it's the god of destruction, I'm talking about humans. Reg said coldly. Inside the human being, the most powerful is Hit. Known as the #1 killer in the entire universe, Frost was startled and hurriedly said. The #1 killer in the universe. Reg repeated in a low voice. Good. Frost rolled his eyes and said with a smile, aren't you very powerful? I think if you play against Hit, it's hard to say who wins or loses. Reg smiled slightly, flew up, and kicked Frost 100 meters away. Frost no longer dared to resist in the slightest. He knew very well how big the gap between himself and this little boy was, at least now he could not defeat him. However, Frost did not know why he was beaten again, and hurriedly scratched his ears and cheeks, making a pensive appearance. "You can roll." Reg waved his hand and said to Frost like a fly. However, just as Reg finished saying this, he suddenly felt as if his body was locked. Reg's heart sank, and he hurriedly sensed the other party's breath. It's just that no matter how hard Reg tries, he is always unable to sense the other party's breath, so it is natural that he cannot know the whereabouts of the other party. "What people? Do you know the system?" Reg hurriedly asked the system. Back to the host, "It's Hit, the #1 killer of the universe. He is nearby, because there are no energy fluctuations on his body, so the host cannot sense his breath." The system gives the answer. "What? Hit is nearby? Hurry up and tell me, where is he?" Reg asked. "Just 50 meters behind you," the system answered. Reg turned his head sharply. Sure enough, behind Reg's left, a purple-skinned alien appeared, with a bird-shaped head, which was particularly eye-catching. Hit was slightly startled, and he didn't expect that Reg would find himself. "Hit! Hit, you can be counted as coming." Frost also found Hit at this time, and quickly came to his side, looked at him with a pleading look and said, "Hit, help me teach this kid a lesson. This kid is too arrogant, threatening to destroy the entire universe and repair you well." Hit glanced at Frost and did not speak. "You're the #1 killer in the universe, right?" Reg asked with a smile. "You are not from our 6th universe. What universe are you from?" Hit looked Reg up and down and asked coldly. "You know a lot. My name is Reg, I'm from the 7th universe, and I'm a scion." Reg smiled slightly, did not hide it, and told his origin in front of Hit and Frost. "Oh? Scions of the 7th universe?" Hit muttered slightly. "Ding, new side quest, defeat the world's #1 killer Hit and get 2 Taku points." At this time, the system released the latest task. "System, are you trying to push me to the limit?" Reg said to the system. The system does not make a sound. Defeating the world's #1 killer Hit, only to give 2 primeval values, interesting, interesting. Reg smiled. "Scions of the 7th universe, why did they come to our universe?" Hit asked with a cold face. "If you want to come, you will naturally come. How? Not welcome?" Reg smiled slightly. "Hit, look how arrogant this kid is. Teach him a good lesson." Frost hurriedly encouraged on the side. "Frost, what am I going to do? It's not your turn to dictate." Hit looked cold and glanced at Frost. "Yes, yes, yes." Frost was startled and nodded vigorously. "Are you a scion from the 7th universe? Judging by your age, it doesn't seem to be very big, just about 10 years old, right?" Hit put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at Reg and asked. "Yes, I'm 12 years old." Reg smiled slightly. "I have lived for more than 1,000 years, you are still young, it is not worth my hands, you go, from where to go back and forth." Hit said lightly. "P.S. Thank you to the rich QQ for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 100 VIP points with a total of 1088 points. After a while, there will be a change in the book review area. There is a proposal to accept Kiki, the book review message that agrees is accept Kiki, and the disagree message want Gohan. Chapter 043. You're so confident, Hittite. Reg smiled. Hit looked indifferent, somewhat indifferent. The next moment, Reg suddenly found that Hit's figure became illusory. Host, Hit is using the flash time skill. The system prompts you immediately. This guy used flash time so quickly. Reg suddenly realized, no wonder the other party's figure was suddenly a little blurry. Time stops. Reg didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, and immediately stopped Gerdo's time. Just when Reg had just put his skills on display, he was surprised to see that Hit had already come directly opposite him. At the same time, Hit's fist also rushed towards where his head was. But then, because time stopped, Hit's movements were suddenly frozen. Reg's eyes widened. He saw that Hit's fist was less than 3 centimeters from his nose, and if he had just taken another step at night, he would have been hit by him. Reg quickly flew up and kicked on Hit's body. Bang! Originally, in Reg's opinion, this kick, Hit was in a static state, and he would definitely be kicked on the spot by himself. However, to Reg's surprise a little, he kicked on Hitter's body, as if he was kicking on a solid wall. Looking at Hit again, he stood majestically in the distance, and did not fly away because of this. After the host stops in time, any attack is ineffective because of the irreversible nature of space-time. The system quickly gave an explanation. Oh? And this kind of thing? Reg was slightly stunned. Then, Reg suddenly remembered that when Guldo fought with Klin and Sun Gohan, every time he attacked both of them would recover from the time stop at a critical moment. At that time, Reg was still a little puzzled. Gerdo could completely fix the two and directly cut off their heads with a knife. It turns out that after using time to stop, there will be such a limit. That is, I can only unleash an attack at the moment time recovers. Reg understood. Yes, host. The system answered. Time to recover. Reg slammed his foot towards Hit's lower abdomen while chanting words in his mouth. Reg can stop time for a short period of 2 seconds, and of course he can stop it for a shorter time, completely at his own discretion. As long as Reg's mind moves, time can recover from the stop. Seeing that he was about to hit Hit, Reg suddenly returned time to normal. Bang! The next moment, Reg's kick kicked on Hit's lower abdomen on the spot. Hit's body took a step back, his face written with dazedness. Hit wondered, just now he was obviously about to hit this teenager in the head, how could he dodge it in a flash? Not only did he dodge, but he quickly counterattacked himself. Hit's expression became solemn. Reg also had a slight change in color on his face. It is worthy of Hit, this guy is really not simple. The kick just now, it can be said that it condensed all the energy of Reg, and the result was kicked in the abdomen of the other party, and the other party's eyes did not blink. Scions of the 7th universe, I underestimate you. Hit looked at Reg with a cold face. Each other, I didn't expect that with my all-out blow, you actually didn't have anything. If the idiot next to you, I'm afraid I would be kicked to death on the spot by my kick. Reg smiled slightly. This guy can actually hit Hit. Frost's eyes widened and he stammered, not being angry after hearing Reg insult himself as an idiot. Because Frost knows very well how big the gap is between himself and the scions of this 7th universe. You should also have discovered that your all-out blow can't do me the slightest harm. Hit smiled slightly and said indifferently. Yes, it's a bit big-headed. Reg nodded his head. I'm going to show the fastest speed too, I hope you will be careful. Hit smiled, and after saying this, the figure became illusory again. Time stops. Reg's eyes froze, and he hurriedly cast the time stop skill. The next moment, Reg widened his eyes and saw that Hit's fist was almost next to his face, and at the same time, the huge energy carried by that fist made Reg uncomfortable for a while. Reg took a deep breath and slowly walked behind Hit. Time to recover. Hit was surprised to find that his attack had failed again, leaving his face full of heaviness. Immediately afterwards, Hit sensed that there seemed to be some movement behind him, and immediately looked cold, and hurriedly bombarded the back. Time stops. Reg had to sigh at the strength of Hit. This guy reacted quite quickly, and attacked himself in just a blink of an eye. Just now, Reg wanted to move behind the cargo and pat him on the back to play. Reg held Little Kel and flew several meters behind, allowing time to return to normal. Hit's expression became more and more solemn, and he looked at Reg not far away without blinking, but did not continue to attack. P.S. Ask for a tip, even if it is 1 yuan tip. Chapter 044. Reg smiled. I admit, in terms of speed, I have already lost to you. Hit said in a deep voice, speaking of this, and glanced at the little Kelly held in Reg's arms. Because in the duel just now, Reg has always held Kyle, holding a person, and actually ahead of himself in speed, making Hit realize for the first time that in this universe, there are still people who can reach such a fast speed. Perhaps, even if it is broke, the speed is no more than that, right? The legendary man who reached the speed of light. Acceptance, concession. Reg smiled slightly. However, although I lost in speed, Reg, your attack is impossible to damage me, right? Hit said. Not bad, my current state, all attacks on you, you are completely immune. Reg nodded in acknowledgement. Your current state? How do I listen to you, you have other states? Hit heard what Reg was saying. Well, Reg was just about to continue, but his body suddenly trembled. Immediately afterward, Reg looked at Hit's right rear. Reg's expression became a little ugly. Because, from Hit's right rear, Reg suddenly sensed an extremely powerful aura, and the strength of this breath was far beyond Reg's imagination. Who is it? Who is it? Why is his breath so great? Reg was shocked. What's wrong with you? Hit didn't understand how Reg could be sluggish. But in the next moment, Hit seemed to understand something, twisted his head, and glanced back. Jillian, you're here too. Hit smiled at the man who appeared behind him. This. Who is this guy? Frost stared at Jillian, who appeared at the scene with a shocked expression, and his body became shaky with fear. Why? Why am I scared to be like this simply by seeing him? Captain, that man. The energy in the body is so terrifying. I also felt that we were like ants in front of him. Lian Suo didn't speak, but he couldn't help wiping away the cold sweat that came out of his face. Gabe's eyes flashed a trace of dazedness. What the? Jillian? Isn't this guy the strongest warrior in the 11th universe? Reg crossed when he saw the 100th episode of the Dragon Ball Super Universal Power Conference. At that time, although Sun Wukong and Jillian had not officially fought, but from the perspective of Kel after the battle transformation, Jillian's strength can be imagined. At the same time, in the 100 episodes of Dragon Ball Super, Jillian should be the most powerful fighter at present. Of course, whether Jillian can surpass the God of Destruction in strength, Reg is not very clear. It's just that what makes Reg a little shocked now is that Jillian actually appeared in the 6th universe, and it seems that there is still an intersection between him and Hit. Reg couldn't sense Hit's breath, but he could clearly sense the vast energy on Jillian's body. This Jillian is so powerful now, in time, when the power of the whole king is assembled, how strong will he be? Reg suddenly found that he had a goal, a motivation that allowed him to cultivate. Jillian was also silently looking at the young Reg at this time. To Jillian's surprise, there was still a trace of fear in Reg's eyes just now, but in less than 3 seconds or so, this trace of fear suddenly turned into a fighting intent. Jillian walked to Hit's side expressionlessly, and took a deep look at Reg. Hit, I still have something to do, I have to leave early. Jillian said to Hit. Is this going back? Have you done everything? Hit asked. It's already good. Jillian nodded slightly. Hit, thank you. No thanks, then I won't send it. Hit replied. Well, welcome to the 11th universe when you have time. Jillian waved his hand, and then slowly took off into the air. And when Jillian flew into the sky, he glanced at Reg again, with a deep meaning in his eyes. Reg also stared at each other intently, without revealing the slightest fear. Ugh! The next moment, Jillian's figure disappeared all of a sudden. Reg let go of the induction, and found that Jillian's aura was completely gone. Could it be that Jillian has returned to the 11th universe? Host, Jillian's body has the cosmic gate given by the 11th universe King God, and through the cosmic gate, it is convenient to shuttle through various universes. System interpretation. So that's the case. I thought that Jillian had cultivated enough to enter and exit the major universes at will. Reg breathed a sigh of relief. The host has to cultivate well. Now the host should understand that there are people outside people, and there is a truth outside the sky, right? The system says. Someone on top? Reg was stunned. The system simply no longer speaks. Reg, let's go on. Hit shifted his gaze from the air back to Reg's body. You just said that you seem to have other states. Reg smiled slightly, and the breath on his body suddenly exploded. The next moment, layers of golden flames of light appeared beside Reg. When he looked again, Reg's hair stood upside down and turned golden, and the color of his eyebrows and tail changed the same color. The rich man Xingyu rewarded Lingshan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 1000 VIP points. The rich man Wuji rewards Lingshan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 100 VIP points. Xiaokong Diffuse Smoke rewards Lingshan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball No Ancient Bloodline 100 VIP points. Here I wish all the friends and girlfriends who tip more and more, quack. Chapter 045. Super Saiyan. Reg has already turned into a Super Saiyan. What is this change? Hit was stunned, and his face changed slightly. What? The Scions of the 7th universe actually have such changes? Lien Suo was also surprised. Captain, after he turned into blonde hair, his energy has increased by not double or two. Not bad, judging from his breath, his energy has increased 50 times. Even how surprised he was, he never thought that the Scion would also transform. Hit looked Reg up and down, and after a brief silence, he suddenly smiled. What are you laughing at? Reg asked with a smile. Is this your other state? Hit asked. Yes, to put it simply, this transformation is called Super Saiyan. Reg replied. What a Super Saiyan? Hit nodded slightly, and suddenly stretched out his hands in his trouser pockets. Then, now I have to move the real thing, I hope you won't be killed by me. Ugh. After Hit said this, his figure shook and became blurred again. Reg knew very well that Hit used the flash time again, and immediately did not have the slightest hesitation, directly stopping time. Immediately afterwards, Reg fixed his eyes, and sure enough, he saw that this guy Hit had already rushed in front of him, faster than before. Reg believes that if he hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan just now, he might have been hit by Hit before he could use his time to stop. Time to recover. Reg flew up and kicked hard towards Hit's back at the moment when time returned to normal. Ugh! However, what surprised Reg was that when he saw that he was about to hit Hit's back, he found that Hit's figure shook and disappeared again. Time stops. Immediately afterwards, Reg found that Hit had actually run behind him, and his big hand had also swung to his neck. If you take a step at night, you will be slapped on the neck by this guy. Reg immediately hugged Little Kel and suddenly sneaked behind Hit. Boom! The next moment, Reg's body flashed layers of jumping arcs, and the hair on Reg's head stood up more. Bang! Reg flew up sharply and kicked Hit again. With a dull loud noise, when he looked again, Hit's body flew forward on the spot. Boom! Hit's body was like a big rock, suddenly penetrating a large mountain and rushing out from the other end of the mountain. Hey! Hit was actually kicked away. Frost's face slipped with cold sweat, and he looked at Reg with a stunned expression. Lien Suo and the others were also looking at Reg at this time, looking at this terrible teenager. Captain! He seems to have changed again. Yes, there is an arc flickering on his body, and his aura is stronger than before. I really don't know what kind of change he has. The chain sighed slightly. He was along inside today. And after saying this, Lian Suo took a deep look at the sleeping little Kale that Reg was holding in his arms. What really shocked the chain was the green light that came out of little Kale's whole body. It's terrible. Even Suo remembered that just by glancing at little Kale from a distance, he would feel his heart tremble, as if he was looking at the Jillian of the 11th universe. Ugh! Hit did not fall to the ground, but shook in mid-air, a flicker, and returned to the opposite side of Reg. Your appearance has changed again, Hit said, looking at Reg. Yes, to put it simply. This is called Super Scion Second Order. Reg smiled slightly. Super Scion Second Order? Interesting. Hit also had a smile on his face. On top of this, there are Super Scion 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Then what level have you cultivated to? Hit smiled softly and asked his own question of the relationship. I just cultivated to the 4th order, but the 4th stage is not very stable, and the load on the body will be very large, and I will not use it easily. Reg smiled and looked at Hit and said. Hit did not speak, looking at Reg with a heavy face. After a short silence. May I see it? Hit asked. Okay, then look carefully, I'll show you now, Super Scion 4th Order. Reg smiled and immediately put little Kel in the grass on the side. However, just when Reg had just put little Kel down, little Kel seemed to have suddenly opened his eyes because he had moved the place. Big brother! Have you transformed? Little Kel blinked. Yes, there is a strong opponent who has to transform. Reg touched little Kel's head. Kale, you wait for me here. Kel had just woken up, looked around, and finally saw Hit and Frost not far away. Can't help it, Kyle looked at Frost twice, frightened Frost to the point of pale, and did not dare to make contact with Kyle's eyes. Then, Kyle looked at Hit again and guessed in his heart, I am afraid that this person is the opponent of the big brother. What is the origin of this person? He actually wants to make the big brother transform again. P.S. Some reader friends pointed out two small problems. Chapter 42 Reg's age should be 12 years old in the past 5 years, and Hit should be 1000 years old. Thanks for correcting, these two issues have been revised. Chapter 046. Now I'll show you the insight, Super Scion 4th Order. There was a smile on Reg's face, and his expression immediately became solemn. Snap! The next moment, Reg's body suddenly surged with more powerful energy, and this powerful energy shook the entire planet Sherida. And after seeing this change in Reg, little Kel's small body trembled violently, and his little face changed color. Big brother! Big brother, don't! Little Kyer hurriedly rushed up and was about to hold Reg in his arms. Kyer, don't worry, big brother will be fine. Reg smiled at little Kel. Big brother! That kind of change? Your body can't stand it. Little Kel's face was full of worry. It's okay, I'll take control. Reg smiled slightly. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Reg's body exploded with layers of more powerful energy. At the same time, his golden hair suddenly dissipated at this time. In his place was long black hair that was waist-length and fluttered in the wind. When he looked again, Reg's eyes turned bright red, red hair appeared on his body, and his tail wagged up and down. Make you wait for a long time, this is the 4th level of Super Scion. Reg smiled at Hit. Seeing Reg's change, Kyer, who had a bit of worry on his face, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that, it scares me to death, big brother, little Kyer smiled and sat down on the ground. Super Scion 4th Order, Hit muttered, looking at Reg on the other side. I'm sorry, I can only last in this state for 5 minutes, and my body will probably be very difficult to bear after 5 minutes, so I have to end the battle in 5 minutes, don't you object? Reg asked with a smile. Okay, let me see how powerful the fourth order of the Super Saiyan you mentioned will be. Hit's face was also full of endless fighting intent, and at the same time, he put away his uncaring look. It seems that even Hit realized that the form in front of Reg was very powerful, so he had to calm down and deal with it. I'm going to attack, you have to be careful. Reg grinned. Hit nodded slightly. Ugh! Reg's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Hit. At the same time, Reg's powerful fist locked the back of Hit's heart, like a long dragon, and bombarded it straight through. Ugh! Hit also reacted quickly, and the figure suddenly became illusory, and then he came first, and when he turned around, an invisible energy flashed out above his fist, heading straight for Reg's chest. Boom! The fists of the two touched in the next moment. The vast energy carried by the fist was like a violent storm at this moment, spreading towards the surroundings. Frost, Liansuo, and the others who were watching the battle, after feeling this huge energy, their faces were full of shock. Those members of the Ray's defense team with relatively low combat effectiveness were blown away by this powerful energy at that time. Hey! After Reg and Hit's fist collided, the two seemed to be separated by a soul. Immediately afterwards, the two of them each flew backwards several meters. Boom! The light flames in the hands of the two flickered, and each released a huge energy flame of light, heading straight for where the other was. Hey! The bodies of the two kept flickering out in midair. Above the sky, there is also a huge roar from time to time. 3 minutes later, Reg and Hit fell from the sky. Snap! The next moment, I saw Reg's body suddenly flash with light, and suddenly return to its most primitive state. Divide the winner and loser. Yes, how could Hit lose to the Scions of the 7th universe? It seems that what Super Saiyan 4th order transformation is indeed enough for Reg to endure. Even Su is also smiling, although Reg is also a Scion, but after all, he belongs to the 7th universe. If the strongest killer loses to the people of the 7th universe, it seems a bit humiliating to pass it out. Humph, do you think my big brother lost? You guys are wrong. Kel said unconvinced. Haha, losing is losing, but your big brother is really powerful. Gabe said to Kyle. You little devil, I'm too lazy to take care of you. Kyle gave Gabe a roll of his eyes. Also, your eyes are too small, so ugly. It's so ugly. Gabe burst into tears, he was actually disgusted by a little girl. Humph, my big brother won't lose to anyone. Kel shook his fist. It's less than 5 minutes, right? Hit asked with a smile. The fighting was too intense, shorter than I expected. Reg gasped. That's a bit of a pity, Hit said with a smile and looking at Reg. Yes, if you can keep going, perhaps, I will also persevere. Reg smiled slightly. Let's go. Hit's face sank, and he waved his hand. Hit, be my little brother, right? Reg said suddenly. Chapter 047. Hit's body trembled violently. Poof! Just as Reg finished saying this, Hit's face turned pale, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Everyone was stunned. Hit actually spewed blood. In this way, Hit was also injured not lightly in the battle just now, but when he landed, he had not yet shown it. Don't get excited, there are not many people who can be my little brother, I am more optimistic about you, Hit. Reg said with a smile. You shut up for me. Hit gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and shouted angrily, I'm more than 1,000 years older than you, and you make me your little brother. Ding, defeat the number 1 killer in the universe, Hit, and get 2 points of Teiku value. At this moment, the system's primeval value reward also emerged. At present, Reg's body already has 3 primeval points this time to the 6th universe, this trip is not worthwhile. Ding, defeat Hit, the number 1 killer in the universe, and gain a new skill Sun Fist. Immediately afterwards, the voice of the system entered Reeg's mind again. Hearing the new skill that the system gave him, Reeg's nose was crooked. "System, are you serious about this sun fist?" Reg said angrily. "Don't the host like this skill?" The system asks rhetorically. "Of course not, and this skill will be learned as soon as you learn it," Reg said. The host can choose not to accept the new skill, so the host will be assigned a skill point, and each skill point used will make the original skill more powerful. The system explains, for example, the time stop skill. If the host adds this skill point, it can make the length of the time stop reach 2.1 seconds. It's only 0.1 seconds more, but it's pretty good. Reg nodded in satisfaction and asked casually, "What about cosmic breathing? Can it be increased?" Strictly speaking, cosmic breathing is not a skill, but a physical constitution, which can also be called a talent, so it cannot increase skill points. The system responded. "Skill points, I'll accumulate them first, okay?" Reg asked. "Absolutely," the system answered. "Okay, then help me save this one skill point first, and add it together when I need it later." When Reg said this, he suddenly thought of something, and asked, "System, won't my next opponent defeat give me the skill of Sun Fist again?" "No, host, once the skill appears, if the host misses it, it will not appear again." The system gave an explanation. Just like the Sun Fist, the most basic skill is to release a dazzling light through the same stars such as the sun, and if you add a few more skill points, the final Sun Fist will directly pierce the depths of the opponent's soul, making him blind for a longer time. This kind of skills learned through the system cannot be replicated. "You mean that even if I learn the Sun Fist by myself in the future, I can't add points to my skills to enhance my attributes, right?" Reg understood. "That's exactly the truth," the system answered. Reg thought about it seriously, and then made up his mind to let the system convert the Sun Fist skill into one skill point and save it for later use. Although Sun Fist sounds very good, it is a bit similar to Time Stop. Anyway, with Time Stop, the effect will be better. Reg then glanced at Hit. "Hit, you have spent more than 1,000 years of wasted time." Reg shook his head, took out a fairy bean, threw it into his mouth casually, and ate it rattlingly. After eating the fairy beans, Reg's energy was completely restored in an instant. Phew! Immediately afterwards, Reg threw his hand and threw a fairy bean to Hit. Hit casually caught the fairy bean, looked down, and looked at Reg again, not understanding what he meant. "This is called fairy beans, eat it." Reg smiled slightly. Hit took a deep look at Reg, and then no longer had the slightest hesitation, and swallowed the fairy bean into his stomach. Between the whiskers, Hit's eyes flashed, and the somewhat sluggish look immediately returned to normal. What a magical bean! Hit felt his strength fully restored. "How? Now you can consider being my little brother, right?" Reg said with a smile. "I'm bigger than you." Hit gritted his teeth and drank. "Well, if one day, you really encounter unsolvable trouble, you can come to the 7th universe to find me. Of course, the moment you look for me, you will admit to being my little brother." Reg smiled. "There won't be this day." Hit smiled softly. "Good luck." Reg waved his hand, then beckoned to Little Cal. "Big brother." Little Cal quickly threw himself into Reg's arms, grinning. "Let's go, Cal." Reg felt the capsule spaceship from his arms and threw it out casually. Bang! The capsule immediately turned into a large spaceship. Regra entered the ship with Little Cal. "Hey!" The spaceship turned into a stream of light and soon disappeared. Hit silently looked at the direction in which the spacecraft disappeared, silent for a full 3 minutes, only then clenched his fists, ignored the others present, turned and left the scene step by step. "P.S. Sorry for the late update today, please give a tip." "Whatever you want. Bless the friends who tip will meet beautiful women every day." Chapter 048. Everyone present could see that Hit was heavy with every step he took. Perhaps, today's failure has made Hit realize that in this vast universe, there is such a terrifying genius boy. Looking at Frost again, his body couldn't stop trembling, and he suddenly found that he had provoked such a powerful teenager. If this teenager had transformed at the beginning, I am afraid that he would have been killed on the spot. On the side of the Rasa defense team, there was also a good silence. I'm going to become a Super Scion, since a Scion in the 7th universe can transform, why can't we? Gabe said suddenly. As soon as these words came out, the members of the Lashi defense team were obviously stunned, and then their faces were full of excitement. Snap! Just then, a little girl emerged from the rubble. The little girl was still holding a chicken leg sprinkled with ashes in her hand. What are you doing? When I take a nap, why does the house collapse? The little girl blew off the ash from the chicken leg and took a bite, muttering as she ate. Califra, you missed a great battle. Gabe leaned over and said. Fight? Where is it? Califra was stunned. 6 days later, Reg took Little Kel back to the uninhabited planet before. But since this day, Reg has been more rigorous with his training. Although Reg defeated Hit, Reg himself knew that in addition to Hit, there was a powerful opponent called Jillian. I'm afraid that with the current 4th rank of Reg's Super Scion, it is still a lot worse than Jillian. I want to get stronger. Every punch Reg threw was full of wind, as if it could shatter space, full of endless explosive power. In the evening, the sun sets in the west. Kel is ready for a table of natural delicacies. Big brother, the big animals on this planet are almost eaten by us. It is estimated that after another week or so, we will eat it all. Little Kyra said. It's okay, we can change planets. Reg smiled. Hey? Big brother, what do you think that is? It's so beautiful. Little Kyra pointed to a colorful cloud in the sky. Reg looked up and was slightly stunned. A beautiful marshmallow, I don't know if it's delicious. Little Kel clicked his lips and said with a grin. When I return to the 7th universe, I will get you marshmallows to eat. Reg smiled. That. Big brother, when will you take me to the 7th universe? Little Kyra asked with a grin. Shall we go? Reg smiled and said to Little Kel. Hey? Is this ready to go? I thought it would be a while. Kyra clapped his little hands excitedly, as if he thought of being able to eat the marshmallow that his big brother said, and his saliva was about to come out. Originally, I thought it would take a while to return to the 7th universe, but it just happened that a colorful wormhole appeared nearby, and we could leave immediately, but it is difficult to say whether we can return to the 7th universe smoothly. Reg smiled slightly and raised his head to look at the huge colorful cloud. Reg also did not expect that the colorful wormhole would suddenly appear near this star field. However, Reg knew very well that the colorful clouds suspended in the sky looked close, but in fact there was still a long distance. System, analyze and analyze immediately, what universe will that colorful wormhole lead to? Reg immediately asked the system. Back to the host, after scanning. This colorful wormhole will lead to the 10th universe, not the 7th universe of the host. The system quickly gave the answer. The 10th universe, Reg smiled, it's better to go to the 10th universe first. Universe 10, okay, is there a marshmallow to eat? Kyra quickly asked. I have never been to the 10th universe, let's take a look. Reg smiled and threw the spaceship out. The next moment, Rigra took Kyle's little hand and stepped on the spaceship. Hey! The spaceship streaked across the sky and headed straight in the direction of the colorful wormhole. After about 10 hours, the spacecraft suddenly disappeared into the colorful wormhole. When Reg and Kyra came back to their senses, they found that they had entered the vast space, and the colorful wormhole behind them had disappeared. Big brother, have we reached the 10th universe? Kyra asked curiously. Yes, we have arrived in the 10th universe. Reg has confirmed through the system that this piece of space is indeed the 10th universe. But the universe is still black, and I thought the other universe was another color. Little Kel was a little disappointed. The shape of each universe is similar, but the time and space are different. Reg explained with a smile. So does this universe have marshmallows? I want to eat the kind of marshmallow that Big Brother said. Little Kyra said. Let's find a habitable planet first, and then study the marshmallow thing. Reg smiled and immediately let the system control the spacecraft. Hey! The spaceship is speeding through the sky of the 10th universe. About 10 days later, Reg's spacecraft landed on a brown-colored ancient planet. It just so happens that this planet has just given birth to large animals, which look a little similar to the nameless planet in the 6th universe. The arrival of Reg and Little Kel has killed the planet's large animals. With a meal that day, Little Kyra himself ate 2 large Tyrannosaurus Rex. Of course, Reg didn't eat less. Big Brother, the dinosaurs here seem to be more delicious than those in our 6th universe. Little Kel patted his stomach happily. Thanks to the rich man Wuji for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 100 VIP points accumulating 1,200 points, ranking first in the book's reward list. Thanks to the rich QQ for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 100 VIP points with a total of 1,188 points, ranking second in the book reward list. Chapter 049. It may be that the atmosphere of this planet has natural salt, and the meat of dinosaurs is moistened by salt, which has a better taste. Reg carefully tasted and said with a smile. Big Brother, you really know a lot. Little Curl grinned. This planet is really good, enough for us to eat for 5 years. Reg flew to a certain height and carefully looked at the environment of this week. Not to mention, there are a lot of large animals here, and there are many plants on the earth, which are very suitable for seasoning. The two settled on the planet of the 10th universe. Reg cultivated Kyra while working hard to cultivate. Another 5 years have passed. Kyra is 10 years old, the little girl developed early, her chest is slightly bulging, and she has 2 small pigtails, which looks quite cute. Looking at the girls he has cultivated, Reg still has a sense of accomplishment. Although the little girl's skin is a little dark, but this wheat-colored skin, Reg still likes it. In addition, what makes Reg feel fortunate is that perhaps because of leaving the 6th universe, Kyle's eyes have become a little bigger, at least looking at the current image, she should not be a small eye like the original when she grows up. Also, after Reg's careful training over the years, Kyra can successfully transform into a Swire Scion. Of course, after Kyra transformed into a Teiku Scion, he can also control his emotions and no longer run away like before. However, the only thing that makes Reg a little regretful is that Kale's Teiku Scion transformation can only last for 3 minutes, and after 3 minutes the transformation will fail, and then she will faint on the spot. Reg tried, and after Kyle transformed into a Teiku Scion, his attacks were indeed ineffective. However, Invalid is invalid, and Kyra may be unable to cause damage to Reg's all-out blow because of insufficient energy intensity. After all, Kyle is only 10 years old now, and his basic combat power is much worse than Reg's. In the past 5 years, you have finally changed the problem of crying. Reg is still very accomplished. Hee, people are not born to cry, in my memory, it may be because there is no father and mother, so I have been very bold since I was a child. Kel grinned. Do you remember that sister named Califra? Reg asked with a smile. Dear sister? Kel asked. It's not my own sister, you are not related by blood. Reg replied. I don't remember, I just remember being with my big brother since I was sensible. Actually, I snatched you from the guy named Califra. Reg said honestly, at the time I thought you had the potential to cultivate. Is it? Anyway, Big Brother is very good to me, I like you, Big Brother. Kale was not angry, but gave Reg a grateful look. After a short silence. By the way, Big Brother, don't you think this planet has been weird lately? Kel asked. That's because the most primitive human beings are about to be born. Reg smiled at Kale. Humans are going to be born. Kyra was slightly stunned. A group of strange-looking guys we saw under a big mountain the other day, with leaves on their bodies, should be the prototype of humans on this planet. Reg said to Kyle, saying that he always felt as if he had seen this kind of human form somewhere. Is it? I don't know if they taste good or not, Kel muttered with his head bowed. The 10th universe, the realm of kings. Lord King of the Northern Realm, the Quasi-Realm King God campaign has begun. Do you want to sign up? Oh? Isn't it 10 years from now that the Quasi-Realm King God election tournament? Why is it ahead of schedule? The King of the Northern Realm glanced at his subordinates and asked. The specific subordinates are not clear. Then help me sign up for the competition. The King of the Northern Realm smiled. 30 days later, King Zamas of the Northern Realm stood out among the many candidates and became the only candidate for the 10th Universe King God. Realm King God Realm. Zamas, I originally planned to elect a new Realm King God 10 years later, but recently our universe has undergone a lot of changes, so this new Realm King God's plan is advanced. Jervis explained briefly to Zamas. Lord Realm King God doesn't need to explain, for us gods, 10 or 20 years is not a snap of the fingers. Zamas smiled and said disapprovingly. You said so. Kvaz nodded, and then pointed to a large crystal ball on the side. Snap! A planet flashed on the crystal ball. Zamas, look at this planet called Barbary. The planet has just given birth to the prototype of human beings. What do you think should be done? Kvaz asked. Zamas looked at the flickering image on the crystal ball. In the picture, two birdmen dressed in simple costumes are fighting with weapons made of the most primitive stones. Bang! One of the birdmen knocked his opponent to death with a stick. That's enough. Savage, Zamas was speechless. What do you think should be done? Kvaz asked. I want to see for myself. Zamas replied. Thanks to the rich Polar Knight for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 1000 VIP points with a cumulative reward of 2000 points, it has won the first place in the book reward list. Chapter 050. Okay, then let's go to the planet Barbary. Kvaz smiled, and immediately through teleportation, he and Zamas appeared in the sky above the planet Barbary, silently observing those humans. The planet Barbary, which has just given birth to humans, is engaged in large-scale killing. The Barbary starmen are so barbaric, Zamas said condescendingly, with a hint of disgust in his words. Although the current Barbary starmen are like this, it may not be in 1,000 years. Kvaz replied, and at this point, he pulled out a small box with 5 rings in it. He took out one of them casually, and said, let's use this space-time ring. Is this the space-time ring? First time I saw it, Zamas took a deep look. Of course, I won't use it when it's not necessary, and the last time I used it, it was 400 years before you became my disciple. Gervas said, and put the space-time ring on his finger. Is it really possible to travel freely through time? Zamas asked. Yes, but only to the future, that is, you can only travel to the future and return to the original world, explains Kvas. You can go to the future, but you can't go back in time, can you? Zamas asked again. You can't go back to the past, it's strictly forbidden, and changing history is bound to be dangerous. Kvas said, if you look at this row of rings in the ring box, these are other worlds that were born to change history. Another world? That is, are these used to travel to parallel worlds? Zamas asked curiously. Yes, it's a parallel world. Kvas nodded slightly. In the past, the 12th universe had a high degree of civilization, and human beings could create time machines that should not have been made, and they could easily go back in time and change history. Later, time-related behavior was strictly prohibited. I already know about the ring, so let's go to Barbary Star in 1000 years. Zamaz replied. Let's go. Kvaz gave Zamaz an earring. Ugh! The two of them flashed their eyes and appeared on the planet Barbary 1000 years later. Look over there, what they make, there are already signs of civilization. Kvaz said with a smile. Strange, just now when I was traveling through time, I seemed to see two people on the planet. Zamaz was stunned and said to Kvaz. Two people? Barbary starmen? Kvaz asked. No, definitely not Barbary, it seems to be a highly civilized human being. Zamaz mused. It's okay, it may be people who travel to the planet Barbary, leave them alone. Kvaz explains. Zamaz nodded, glanced at the building in the distance, and did not speak. Let's look somewhere else. Kvaz suggested, and after landing, he smiled and picked up an instrument. Look, there's something like text engraved here. Oh? There are also musical instruments, which is good. Zamaz, however, was attracted by other voices and walked over to glance at it. The next moment, Zamaz's face changed color slightly. Lord Realm King God, this, Zamaz hurriedly greeted. Kvaz leaned over and glanced at it. In a village below the two, the Barbary starmen were engaged in a fierce battle, and for a while the corpses were strewn with misery. This is the reality, their essence will not change. Zamaz frowned and said, it's really an ugly existence. Sure enough, the universe doesn't need humans at all. As soon as he said this, Zamaz turned his head sharply and was stunned to find that there was a human being, who was about to attack him. Zamaz was furious and slapped his palm sharply. Bang! The birdman was shot away by Zamaz. Zamaz, stop me! Kvaz snapped. Humph! Zamaz snorted coldly, his eyes flashed with a thick killing intent, and at the same time, a flame of light appeared in his hand, like a long sword, aimed at the body of the birdman. Give me back! Kvaz made a quick decision and grabbed Zamaz by the shoulder. Ugh! Before Zamaz could make a move, the two disappeared without a trace. Barbary on the planet. Big brother, who were those two just now? Kale scratched his head and asked. It seems to be God. Reg smiled, he didn't expect to meet Zamaz on this planet. God? Yes? Is there really a God in this world? Kyr asked in surprise. Kyr, to put it bluntly, there is nothing great about God, unless it is stronger than humans, and when you are so strong that even God is afraid, you are God. Reg explained to Kyle with a smile. Well, big brother. So those two gods just now. Is it powerful? Better than Big Brother? Kale asked curiously. Reg smiled slightly and did not answer. No, Big Brother is the number one in the universe, even if it is a god, it cannot be Big Brother's opponent. Kyr waved his small fist and said with a grin. Let's go. Reg smiled. But Big Brother, I'm curious, where have those two gods gone? I can't sense the breath of the two of them at all. Kyle seemed interested in those two gods. P.S. Thanks to the rich man Wuji for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 588 VIP points with a total reward of 1,788 points, currently ranked second in the reward list, and 212 points away from catching up with the first place. Thanks to Xiaokong Tangqing for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 100 VIP points. 2 chapters will be added today to correspond to those 15 reminder tickets. Chapter 051. There is no breath flowing in the body of the gods, what they have is a relatively special breath. Ugh! Ugh! As soon as he said this, Reg saw the figures of Kvaz and Zamaz, and suddenly appeared not far ahead. Zamaz, what do you want to do? We just come back and we won't kill them with our own hands. Kvaz shouted. They have no value in existence, let alone value, they are garbage that destroys the environment. Zamas said lightly. There is nothing in this world that is not worthwhile, even earthworms can improve the soil, or become food. Everything that is born in nature has meaning. Kvass taught meticulously. But earthworms don't try to become human. Zamas was not convinced. I'm just giving examples, why do you hate humans so much? Kvass sweated on his face. Humans with wisdom will one day destroy the environment, or even the entire planet. Do you just leave them alone like that? Zamas said a little angrily, and then asked, Lord Realm King, what exactly is our job? You should know, of course, to guard peace. When the planet loses peace or is out of balance and is seriously damaged, we will bring them back on the right track. Kvass explains. Don't you think it's indifferent? We should be more active in using our power to fight evil, similar to the kind of unreasonable guys all over the streets, Zamas corrected. You're talking about the work of the god of destruction, Jervis sighed. Zamas stopped talking, panicked. Wow, are you gods? The two were saying this to themselves, but suddenly heard a girl's voice ringing nearby. Kiva's and Zamas's faces were slightly stunned, and then looked at Kale, who appeared not far ahead, and Reg next to Kyle. Kvass and Zamas were suspended in mid-air, and Kyle told Reg that it should be a little polite to see God for the first time, so he didn't fly. Kivas glanced down at Reg and Kel, then said to Zamas, let's go back. Don't worry about going back, the first time I see God, sign my name and leave. Kyer said excitedly, and after saying this, he immediately took out a pen and paper and shook it at Kvass and Zamas above. Snap! Zamas smiled softly, fell from the sky, and landed on the opposite side of Kel. Zamas, what do you want to do? Kvass also fell rapidly. You know we are gods. Zamas looked at Kel coldly. Yes, aren't you God? Kyer asked curiously. Of course, we are the real gods. Zamas smiled, then glanced at the huge piece of meat beside Kel and asked, how long have you been on this planet? I do the math. Oh, it seems like 5 years. Kyer thought for a moment and replied, then turned around and looked at Reg, right, big brother, we've lived here for 5 years, right? Yes, that's right, 5 years. Reg nodded and walked over to Kyle's side. 5 years? In the past 5 years, you two have destroyed the ecology of planet Barbary, right? I'll just say this planet is a little weird. Zamas said coldly. What do you mean by destroying the ecology? Kel was puzzled. Simply put, it is because of the existence of the two of you that the ecology of this planet has changed dramatically, and the human beings born on this planet have enough survival resources, but because of the two of you, these resources are almost exhausted, which has led to a war between newly born humans. Zamas said angrily. Enough, Zamas, you shut up for me. Kvass shouted. It's just that Kvass has been completely ignored. Hey? Is that so? Big brother? Kel's eyes widened. It seems that he is right, Reg thought for a while. What this guy said was not all right, of course it was not all wrong, there were indeed not many humans on this planet in terms of food resources. Because most of the meat such as animals is almost eaten by the two foodies Reg and Kyer. Big brother, then they are too pitiful. However, I feel very accomplished. The planet has changed because of me and my big brother. Hee hee, it's exciting to think about, can we also become gods like this? Kyer muttered softly. What did you say? Zamas was furious. Little girl, do you know who you are talking to? Zamas, what the hell do you want to do? Come back with me. Kvass shouted. Zamas ignored it. Isn't it speaking to you? Kyer was slightly stunned and asked rhetorically. Find death. Zamas was originally very angry, and just after 1000 years the trick was not fully performed, he was brought back by Kvass. Now there is a little girl who does not know the height of the sky, where the concept of God is reversed. Zamaz was so angry that as he said this, he raised his hand and squeezed it towards Kyle's neck. Snap! Reg had been paying attention to Zamaz's every move for a long time, and when he saw this cargo suddenly strike, he immediately grabbed it forward and blocked Zamaz's attack. Okay, don't vent at the two of us with this nameless fire. I asked my sister to respect you, that's why I called you a god. In fact, in my eyes, you are not a fart. Reg said coldly. Chapter 052. Bang! After saying this, Reg flew up and kicked directly on Zamaz's face. Boom! Suddenly, Zamaz rushed and fell heavily to the ground. Fuck me! Reg kicked over again. Hey! Zamaz's body flew into the sky and fell straight down. Boom! Zamaz plunged headlong into the soil of the earth, and his body was embarrassed. Kvaz on the side was stunned. He originally thought that Reg and Kyr were just ordinary people who came to travel, but what he didn't expect was that the energy they had in their bodies could actually knock Zamaz to the ground. Who are you two? Kvaz quickly asked. Old man, is your temple still hiring? How about making me a god? Kyr asked with a grin. This god is not quite deserved, Kvaz smiled wryly. So how do you become a god? Kyr asked curiously. This. You answer my question first, which planet are you from? Kvaz looked at these two people up and down, remembering that there was no such type of human in his universe. At this moment, Zamaz jumped up from the ground, and the light flame in his hand also flickered. Zamaz's face was hideous, and he stared viciously at this teenager who had beaten himself so badly. How? Still fighting? Haven't suffered enough? Reg smiled softly. The current Zamaz was not his opponent at all. After all, although Zamaz is relatively powerful in the realm king god, his real strength is only a little more powerful than that of Super Saiyan. The really powerful Zamaz is the state after he occupies Sun Wukong's body and transforms into Super Saiyan Peach. Ha 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 ha, Lord God of the realm, this is a human being. Did you see that? He even beat me, a god, just now. He is a small human being, and he already has the energy to compete with God. Don't you have any ideas? Zamaz's face twisted and he voiced his displeasure to Kvas. Zamaz, don't say any more, you are provoking them from beginning to end in this matter. Kvas is still quite sensible. Is it? Am I provoking them? Zamaz's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Let's go back. Kvas continued. As the greatest quasi-realm king god in the universe, now that I have been defeated by a mortal, does the realm king god lord think that I will go back like this? Zamaz said coldly. So what do you want to do? Kvas is already somewhat disappointed with Zamaz. Old man, don't embarrass the great god Zamaz. Reg smiled slightly and said to Kvas, he is right, as a god, he has suffered such great humiliation. How can he be willing to follow you back to the realm king god realm? In other words, if it is me, I am not happy. After I go back, I can't vent my anger, I will vent it on you. There may be an assassination or something, it may be possible. You. Little one, you really have imagination. Kvas didn't know, just smiled. Zamaz's heart couldn't help but tremble, and he looked at Reg with a surprised face, shocked. Can he see through the thoughts in my heart? How can it be? He's just a mortal, I'm a god. Yes, it can't be. It must have been this kid guessing, or maybe there was killing intent in my expression. Zamaz took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down so as not to spoil his plan. Old man, my sister and I are idle anyway, we came here to cultivate. So I have a reluctant request here. I want my sister to challenge this Zamaz, I wonder if you agree? Reg smiled slightly, looked at Kvas and said. What do you say? Are you going to ask your sister to challenge Zamaz? Are you sure? Kvas was stunned. Of course. Reg nodded, and then looked at Zamaz with interest. I think, Zamaz, you won't object either, right? Happy to accompany. Zamas gave a kind smile. Yes, you see how good you are now, you remember, you must disguise yourself, or how to have a human mass extinction plan in the future. Reg smiled softly, and said something that broke Zamas's thoughts. Human mass extinction? Zamas, do you really think so? Kvaz chuckled in his heart and quickly asked. Lord Realm King God, there is no basis for things. Can't you believe it, this kid is obviously trying to sow discord. Zamas hurriedly denied it, and glared at Reg with an annoyed expression. It's fine if you don't have one. Kvaz nodded, really didn't think too much, and then said, this little guy wants his sister to challenge you, what do you think? This time I ask for your opinion. I accept the challenge. Zamas said. Okay, I agree, but you have to remember, don't hurt her life until the point is reached. Kvaz instructed. No problem, Lord God of the realm, a little girl who looks to be only 10 years old, how can I bear to take her life? Zamas smiled slightly. Chapter 053. Go ahead. Kvaz nodded. Wow, big brother, can I really challenge God? Kyr asked with a look of excitement. Yes, defeat him, and you will be God. Reg patted Kyle's shoulder. Well, I'm going to come on, I want to be the most powerful benefactor of my big brother. When Kale said this, he didn't say more nonsense, his aura exploded, and he unleashed a chilling attack in the direction of Zamas. Zamas responded calmly and did not fight back for a while. Zamas thought, in front of the old guy of the realm king god, it is more appropriate to make a show first, and after a while, wait for this little girl's physical strength to run out, and then make another mistake to cause her serious injury, then this hateful human being will be finished. As for the young man who had just beaten himself to ashes, when the realm king god was gone, he would come over to him for fun, and just destroy him directly, wouldn't it be cheap for him? With this idea, Zamas repeatedly retreated, just blindly dodged, and did not attack Kale. At the same time, Zamas only hopes that this little girl's physical strength will be exhausted, and then he can easily seriously injure her. Seeing that Zamas did not show a killing move, Kivas breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that although Zamas was a bit extreme, it seemed that there was still a need for adjustment. In this way, the battle between the two sides was difficult to distinguish between victory and defeat for a while, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. Zamas's face was already showing a bitter gourd at this time, and he couldn't mention how depressed he was. Zamas found that it seemed that this little girl's body had endless energy, which could be described as inexhaustible, and it was obviously impossible to exhaust her physical strength through a protracted battle. Abominable human being, if it takes time, this little girl's strength will definitely far surpass me. Zamas suddenly thought of such a terrible question. No, I will never allow this to happen, I am the greatest god in this universe. Zamas's face showed a hint of killing intent. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Zamas flew up and hit Kyle hard. Kyr's body took dozens of steps back, and when he stopped, he smiled softly. That god, you haven't attacked me all this time, I think it's too boring, and besides, the attack just now is a bit ordinary. You disappointed me so much, I thought God was strong. Kyle said unscrupulously. What did you say? Zamas managed to calm his anger for an hour, and suddenly it rose. I mean, your attacks are really too average, are you holding back? Kyr asked with a smile. Good, good, I will let you know clearly, God is terrible. When Zamas said this, the bruises on his forehead burst, and a faint layer of light flame suddenly appeared on his body. Ugh! The next moment, a light flame sharp knife flashed in Zamas's hand. That's right, or it's really boring. Kyr smiled slightly. Little girl, you'd better not regret it. Zamas was fierce. Zamas, point up. Kvaz instructed. Old man, you are very noisy, when fighting, what is the point? Kair turned to look at Kvaz and said angrily. Little girl, you really don't know how to be a villain. Kvaz didn't know what to say. Kair didn't pay any more attention to Kvaz, but looked at Zamaz with a warlike look, smiled, and said, I'm going to attack, be careful. Phew. When Kair said this, he planned to go over and attack Zamaz. Wait, Kyle. Reg stopped it in time. What's wrong? Big brother? Kair asked. Transform, now in your ordinary state, it is already difficult to be his opponent. Reg said. Well, okay. Kel nodded obediently. Boom. The next moment, a layer of golden light flame suddenly flashed on Kair's body. Snap! Kel's hair stood tall, and the color of his hair turned golden. Reg knows that in Dragon Ball Super, Kyle does not seem to become an ordinary Super Saiyan, but will only become the kind of Broly-like super mode, that is, the Teiku Saiyan. But now it's different. Kyle is what Reg has cultivated since childhood, and it can be done by transforming into an ordinary Super Saiyan. In addition, there is no time limit for Kyle after transforming into an ordinary Super Saiyan. This. What is this change? Kvaz was stunned, a little dazed. Zamaz was also confused, and did not come to his senses for a long time. I'm going to attack, God. Kair smiled slightly, and when he said this, he suddenly turned into a golden light, and with just a flick of an eye, it flashed in front of Zamaz. Zamaz's eyes widened, and he looked at Kel, who was so fast in disbelief, and his face was even more stunned. Bang! Kair would not be polite with Zamaz, flew up and hit Zamaz's head directly. Zamaz didn't even have time to resist when he was kicked to the ground by Kale. Kyle aimed at Zamaz's body and bombarded him with punch after punch. For a while, Zamaz was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. P.S. Today's 6 changes, for the sake of me working so hard, give a reward and treat. Chapter 054. Kvaz, who was watching the battle, was stunned. He never thought that the human race was so powerful, that it was so strong that it defeated Zamaz. Snap! Kale attacked for a while, suddenly felt his arm tighten, and then was surprised to find that his arm had been grabbed by Zamaz. Have you had enough? Zamaz's face became increasingly gloomy. Hee, you finally know how to fight back. Kair grinned and looked at Zamaz with a playful smile. I want you to know what will happen if you sin against God. When Zamaz said this, he jerked a knee and pressed it against Kal's stomach on the spot. Poof! Kair's face turned pale, and the golden light on his body suddenly dissipated. Zamaz flew up with a punch and knocked Kyle to a height. Immediately afterwards, the light flame in Zamaz's hand flashed, looked at the location of Kal's body, and stabbed it violently. Zamaz, stop! Kivas was taken aback. He knew very well that if this hit Kel would probably be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Zamaz ignored it and instead sped up the attack. Ugh! Just when Zamaz thought that he would inevitably hit Kel, he was surprised to find that Kel's figure shook and had completely disappeared. Zamaz looked left and right, completely unable to catch Kel's figure. In the back, God! Kerr smiled. Zamaz's face was terrified, and when he looked back, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Because Zamaz found that the golden light on Kair's body was more intense, and at the same time, in these golden lights, there were layers of electric arcs jumping. Also, Kel's hair stood up more, and his momentum became even stronger than before. Big brother, it seems that ordinary Super Saiyans can't beat him, so I have to become Super Saiyans of the 2nd rank. Kair said with a grin at Reg. Reg nodded slightly. Humph! You didn't show mercy to a girl like me just now, so I'm very angry. I want to teach you a good lesson. Kair pouted, and after saying this, he flew up and kicked directly on Zamaz's face. Zamaz whimpered, and then flew upside down. After landing, Zamaz's face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Wow, God actually vomits blood. Kyr couldn't help but say with some surprise. Unforgivable, I want you to know what will happen to blasphemy. Zamaz's eyes were cracked, and the bruises on his forehead burst out, and he seemed to be about to storm away. That's it, today's battle is over. Kvaz suddenly appeared between Kale and Zamaz, and said with outstretched arms. So far? A small human being, actually so arrogant, do you say that the end is over? Zamaz shouted angrily. Zamaz, I only ask you one word, do you want to take over as the king god of the realm? I can apply to let the king of the southern realm become the next king of the realm. Kvaz said lightly. Hearing Kvas's words, Zamaz's body trembled violently, and his somewhat hideous face immediately returned to normal. I'm sorry, Lord Realm King God, it's my gaffe, let's go back. Zamaz said quickly. I'll send you back first. Kvas nodded slightly, and then cast a teleportation to send Zamaz back to the Realm King God realm. Immediately afterwards, Jervis flashed his eyes and appeared in front of Reg and Kel again. You are not from the 10th universe, where are you from? Kvas asked, looking at Reg. We came from the 7th universe and strayed into the colorful wormhole and entered your universe. Reg smiled and explained, if the Realm King God doesn't welcome us, he hopes to send us back to the 7th universe, which happens to be quite boring in this universe. 7th universe. Kvas was stunned, and then nodded slightly, okay, I'll send you back and grab my arm. Wait a minute, let's pack up. Reg greeted, and then went back to his capsule room with Kale to pack up. Kvas silently followed behind the two. Great, I can finally return to the 7th universe, and I can finally eat marshmallows. Kyr grinned, by the way, big brother, my performance today is okay, right? It was a bit of a surprise to beat Zamaz without transforming into a Teku Scion. Reg touched Kel's head. For today's battle, Reg didn't have the need to shoot at all, after all, the system did not release new missions. With Reg's current strength, it is easy to deal with Zamaz, who is not yet immortal. It's just that since there is no Teku value reward, Reg feels that it is better to take the opportunity to hone little Kyr, so that she can grow up as soon as possible. As for why there is no Teku value reward, listen to the meaning of the system, because Zamaz has not yet grown up, and does not belong to the king level figure for the time being. This is one of the reasons why Reg deliberately spared Zamaz's life. And through the battle between little Kyr and Zamaz, Reg can determine that this little girl's growth rate is still very fast. Hee, big brother, I actually want to transform further, but I'm afraid I will accidentally kill that god. Kyr said with a playful smile. Oh? Further transformation? Super Scion 3rd tier? Reg was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect Kyr to progress to this extent. Hee, the Super Scion 3rd order transformation that I just learned is unfortunately not very stable. Kyr grinned. Thanks to Xiaokong Bralita's daddy for rewarding Lingshan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 100 VIP points. Chapter 055. Hearing Reg and Kyr's conversation, Gervis's face on the side couldn't help but slip cold sweat. Listening to that little girl means that she has not yet shown her full strength. If this little girl really shows all her strength, I'm afraid Zamaz will be killed on the spot, right? How could the 7th universe give birth to such a powerful warrior? In fact, where did Kvas know that Kyr was not from the 7th universe, but a parallel universe of the 7th universe, a scion in the 6th universe with an ancient bloodline? Also, Kvas can see that the man named Reg is even more unfathomable. Let you wait for the Realm King God for a long time, and we can leave now. Reg put all the useful things into the capsule, carried it with him, and greeted Kvas. Okay, then let's go. Kvas nodded slightly. Ugh. Kvas immediately teleported, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared on the planet Barbary. However, what Kvas didn't know was that in the Realm King God realm of the 10th universe, Zama's was hearing the conversation between the two sides through the crystal ball. 7th universe? Scion? Zama's forehead was bruised. Immediately afterwards, Zama's clenched his fists, and his body was angry. Hateful human beings, although I don't know how you cultivate, but your existence has far surpassed me as a god, I will let you know that you are just a group of ants in front of me after all. Zama's grinned, his face becoming more and more gloomy. Ugh! Under the leadership of Kvas, in a flash, Reg found himself in a relatively strange land. This land is extremely vast, and the vast grasslands are endless. Reg, Kyr, this is the realm King God realm of the 7th universe. Kvas explains. Realm King God realm? So, can my big brother and I become gods here? Kyle asked with some excitement. Ahem. This one. Kurvis smiled bitterly, and then replied, because I sent you back, I have to explain it to the realm King God Zine on your side. Kvas, why do you have time to come and sneak through the door today? Oh? Who are these two friends? Just as Kvas finished speaking, Reg saw the realm King God Shihan and the realm King God's entourage Jebet coming from a distance, and greeted Kvas. Later, Reg saw Shihan focus on himself. Shihan, these two friends accidentally entered the 6th universe, because they couldn't find the colorful wormhole back to the 7th universe for the time being, and just happened to run into me, so I sent them back. Kvas explains. So, Shihan, the king of the realm, glanced at Reg, quickly shifted his gaze to his tail, and was slightly stunned and asked, You're a scion, right? Yes, I'm a scion. Reg nodded slightly. Kvas, it's really bothering you, thank you. Shihan then thanked Kvas. It's nothing troublesome, if it's okay, then I'll go back first. Kvas waved his hand. Okay. Shihan smiled slightly. Ugh. Kvas teleported and disappeared in a flash. Big brother, this planet is so strong, you see, I have to exert a lot of strength to crush this stone. Kyr held a stone in his hand and said to Reg with a grin, It's worthy of the god world, it's really different from our world. Little girl, the god world is indeed stronger than the mortal world. In the mortal world, in the words of the Scion, if the combat power exceeds 10,000, you can easily destroy a small planet, but if you want to destroy the god world, it is not so easy. Realm King God Shihan smiled and said to Kyr. Kyr nodded and suddenly asked, Are you also a god? I am the king god of the realm. Shihan smiled slightly, and pointed to a red-skinned man beside him, he's Jebet. The realm king god is the same god as that Kvas. Kel understood. Yes, we come from different universes. Shihan said with a smile. I heard that there is an ancient divine sword circulating in the realm king god realm of our universe, I don't know if it's true. Reg asked suddenly. You? How do you know? Shian's face changed color slightly. What I heard, looking at the expression of the realm king god, it should be true. Reg smiled, I also heard that if you can pull out this Excalibur, you will gain a lot of power, right? Yes, this is indeed true. Shihan took a deep look at Reg and nodded and acknowledged, but it's a pity that after so many years, no one has ever been able to pull out this Excalibur. Lord Realm King God, they are just two mortals, what are you talking to them so much for? I think it's better to send them back to their star field sooner. Jebet couldn't bear it anymore and suggested with a dark face on the side. Realm King God, I want my sister to pull out Excalibur. Reg ignored Jebet and said to Shihan. What? You want to pull out Excalibur? Shian's eyes widened, thinking Reg was joking. Ha ha ha, Reg, I know that the Scions are powerful, but not strong enough to draw Excalibur. Okay, I'll send you back to planet Vegeta. Thank you Xiaokong Falling Stars for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord for 100 VIP points for his work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline. Chapter 056 There is a towering mountain over there, which is probably where Excalibur is stored. Reg said to Kyle. Big brother, can you really gain power by pulling out Excalibur? Kyle asked with some excitement. It seems to be, since you are here, let's try it. Reg smiled. Well, Big brother is so good to me. Kyle clapped his hands and flew in the direction of the mountain. Reg followed suit. However, not long after Reg flew, he was intercepted by Jebbet. Presumptuous, this is the realm King God realm, you give me an immediate return to the human realm. Jebbet shouted angrily, she's a child, I won't worry about her, but you should be 17 years old, right? If you are sensible, leave the God realm immediately. You're looking for a beating, aren't you? Reg squinted and looked at Jebbet with a smile. What do you say? Boy, you are so arrogant. Jebbet's face turned grim. Bang! Reg wouldn't talk more nonsense to Jebbet, and immediately waved his hand in the direction he was. Bang! With a muffled sound, when he looked again, Jebbet seemed to have been hit by something and flew upside down on the spot. Jebbet flew backwards for more than 3,000 meters before falling to the ground, and then slid 500 meters on the ground before slowly stopping. Poof! As soon as Jebbet looked up, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face turned pale. Xian's face on the side was full of shock, he never thought that this teenager would be so powerful, just with a flick of his hand, he actually knocked Jebbet away. Jebbet! Xian hurriedly flew away, landed beside Jebbet, and asked with concern, how are you? It's okay. Lord Realm King, you can't die. Jebbet wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a bitter face. This scion is so hateful. The Realm King God was furious, staring at Reg viciously. Ugh! The next moment, the Realm King God flickered and had already come to the opposite side of Reg. At this time, Reg had already landed near Excalibur. Look at Kyra again, he is trying to draw Excalibur in an ordinary state. It's just that in the most ordinary state, Kyra exerted all the strength to eat, but did not shake Excalibur in the slightest. Reg, you hurt Jebbet. I will not forgive you. Xian said with a cold face. Oh? Why don't you forgive me? Are you trying to challenge me? Reg smiled slightly, and then quickly asked the system, to defeat the Realm King God, you should give some primeval value, right? The host. Although the King God of the realm is a king of one side. But don't tell me but whatever, just say if there is a primeval value reward. Reg said with some displeasure. Ding! A new mission. Tap the potential energy through the old Realm King God and obtain 1 point of the Teku value. The system hurriedly released the task. I'll go, I'm talking about the Realm King God, what are you doing with that guy from the old Realm King God? Reg shook his head. All along, the latest realm of the host has been unstable, and the host can tap the potential through the old Realm King God to stabilize the latest transformation. The system says. Although you successfully diverted the topic, I still look forward to it when you say so. Reg smiled. Reg, why don't you talk? Xian asked, glaring at Reg. It seems that you really want to challenge me. Reg looked at Xian with a smile and beckoned, then come on. I'll let you. Speaking of this, Reg put his hands behind his back. You. What do you mean? Xian looked at Reg with a smile. I can defeat you without using my hands. Reg said with a smile. What did you say? Xian was dumbfounded, shook his head, and said, Scion, you're doing this too arrogantly, aren't you? This is not arrogance, this is strength. Reg smiled and urged, let's get started, I'm busy. Humph, Scion, do you know what will happen if you deceive people too much? Xian was so angry that he immediately opened his hands in the direction where Reg was. In the middle of the whiskers, Xian's hand released a layer of invisible energy and went straight to the direction where Reg was. Poof! Reg aimed at the invisible energy, puffed out his cheeks, and blew out. The next moment, that invisible energy was blown away by Reg on the spot, and directly hit the ground in the distance. Boom! After the invisible energy landed, it exploded with an extremely vast destructive power, and it was razed to the ground on the spot within a radius of 100 meters. Realm King Godzin's eyes widened. He never thought that his blow would be easily blown away by this scion. In the distance, Jebet obviously saw such an amazing scene, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He blew away the attack of the Realm King God Lord in one breath? Am I not mistaken? Was he really a scion? While Jebet was shocked, he didn't take a breath and spewed out another mouthful of blood. What? Just when the Realm King God was shocked, he suddenly heard Kyr shouting. Immediately afterwards, the Realm King God's eyes widened and found that the golden light flashed all over Kyr's body, and his hair stood up high, turning golden yellow. Thanks to the rich QQ for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 100 VIP points with a cumulative reward of 1,288 points, ranking third in the reward list, and 800 points exceeded the second place. Thanks to the rich Manwuji for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 2000 VIP points with a total of 3,788 tips, ranking first in the reward list. Friends who have not rewarded, remember to send a flower, thank you. Chapter 057. This abominable Excalibur, if I don't get you out today, I'm not Cal. Kyr's expression was solemn, and he immediately grabbed the hilt of Excalibur and jerked it. Click! Suddenly, the earth around Excalibur loosened a little. What? The Realm King God was stunned. Ah! Kel's energy continued to increase, and with a sharp force, he pulled out the Excalibur from the depths of the earth at that time. The eyes of the Realm King God and Jebet jumped out of their eye sockets, and their expressions were more stunned and stunned. It's so heavy, although Kyr pulled out the Excalibur, his body was shaky, and the sword he held was not very stable. But Rao was so, Shihan and Jebet were already so shocked that they couldn't say anything. Big brother, is this Excalibur? It's so heavy, Kyr muttered as he looked at the extremely heavy Excalibur. It's just that I didn't get my power from Excalibur. Could it be that the legend is a lie? Kyr, you transform into the third order of the Super Saiyan and attack me with all your strength with Excalibur. Reg said. Don't joke big brother, I can't beat you. Even if I have Excalibur in my hand, Kyr shook his head. I only use Super Saiyan second tier. Reg smiled. Oh? Big brother takes this seriously? Kel's eyes lit up and he felt the hope of victory. Of course, I just want to test whether Excalibur is powerful. Reg said with a smile. That big brother, I'm going to transform. Kel's expression became solemn. Snap! Reg smiled, and immediately the golden light on his body flashed, and layers of electric arcs also emerged from his body. The next moment, Reg's hair stood on end, and he had successfully turned into the second rank of Super Saiyan. What? He. Will he transform too? Cold sweat broke out on the face of the Realm King God, and he finally realized how weak his god was. Lord Realm King God, it seems that he has a more powerful transformation. Jebet gritted his teeth and stepped forward and whispered. Jebet, let's stay away. These two people are terrible, the Realm King God lowered his voice. Jebet nodded solemnly. Big brother, I'm going to transform. The color of Kyr's pupils changed, and then I saw the golden light bursting all over her body, and layers of golden light continued to emerge from her body. It was as if the entire Realm King God realm was illuminated by the golden light on Kyr's body. When she looked at it again, Kale's hair continued to grow outward from her forehead, and after a while, her blonde hair had reached waist length. Super Saiyan Third Order. Kyr grinned and swung the Excalibur in his hand easily. It's terrible. It's terrible. This little girl's aura is really powerful to the limit. Jebet slipped down in a cold sweat, and then looked at Reg. On the contrary, this scion named Reg has a very ordinary breath. Jebet, take a good look, this Reg is definitely not ordinary. Shihan said in a trembling voice. Jebet nodded lightly and did not speak. Big brother, I'm going to attack. Kyer grinned. Come on. Reg nodded slightly. Kel's figure shook, and then she had already appeared opposite Reg, and at the same time, the Excalibur in her hand slashed down in the direction of Reg. Snap! The sword that seemed to carry edge and endless energy was easily caught by Reg with his hand. When they saw such a situation, Shihan and Jebet couldn't help but tremble violently with their bodies, and they finally felt that in this universe, there were such powerful warriors. Click! While Shihan and Jebet were still in shock, the two gods hugged each other in the next moment. Because the supreme treasure that they called Excalibur was actually shattered by Reg with his hand. Yes, just by hand. This legendary Excalibur was broken on the spot. Shihan and Jebet's jaws dropped to the ground, and their bodies couldn't stop trembling, which could be described as shock to the extreme. Big brother, is this sword just shattered? Kyer was also slightly stunned. Because the Excalibur was broken, she immediately stopped attacking. Yes, I didn't expect it to be so crisp. Reg smiled slightly. Stop playing, big brother bullies me. Kyer pouted, the golden light on his body dissipated, and returned to his normal state. Reg smiled and also dispersed the golden light. Excalibur. Excalibur shattered. It's terrible. Jebet stammered. I really didn't expect that the legendary Excalibur would be shattered by the energy in the hands of a mortal. Jebet, I'm dreaming, right? Shihan couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's not a dream, it's real. At this moment, an unfamiliar old voice came from behind the two. The bodies of the two trembled violently. How did they do it? Why did a stranger come to the realm King God realm? The two looked back and found that there was an old man behind them. The old man was skinny and obscene looking, but he was wearing the unique clothes of the king god of the realm. Grandpa! Who are you? Shihan asked. Hehe, I'm the 15th generation realm king god. It's really shameful, it's not our realm king god realm who pulled out the Excalibur, but a little girl who is only 10 years old. The old realm king god shook his head and sighed uncontrollably. P.S. Thanks to the rich man Wuji for rewarding Lingshan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 588 VIP points with a total reward of 4,376 points, ranking first in the reward list. Thanks to the rich Polar Knight for rewarding Lingshan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 1000 VIP points with a total of 3,000 points, ranking second in the reward list. Chapter 058. Lord Ancestor. Shihan quickly pulled Jebet to kneel. Old man, you are also the god of the realm. Reg flew over with a smile and looked at the old realm king god and asked. Is it the Excalibur you destroyed and released me from Excalibur? The old realm king god asked. Fluke. Reg smiled slightly. Little one, I can sense the endless energy in your body. If you can dig it out, hey, that's amazing. The old realm king god looked at Reg and suddenly said, and then looked at Kyer, although your sister also has very powerful energy, in comparison, the energy you hide is several times more than hers. Ugh. Reg didn't say anything. In order to express my gratitude to you, I intend to dig out a part of the energy in your body, although it is only a small part, but it is enough to be several times what you are now. The old realm king god said. Then what? Reg smiled disapprovingly. And then? The old realm king god couldn't do it at all, touched the back of his head, and said, Little fellow, don't you want to become stronger? You know, in this universe, there are more powerful people, and as far as I know, the overall strength of our 7th universe is very average. You're right, I've seen Jillian of the 11th universe, and it's really powerful. Reg nodded. What? Have you already seen that Jillian? Little one, you are really not simple. The old realm king god's eyes widened. Who is Jillian? Shihan and Jebet looked at each other, unheard of this man. You two are so humiliating to me, you should walk around while you are young, instead of building a car here behind closed doors. The old realm king god sighed and reprimanded. Yes, Lord Ancestor. Shihan and Jebet hurriedly saluted. Little one, your name is Reg, right? Come over here, I'll tap the potential energy for you. The old realm king god beckoned at Reg. Old man, you will also dig out the potential energy for my sister later. Reg said. This? Your sister? You don't seem to be related, do you? The old realm king god looked at Reg and then at Kale. To be precise, she is my future wife, do you have an opinion? Reg grinned. No opinion, the old realm king god laughed. Then such a pleasant decision. Reg nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, Reg sat on the grass under the arrangement of the old realm king god. The old realm king god began the ritual of tapping potential. What an ugly dance step, Kyr pouted, and then greeted the realm king god. Hey, god, is there anything to eat? I am hungry. Yes. Yes, Shihan quickly replied. Since the ancestors were so polite to these two people, then as a junior, he had to be friendly to them. A day later, Reg's latent energy was greatly excavated by the old realm king god. Not bad, worthy of being the king god of the old realm, I found that my overall strength has increased by at least 5 times. Reg nodded in satisfaction. In fact, what makes Reg most satisfied is that his current final transformation should not cause a load on his body. Reg. Although I have greatly tapped out your potential energy, there is still an endless amount of energy in your body, and once this energy awakens. Gee, that's amazing. The old realm king god said with emotion. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, getting 1 point of Teiku value, and accumulating 4 points of Teiku value. At this moment, the sound of the system immediately entered Reg's mind. What about skills? Reg asked. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a new skill, Cleanse Chi Yuan / if you don't need this skill, you will get 2 cumulative skill points. System, you are too pitted, Cleanse Chi Yuan / this skill will be learned, Reg said angrily. The host, all the skills obtained from the system, are more powerful than the original skills, just like this move Chi Yuan / if you increase the skill points and reach the highest level, you can cut off everything, and at the same time, you can also suppress the ability of the other party's cells to regenerate. System interpretation. Looks good. How many skill points are needed to reach the intensity you said? Reg asked. Skills are generally divided into 5 levels, which are beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and king. The system replied, only when the skill reaches the king level, that is, consumes 4 skill points, can the most basic skill be used to the extreme. King level Chi Yuan / can it cut off the god of destruction? Reg asked with a movement in his heart. Yes, the premise is that the god of destruction does not dodge, not only the god of destruction, if it is a king level Chi Yuan / hitting the body of the great god or the whole king, it will have a great effect. The system answered. Okay, then learn Chi Yuan chopping. Reg smiled slightly and made up his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning a new skill Chi Yuan / elementary. Reg nodded slightly. Subsequently, Reg proposed to let the old realm king god tap out the potential energy of Kyr. The old realm king god did not object. However, when the old realm king god had just finished the ceremony against Kyr, his expression became grim. Kyr, you don't seem to be from our 7th universe, do you? The old realm king god looked at Kyr and asked. P.S. Thanks to Xiaokong Lokia Glory for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 100 VIP points. Thank you Xiao Zi Dark Archmage for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball Ancient Bloodline 588 VIP points. There are 3 free chapters today. Friends who like this book, hurry up to recharge VIP and prepare for the explosion of 0 o'clock. Ask for your tips. Ask for your flowers. Chapter 059. Hey? Isn't it? I don't know, you ask me big brother. Kyr blinked, indifferently replying. The old realm king god turned his head to Reg. Old man, you are right, Kyr is from the 6th universe. Reg smiled, but did not hide it. That's not okay, Reg. If I tap the potential energy for the little girl Kyr, it will be the 6th universe that takes advantage. The old realm king god shook his head and abruptly aborted the ceremony. Although Kyr is from the 6th universe, she is my future wife, so she will also be a person from the 7th universe in the future. Reg frowned, and after saying this, he suddenly leaned over and lowered his voice and asked, Old man, you don't have to be so stubborn, do you? Does it affect us whether she is the 1st universe? Reg, I told you the truth. Before I was sealed, a god who was far above me once said that there were too many universes in this world. My understanding is that there is a great possibility that he is trying to erase some not so outstanding universe. Do you understand what I said? The old realm king god whispered with some concern, then glanced at Kyr and continued, although your future wife is now in our 7th universe, she is a person from the 6th universe after all, and when the time comes, she will be counted in the 6th universe. Isn't there a way to change her identity? Reg asked. This. Not yet, the old realm king god shook his head slightly. What if I make a wish through the dragon? It's the kind of wishing ball of that nemesis. Reg asked again. Wishing ball? How could that kind of thing change her identity? When the old realm king god said this, his heart moved, and he hurriedly said, This wishing ball you said made me think of a way. You say? Reg nodded. This old guy wouldn't mean Super Dragon Ball, would he? Sure enough, the old realm king god whispered to Reg with a mysterious face, we can use the Super Dragon Ball to summon the Divine Dragon, change Kyr's identity through the Divine Dragon, and make her a person in our 7th universe. Dragon of the Gods. Reg nodded. However, each Super Dragon Ball is the size of Earth, and Super Dragon Ball is distributed in the 6th and 7th universes, and it is not so easy to get together these 7 Super Dragon Balls. The old realm king god said in a deep voice. I'll figure it out. Reg smiled. Reg, do you think this will work? When your future wife truly becomes a person in our 7th universe, we will tap her potential energy. The old realm king god suggested. There is no need for that, you dig now, I said, she is my future wife, even if it is a clear robbery, I will make her a person in our universe. Reg smiled slightly and ordered directly. Then I can say well, if one day the 6th universe comes over and asks for someone, I can't help. The old realm king god thought for a moment and said. Don't worry, leave it to me. Reg smiled disapprovingly. Well, in that case, then I'll tap her potential energy. The old realm king god nodded. In the vast universe, a huge spaceship is sailing through space. Your Highness Iser, the star field where planet Vegeta is located is about to arrive. Oh? Is this the time? Ezer held a goblet in his hand, and half a glass of red wine was in the glass. After Aize said this, he silently tasted a small mouthful, with a grim smile on his face. It's a pity, it's a pity. That Scion eldest Prince Reg died like this, and it would be even more interesting if he were still alive. Right, Captain Kinayu? Aize smiled, his tail wagging up and down, and said without turning his head to a tall man behind him. If Reg were still alive, I'm afraid he would tremble with fear, ha 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 ha. Captain Kainu laughed. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being the captain, the jokes told are so funny. The 4 players behind Captain Kainu also laughed and cheered. Team Kinnet, we let planet Vegeta exist for an extra decade, and now it's time to make them disappear once and for all. Ezra said with a smile, and while saying this, he could clearly see the fiery red planet Vegeta that appeared in front of him through the huge and transparent form of the spacecraft. Your Highness Aizawa, such a small planet, you don't have to do it yourself, our Kainu team can easily destroy all the scions. Captain Kainu smiled slightly. Oh? That's hard work for you. Ezra smiled softly, however, after you destroy all the scions, I will destroy planet Vegeta with my own hands, and I have recently enjoyed watching the fireworks of the planet's explosion. No problem. Captain Kainu nodded. Captain, I can't wait, we want to let the scions know how terrible our Team Kinnet is. Team member Guys smiled. Your Highness, then let's go. Captain Kainu bowed. Okay, I wish you a triumphant return. Iser raised his glass. Team Kinnet's 5 teases immediately drank the wine in their glasses. Hey! The next moment, 5 miniature spaceships sped towards the fiery red planet. Chapter 060. Planet Vegeta, the Royal Palace. King Bai's face was extremely heavy, and he never imagined that the Frisia Legion would make a comeback after 10 years. After seeing the spaceship picture displayed on the huge display, all the scions in the palace looked extremely ugly. What surprised them even more was that 5 spaceships were speeding towards planet Vegeta. Yes! It's Team Kinnet! Someone exclaimed. I heard that over the years, the Kinnet team has quickly conquered the entire universe with their extremely terrifying combat power. That person named Kainu seems to have a combat power of more than 100,000. What? Lock? It doesn't seem to be great, as long as we transform into giant apes, do we still have to be afraid of Kainu? A scion said suddenly. Humph, do you think they'll turn you into a giant ape? They will definitely smash the moon directly when we condense the artificial moon. Yes, we can't transform giant apes, we are not their opponents at all. King Pei's right hand suddenly raised. The discussion in the hall immediately stopped abruptly. Bardock, where's Broly? Is there any news from him? King Bei asked, looking at Bardock. King Bei, Broly said 3 years ago that he would find Prince Reg and left our planet in a spaceship, and he has not been heard from since. Bardock said in a deep voice, if Broly is still there, at least it won't be a big problem to deal with Team Kinnet. If Prince Reg were still alive, Bardock said quietly. Bardock, you shut up for me, Reg is dead, don't say these useless words. Vegeta snorted coldly on the side, humph, it's too much of a deception. I'm not afraid of Kainu. Everyone glanced at Vegeta and did not speak. Bang bang. At this moment, 5 loud noises came from outside the palace hall, causing all the scions present to change color again. King Bei, the Kinnet team's spaceship did not land on the base, but directly landed on the square outside the palace. Got it. King Pei's face was gloomy, and he got up from his throne. Many scions are also ready for battle. Whoops! At this moment, I saw 4 figures shaking, and when I looked again, 4 people had already appeared in the palace. Team Keynote, come and visit. The 4 people of Team Kinnet put on a very ugly look. Damn, that guy from Guldo is so slow that the 4 of us don't make a lot of coordination. Guys couldn't help but say. Captain, you might as well consider and kick this fool of Guldo out of our special combat team, this guy's combat effectiveness is too low. Likum said from the sidelines. Yes, Captain, I agree with Likum's proposal. Bart said with a smile. We'll talk about this later. Guldo, you idiot, hurry. Kainu yelled at Guldo, who was running towards the palace. Yes. Guldo sped up. Soon, the 5 teases finally got together and put on a disgusting look again. King Pei, let you wait for a long time, we are here as a guest today, why is no one welcome? Only then did Captain Kainu look at King Bei with a smile. Humph, we didn't welcome you. King Bei said coldly. What? You say we're not welcome? King Pei, you are also too unkind, right? We came all the way here, it took more than 400 days, don't you think we are very hard? Guys said with a smile. Just say something, no need to go around in circles. King Pei shouted. Refreshing, refreshing. Captain Kainu clapped his hands happily and smiled, it's worthy of being the king of Bei. The king of the Scions, and it's really fast. Guys, tell King Bei what we are here for. Yes, Captain. Guys nodded slightly, and looked around at all the Scions present with a smile, and said, Today I am here to announce the will of His Excellency Frisia and His Highness I, and His Excellency Frisia is very dissatisfied with you Scions, so I specially asked His Highness Ezer to lead our Kainu team to planet Vegeta to clean. Too much nonsense. Vegeta snorted coldly, and the aura on his body burst out violently. The next moment, Vegeta sped in the direction of Guys. Snap! Guys reached forward with his big hand and grabbed Vegeta's arm at once. Yes, Vegeta, Prince of the Scions, you are capable. Guys smiled lightly, and then pressed the detector. Come, let's see what Prince Vegeta's combat power is. Gee, it's not simple, Vegeta's combat power has successfully broken through to 30,000. Ooh, 30,000 combat power? It can be seen that he has been cultivating very hard over the years. Bart and Likum laughed. Vegeta, you dare to charge with only 30,000 combat strength. Guys smiled slightly and punched Vegeta in the abdomen. Vegeta snorted at that time, and his whole body flew backwards. Boom! Vegeta's body slammed the throne. Suddenly, the throne fell apart and turned into ruins. Prince Vegeta, you don't even let you sit on the throne, is there any point in you living? Guys said with a smile. P.S. Thanks to Xiaozi 3 for rewarding Ling Shan Island Lord's work Dragon Ball No Ancient Bloodline 588 VIP points. These are the last 2 free chapters, the last free chapter will be released before 12 o'clock, and the next 5 chapters will be automatically scheduled for 5 chapters on the 19th at 0 o'clock. Chapter 061. Vegeta suddenly jumped up from the ground, his forehead was bruised, and 2 energy flames had condensed in his hands. The flames of light flickered and filled the air. Oh? What do you want? Prince Vegeta? Guys sneered. Guys, the indomitable spirit of this second prince is worth learning from. Captain Kainu said with a smile. Captain, I feel ashamed to learn from such a monkey. Guys laughed. I'm going to kill you. Vegeta gritted his teeth and slammed the energy flame in his hand towards Guys' location. Planet Vegeta, near the Great Sahara Desert. Ugh! With 3 flashes of light, Reg and Kale and the Realm King God Shihan appeared in this area at the same time. Reg, this is Planet Vegeta, I can only send you here. Shihan said. It's okay, you go back. Reg smiled slightly. Okay, then we'll see you again. Shihan waved his hand and disappeared in an instant. This is the planet where Big Brother was born. It's like Planet Sherida. Kel's body levitated high, looking at the face of the planet with emotion. There are many similarities between the 7th universe and the 6th universe, and I heard that the scions of the 7th universe were also on Planet Sherida at the earliest, and then moved to Planet Vegeta for unknown reasons. Reg smiled slightly and explained to Kyle, and Kyle, do you know why I cleaned up Frost? Why? Big Brother? Kale asked curiously. Because in our 7th universe, there is a guy who looks like Frost, and his name is Frisia. Reg said with a smile, unlike Frost, Frisia is the cosmic emperor of our 7th universe, and he should still occupy the major star domains. No wonder. Kyr nodded slightly, and then asked excitedly, "So, Big Brother, if we defeat Frisia, Big Brother will be the overlord of the universe in the future, right? The hegemon can't talk about it, and it is still possible to become the king of the universe side." Reg smiled, then took off and pointed to a distant place ahead. "Kale, can you sense it? Over there should be the royal palace of planet Vegeta. 4 relatively powerful auras have appeared, let's have fun in the past." "Okay." Kyle clapped his hands happily. "Hey!" The two turned into 2 streamers and went straight to the Scion Palace. "Vegeta, that's all your attack? You have disappointed me so much." After Guy slapped Vegeta's flash cannon, he looked at him with a smug look of disdain. "Ha ha ha ha, guys, Vegeta is a prince of the Scions, can you save some face for others?" Bart laughed. "You're right, Bart, it's not good for me. The prince's status are higher than those of us civilians. You say that I humiliated him so much in public, can his self-esteem stand it?" Guy said with a smile. "SHH. Vegeta, do you still have strength? Do you want to continue attacking me?" Guy smiled slightly and looked at Vegeta in a mocking tone. Vegeta was left to snort, because the other party was too strong, so strong that he couldn't start. "Good, good, now I announce something." Captain Kainu suddenly looked around at everyone present and said unhurriedly, "As long as you kneel in the doorway and shout 'Long live your Excellency Frisia,' I can promise to spare his life. As I said, today I have come to exterminate your scions, except for the scions who bow down. The captain means that you will probably all die today, except for those who kneel." Guys added. "You shut up for me. Guys!" Captain Kainu shouted. For a while, the hall was silent and deadly. "Well, I'll give you 10 seconds, and after 10 seconds, the kneeling man, kneel and crawl outside, shouting 'Long live Frisia,' and I can go around him for a dog's life." Captain Kainu smiled with interest. After saying this, Captain Kainu counted there without thinking about himself. 10 seconds passed quickly. How? Didn't a single one get on their knees and beg for mercy? Captain Kainu looked around the audience with a smile. "We scions are not to be killed." A scion shouted through gritted teeth. Bang! Bart rushed forward at great speed, knocking the talking scion down with one punch. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the light flame in Bart's hand flashed, penetrating the scion's heart on the spot, and killing him in front of everyone. "Bart, start lightly, you crushed an ant so easily, how helpless they are. In any case, these wild monkeys of the scions also have higher life." Captain Kainu said with a smile. "The captain means to say, you tortured them so badly, and destroyed them all at once, how boring." Guys added. "Well, Guys is right this time." Captain Kainu laughed. "All scions, right now." King Bei suddenly drank sharply. Between the whiskers, a flame of light condensed from King Bei's hand, and with a flick of his hand, he quickly walked towards the sky. Boom! King Bei's flame of light penetrated the ceiling of the palace first, and flew straight to the distant sky. Immediately afterwards, many scions also threw out the flames of light in their hands one by one. Hey! The flames of light released by many scions gathered together little by little. Between the whiskers, above the red sky, a huge ball of light flashed. "Oh? What is it?" Captain Kainu smiled. "Captain, it seems to be an artificial moon." Guys guessed. P.S. The last chapter of the free chapter, tonight at 0 o'clock. This book is officially on the shelf. 0 o'clock timing. 5 chapters are automatically released. Friends who read books with mobile phones, it seems that they can read the latest 5 chapters on the shelf in advance in the afternoon. Say important things 3 times. Say important things 3 times. Say important things 3 times. The island owner solemnly promised, if this book is a eunuch, the end is rotten, and the live broadcast will wear the clothes of Tu Wukong and dance. The island owner solemnly promised, if this book is a eunuch, the end is rotten, and the live broadcast will wear the clothes of Tu Wukong and dance. The island owner solemnly promised, if this book is a eunuch, the end is rotten, and the live broadcast will wear the clothes of Tu Wukong and dance. Subscribe please. Chapter 062. CT Sang Tak Viet.tk. Is it? The Scions, a group of wild monkeys, want to transform through artificial moons. Captain Kainu smiled slightly, not caring at all. Artificial moon, unleash your potential energy. At this time, King Bei had already gathered the energy of almost all the Scions and created a huge moon. And after saying this, King Bei clenched his fist with his right hand. Boom! The artificial moon in the sky suddenly flashed with layers of golden light, evenly sprinkling on the earth of planet Vegeta. Artificial moon, finally finished. Big brother, what is that? Kair saw the artificial moon appearing in the distance and asked with some curiosity. It may be an artificial moon, and as long as our tail sees the light released from the moon, it will feed back to the brain, thus transforming into a giant ape. Reg explained. Great ape? Isn't it powerful? Kair was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. I remember seeing a giant ape once on the nameless planet in the 6th universe. Wouldn't it be the big brother you changed? Yes, I changed, I am cultivating. Reg nodded. How much will the change of the giant ape increase its combat effectiveness? Kel asked. The transformation of the giant ape will increase the basic combat effectiveness tenfold, in fact, it is not as good as the Super Scion. Reg said, but if in the later stage, through the transformation of the giant ape, you can transform into a giant ape, and then advance to the 4th level of the Super Scion by transforming into a Super Scion. Hey? Is this how the Super Scion Tier 4 came about? Kair was stunned, looking a little depressed. So, if I don't have a tail, I can't transform into the 4th tier of Super Scion, right? You first stabilize the 3rd tier of the Super Scion. Reg smiled. Well, what Big Brother said, and didn't Big Brother say that I still have a Teiku Scion transformation? Kel grinned. Boom! As the two were talking, they heard a loud muffled noise in the sky. Looking at it, the artificial moon in the sky fell apart on the spot, and the light bloomed, turning into a stream of golden light, shooting down towards the vast earth. It's broken. Kyle looked up at the artificial moon and said. Someone over there is attacking the moon. Reg pointed to the distant horizon. The main hall of the royal palace, smoke and dust billowing out. Ha ha ha, King Pei, now that the moon has been destroyed, don't you think it's a pity? Captain Kainu smiled and looked at King Bei and said. The faces of King Pei and all the other scions changed color. We have long known that you will condense the transformation of the large moon, so His Highness Iser specially guards the periphery of the planet, and as soon as a moon appears, it will be destroyed immediately. Captain Kainu said proudly, haha, the transformation of the scions is really interesting enough, it has to condense the moon out. It's a pity, in this era when everyone can destroy the moon, the superiority of the scions is no longer there, and as for the legend of the fighting nation, it is just a dream. Captain, what you said is so profound. Guys said from the sidelines. Such a profound word, but I cannot say that Lord Frisia taught me so. Captain Kainu smiled slightly, and his face also showed killing intent. Wild monkeys, I have already given you a chance. But unfortunately you don't cherish it, so I have to destroy you one by one. When the captain said to destroy you, he will kill all of you. Guys added. Who to start with? Let's start with our prince. Captain Kinayu looked at Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his eyes were like a torch, but he was not afraid. Bart, you go and teach him a good lesson, destroy him for 3 minutes, and then you can kill him. Captain Kainu ordered Bart. Yes, Captain. Bart nodded slightly. Ugh. Bart, known as the number 1 in the Speed universe, appeared behind Vegeta in a flash. Immediately afterward, Bart grabbed Vegeta's hair. When he felt something wrong with his hair, Vegeta reacted and hurriedly tried to resist. It's just that, in the face of absolute power, any resistance is futile. Prince Vegeta, you better give up resistance. I'll tell you, my combat power is more than 50,000, you are a little guy with more than 30,000 combat power, like a little ant in front of me. Bart said, punching Vegeta in the waist. Ah! Vegeta let out a hissing cry. It's so brittle, it seems to have broken both ribs just now. Bart said with a smile. One by one, all the Scions became angry, and immediately a dozen people flew up and attacked Zebat's side. Hey! However, as soon as these people got close, they were punched and kicked by Likum. This is a game between Bart and Prince Vegeta, no one can participate, otherwise Likum will not be polite. Likum laughed. After Likum said this, his eyes were sluggish and he suddenly found that a little girl flew towards him. Oh! Little girl, you flew over, do you have something to say? Likum was stunned for a moment, and then sneered, but little girl, just because you are so young doesn't mean that I will show mercy to my subordinates. You must not show mercy to your subordinates, on the contrary, I should have mercy from my subordinates, otherwise I will kill you in seconds. Kair sighed and muttered in a low voice, Big brother is true, let me be a second at once, why do I have to beat you 20 times to kill you? Oh, Big brother said, doing so will hone my better control of my own energy. Little girl, what do you say? Likum said coldly. Seeing the sudden appearance of Cal, Captain Kainu and the others were slightly stunned, but they didn't think much about it, just thinking that she was just an ordinary Scion. I said, I'm going to fix you. Kair grinned, then flew a punch and lightly hit Likum's chest. Suddenly, Likum's body changed shape seriously, and his body flew out like a cannonball. Bang bang! Likum's body bounced heavily on the ground, and then smashed the walls of the palace, and in the blink of an eye, he flew thousands of meters away. Big brother! Woohoo! I've got a good grip on my strength. I can't be blamed for this. After that old man boosted my energy, I couldn't suppress it properly. Kair looked at Reg with a grievance. Pay attention next time, it's just that you are not used to it now. Reg smiled, it seemed that the road to cultivate Kair was still a long way off. The sudden change stunned everyone present. What is the origin of this little girl? How did he knock Likum off all of a sudden? Then, after everyone present saw Kyle and Reg talking, they all looked at Reg again. This is a familiar face. It's just that after so much time has passed since Reg's affairs, no Scion thinks in the direction of his true identity. However, King Bei still recognized his son at a glance and looked excited. What? Likum you? No kidding! Guys shouted. No need to shout, Likum is crippled even if he doesn't die. Reg smiled softly and looked at Guys and said. Who are you? Guys asked. In fact, the transformation of the Scions is not only a change in the Great Ape, as the Kainutis group said, the transformation of the Great Ape has great flaws, but the change of the Great Ape is left for the birth of more powerful warriors in the future. Reg said to all the Scions present, you all listen, I will only say it once, those who understand, immediately try. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow. Chapter 063. CT Sangtak Viet.tk. Who is this? Stupid, he's Prince Reg, our eldest prince. What? Prince Reg? Isn't he dead? No one saw him die with their own eyes, everyone just guessed. Inside, especially Vegeta, after seeing Reg appear, his body trembled even more violently. Oh? It seems that a very amazing guy has arrived. Bart smiled slightly, temporarily let go of Vegeta, and looked at Reg with a smile. Guys, it's too much to kill him in the past and disturb our game. Captain Kainu gave orders to guys. Okay Captain, I like killing little monkeys the most. Guys smiled and flew towards Reg. Then, Guys grabbed his hand forward, intending to grab Reg's hair. Bang! However, at this moment, everyone was surprised to see that Reg suddenly turned around and turned his back to Guys. Poof! Then, Reg let out a fart. A long-lasting loud fart. Boom! Suddenly, the guys behind Reg flew out directly upside down and hit the wall of the palace hard. Then, Guys slowly slipped off the wall. What? A fart will break Guys away. This. I'm not mistaken, right? Everyone except Kel was stunned. How shocked. Captain Kainu also looked at Reg like a monster, and did not come to his senses for a long time. Likum, what is his combat power over there? Captain Kainu hurriedly asked. Captain, his combat power is only a little over 10,000. Likum pressed the detector and answered. I see, he deliberately hit his combat effectiveness. I said something wrong, it should be Guys underestimating the enemy. Captain Kainu snorted coldly. So. But Captain, even if you underestimate the enemy, Guys won't be beaten off by a fart, right? Likum asked with some puzzlement. This kid's identity is weird. Captain Kainu said in a deep voice. As I just said, Scions not only have a giant ape transformation, but also a transformation, and their combat effectiveness will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Reg smiled slightly, scanned all the Scions and said, this transformation is the Super Scion that has been circulating among us Scions all the time. What? Super Scion? Everyone was taken aback, their eyes widened one by one, and they didn't come to their senses for a long time. Super Scion, that's what many Scions strive for. In the eyes of Scions, the so-called Super Asian should be born with a bloodline inheritance, and what Prince Reg said today has completely changed their understanding of Super Scion. Who is this kid? How is it so powerful? Haha, what did he say about Super Scion? Are you sure? SHHH, you know. He's our big Prince Reg. What? Prince Reg, really fake? Finally, many people recognized Prince Reg on the spot, and their eyes seemed to be beaten with chicken blood. How excited. After many attempts, transforming into a Super Scion became much easier. Reg said with a smile, okay, everyone follow me to learn. Concentrate all the energy in your body into your back, and then burst out from your back. Snap! After Reg said this, his whole body flashed with golden light, his hair stood on end, and he turned into a Super Scion. Bang bang! Those who were detecting Reg's combat power values also had detectors on the spot that they were carrying on their eyes. Bang! Captain Kainu, who was silently observing Reg's combat strength, also exploded the detector in his eyes. What? This. How is this possible? Captain Kainu's face changed color. Everyone looked at Reg in surprise, at the Scion Prince whose whole body was glowing gold. By the way, the Super Scion transformation will increase the basic combat power to more than 50 times. Reg said with a smile. What? 50 times? All the Scions were more surprised, and of course, more surprises. However, if you want to transform into a Super Scion, you need enough energy, and it is estimated that you need at least 10,000 combat power, otherwise you may not be able to complete the transformation because of insufficient energy and insufficient temperament. Reg explained with a smile. Snap! 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 Not long after Reg's voice fell, he saw that among the Scion crowd, 3 people flashed golden light all over their bodies. With a simple scan, Reg discovers that it is King Bei, Vegeta, and Bardock who have successfully transformed into Super Scion. Well, it's good, the three of you have a good comprehension. Reg nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, their basic combat power is about 20,000, so what is their combat power after they transform? A million. Everyone shouted loudly. Very good, if you guys can't beat these 5 T's combinations, it will be a shame. Reg smiled. Good, good, good. What a magical change, my body. My physical strength kept pouring out. What a terrible energy this is. Vegeta trembled, and after saying this, he squinted at Bart. Bart was already dumbfounded, especially frightened by the number of combat effectiveness of 1 million, and his whole body was trembling. Are you Bart? Heard your speed is the first in the universe? Vegeta smiled coldly. Ugh. Vegeta flashed gold, and disappeared without a trace in a flash. Frightened, Bart looked left and right, trying to find where Vegeta was. Stupid, I'm here. Vegeta kicked Bart in the face. Suddenly, Bart's face sunken, and his face was also seriously deformed. When Bart hit the ground head first, Bart twitched twice and fell unconscious. It's so boring, just knocked this guy down in one fell swoop. Worthy of being a Super Saiyan. Vegeta sighed, feeling his powerful energy, the lost confidence, and suddenly restored. Immediately afterward, Vegeta looked at Reg. Humph, Reg, it turns out that you are still alive, I thought you were dead. Vegeta said. Snap. Reg slapped Vegeta in the face. Everyone was stunned. Why did Reg hit his brother Vegeta again? Why did you hit me? Vegeta said angrily. I said, I want to be polite when I see me in the future, and your arrogant attitude makes me very unhappy. Reg said coldly. P.S. Regarding transforming into a Super Saiyan, in the latest Dragon Ball Super, Gabe changes by condensing the energy behind it. And Bardock after crossing, the combat power is estimated to be about 10,000, and he can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Therefore, Saions with a combat power of about 10,000, as long as they control their energy, it should not be difficult to transform. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 064. CT Sang Tak Viet.tk. You, Vegeta croaked. Snap. Reg slapped him again and reprimanded Vegeta for slashing his head and covering his face. You dare to bark at me? If it weren't for your sake, I would have destroyed you long ago. Vegeta wanted to cry without tears, so she stopped talking. After a moment of silence, Vegeta soared into the sky and headed straight for the spaceship suspended in the sky. The discerning person could see at that time that Prince Vegeta had nowhere to vent, and should have gone to Iser to settle the account. Prince Reg! Prince Reg! Long live the prince! Long live the prince! Many Scions cheered in unison. Kainu, your end has come. King Bai's whole body flashed with golden light, and he looked at Kainu and the others with a smile. King Bai, do you think you can defeat me by becoming some kind of Super Saiyan? Then you are very much mistaken. Captain Kainu let out a cold snort, shifted his gaze from King Bai's body to Reg's, and looked at him with a smile. I finally know, it turns out that you are Reg who made trouble on planet Frisia 7-10 years ago. I thought you were dead. I didn't expect me to be so famous. Reg smiled. Reg, I'm very interested in you. I think, you must have been cultivating hard outside for so many years, trying to defeat your Excellency Frisia, right? Captain Kainu snorted coldly. Beat him? It seems so. Reg smiled slightly. I know so, but your plan fell through, and I'm very interested in your body. Captain Kainu suddenly stretched out his arms and aimed at where Reg was. Exchange bodies, hey. Reg smiled. Exchange. Captain Kainu had just shouted 2 words when he heard Reg say his purpose. Captain Kainu almost choked to death, but the flame of light on his body was still released towards Reg's location. Time stops. Reg immediately stopped time for a moment, and then grabbed a dog. Time to recover. Reg threw the dog into the flame of light. After Captain Kainu saw clearly that a dog appeared on the opposite side, his pupils suddenly dilated several times. Snap! The next moment, Captain Kainu and the dog's bodies were exchanged. Not bad, Captain Kainu, in fact, you look quite cute. Reg said with a smile. Whoa, Captain Kainu can't speak, he can only call. It's just that Captain Kainu's shout doesn't matter, and at that time a male dog was attracted to him, which suddenly rushed to him and began the most primitive action. Captain Kainu's tears fell, and this dog day was changed on the body of the female dog, and was given by the dog. Today, all but Gurdo are either dead or seriously injured. Guldo, where are you going? Groaning asked. Guldo was so frightened that his whole body trembled, bit, and hurriedly drank back. Time to recover. Reg said immediately. Guldo's eyes widened, feeling that his brain was a little inadequate. How can this person named Reg also control time? And you can also control your own time. If you look better, I might have taken you as a pet, but alas. Although it's a little early, it's better to destroy you. Reg smiled slightly, and then flicked his hand, and a flame of light directly penetrated Guldo's body. Everyone stared at Reg with a stunned expression, one by one, how excited they were. Reg, it's great that you're back. King Pei also said happily. Well, I just came back and walked around, and I didn't plan to stay long. Reg smiled slightly, then asked. By the way, what about Broly? Where did this kid go? Broly said 3 years ago that he was going out to find you, so he left alone in a spaceship, and then he was not heard from and did not know where to go. King Pei explained. Okay, I see. Reg nodded lightly and glanced up at the spaceship suspended in the sky. Big brother, where are we going to play next? Kair asked with a grin. King Pei just wanted to ask who Kale was. My future wife, Kel. Reg explained. You're the father of the big brother, right? What should I call you? Kyle mused. Haha, since you are Reg's future wife, then you should also call me father. King Bei smiled and said happily. This eldest son is really amazing, he found a wife at such a young age. Although this daughter-in-law does not look very white, this wheat-colored skin is still very popular with scions, and her appearance is also very pleasant. Father. Kel hurriedly called. Good, good, good. King Pei was overjoyed. Boom. At this moment, only a muffled sound was heard in the distance, and the earth seemed to be shaken by something. Click. The next moment, the wall of the palace hall reflected cracks, which were obviously shaken by the moment just now. Yes, yes, yes. It's Prince Vegeta. He fell from the sky. Someone exclaimed loudly. What? King Pei's face changed color slightly. Immediately afterwards, everyone present sped away in the direction where Vegeta fell. Everyone fixed their eyes and found that Prince Vegeta was deeply sunken in the earth, and the golden light on his body had disappeared, and he was no longer a Super Saiyan. At the same time, discerning people can see at a glance that Prince Vegeta is not lightly injured. It's Aizawa, it must be Aizawa. Prince Vegeta has become a Super Saiyan, and his combat power has increased to 1 million, isn't he still Aizer's opponent? Aizer is so powerful, then Frieza. The Scions present were still excited just now, but after seeing Vegeta's defeat, their expressions became gloomy. His Royal Highness the Prince is still alive, quickly take him to the treatment room. Someone ordered loudly. Oh? Still alive? At this time, a voice came down from high in the sky. The next moment, a monster fell from the sky and was suspended at a height of 30 meters on the ground, looking around at everyone present with a smile. This. Where did this monster come from? Never seen such a monster. Who is this friend? King Pei looked at the other party and asked. How? Only allow you scions to transform, but don't let me transform? Aize smiled softly, changed his body, and returned to his most original state. What? It's Iser. Everyone was stunned and their eyes widened one by one. I forgot to tell you that our frozen demon clan can also transform, and every time we transform, the amplitude of combat effectiveness is also very large. Iser smiled very proudly, and then glanced at Vegeta. Think that if you become a Super Saiyan, you can defeat me. Then you are very much mistaken. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow. Chapter 065. CT Sangtak No one spoke, and they all looked at Iser with some shock. What I didn't expect is that you wild monkeys are really amazing. You can actually defeat the first team in the universe, Team Kinnet, and also allow me to transform twice. When Aize said this, his face became more and more gloomy. However, your good days are over. Today I will let you wild monkeys see what is the real king. Ding! New mission, train Vegeta, defeat Izawa, get 1 point of Teiku value. System, you are really generous enough. Originally I wanted to take action personally. Reg smiled and asked, my younger brother's strength is too low, how do you let me cultivate? Also, what's the point of raising this idiot? The host, the real king does not need to do it himself in front of such a small person. The king needs to cultivate excellent subordinates to help the host fight, although Kelv has reached the strength of killing Ezer in seconds, but only one Kel is not enough. The system answered. You have successfully convinced me, and it seems that raising Vegeta is also a bit of a sense of accomplishment. When Reg said this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he turned his words. However, in comparison, cultivating Vegeta is not as good as cultivating Tabor. At least this kid Tabble is easier to manage. Host, in fact, Vegeta has already admitted this brother of yours in his heart, but his self-esteem is very strong. The host can strike at a critical moment, making him truly realize that without the host, he cannot survive, and only the host can make him stronger. The system answered. System, you're really bad enough. Reg laughed. You're Reg, right? The great prince of the Scions. Ezer had noticed Reg long ago and looked at him with a smile and said. Yes, it's me, I'm Reg. Reg nodded, and then muttered, how to play well. What a rampant wild monkey, I'll let you know today what will happen if you offend this emperor of mine. Aize said coldly, although destroying the entire planet can easily kill everyone, but that is too cheap for you. Today I will personally destroy you one by one. Big brother, shall I go clean him up? He is so arrogant. Kel volunteered. Go, don't accidentally beat him to death. Reg nodded. I understand big brother, I will definitely be very careful. Kel promised. Reg, are you really arrogant? Let such a little girl deal with me? You will regret it. I will kill her with my own hands in front of you. Ezzy's face changed color, because he found that Reg actually disdained to fight himself. Snap! As he flew over, Kyle suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Of course, Kyle transforms into only the first tier of Super Saiyan. It's useless. What kind of so-called Super Saiyan is this little monkey of Vegeta just now? And it turns out that he was not abused into scum. Ezer laughed, with a look of disdain. What? Is she Saiyan? King Bei was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but look for Kale's tail. King Bei, why doesn't the future princess have a tail? A Saiyan hurriedly said. It may be that the tail accidentally broke off, King Bei muttered. Bang! After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Kyer kicked Ezer directly in the face. Suddenly, there was one more footprint on Aize's face, and his face was even more sunken. Tap-da-da! Kyer launched a fierce attack on Izer. When he looked again, Ezer was only beaten. A minute later, Kyle flew up and kicked Iser off the air. You! Aize got up, raised his head and swept viciously towards the sky. Behind you, little monster! Kyle grinned and aimed his hand at Iser's back. Boom! The flame of light in Kyle's hand flickered, and the golden flame of light penetrated Iser's body on the spot and was released from his chest. Not to mention, the golden light flame did not abate, and then bombarded the huge building not far away. Boom! With an earth-shattering bang, the huge building turned into ruins on the spot. Everyone was stunned, and one by one, their eyes widened, looking at this little girl who was only about 10 years old. At a young age, he can abuse the son of the Emperor of the Universe like this, and this little girl is too terrible. The scene, except for the energy that burst out, was exceptionally quiet. After a short silence, everyone present exploded. Am I not mistaken? Is that person really Iser? That's right, it's indeed Iser. So, the strength of the future princess is already far more than Prince Vegeta. Many scions present were talking about it, and they suddenly found that this Frisia son Iser was too weak in front of the future princess. Poof! Aize's body shook violently, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Vegeta's pupils were dilated several times at that time, and he looked at this little girl without blinking. Big brother, I'm really sorry, I accidentally beat him to death. Kel said apologetically. Looks like I'm going to have to teach you how to control energy. Reg smiled slightly, I'll take care of the rest. Kel pouted, returning to his normal state. Reg walked up to Iser's side with a smile and looked at him condescendingly. Abominable. It's abominable, Aize gritted his teeth while spurting blood from his mouth, his face extremely pale. Obviously, if you don't care about him, this goods will definitely die. Snap! Reg stepped on Ize's head with a kick and asked with a smile, obey or not? Not convinced. I underestimated the enemy. Reg gritted his teeth and said viciously. I like people who are not convinced, so I can adjust well. Reg smiled slightly, in this way, give you a chance to make a comeback. After saying this, Reg took out a fairy bean and threw it to Iser. Last time I got hundreds of fairy beans from the Garen Immortals, Reg now has many, many more, anyway, it will not be used up in a short time. What do you want to do? Aize took the fairy bean and looked at it, a little puzzled. Eat it, and your body will fully recover. Reg said with a smile. Ahem, Iser spewed out a mouthful of blood again, gritting his teeth and saying, you want to poison me? Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 066. CT Sangtakviet.tk. Hey, Reg smiled softly, and the flame in his hand flashed, and Iser's legs were blown off on the spot. Ah! Aize let out a miserable scream, and the huge pain made him a little unbearable. Hurrah! Reg was not polite at all, the light flame in his hand continued to flicker, and under the surprised eyes of everyone, he directly cut Aize into a human stick. You kill me! Iser shouted loudly. All the scions were silent, but they didn't think Reg was cruel, on the contrary, they were still excited. Scions are a fighting people after all, so they will not sympathize with such a guy who has bullied him for a long time. Let you suffer for a while. Reg smiled slightly, that smile seemed like a demon to Iser. 5 minutes later. Reg beckoned to the fairy beans that fell on the ground. The fairy bean flew into Reg's hand, and Reg buttoned a nose clip and mixed it with the fairy bean. Worthy of being the son of Frisia of the Universe Emperor, his heart has been penetrated, and he has been cut into a human stick by me, and he has not died in the past 5 minutes. Admire, admire. Reg smiled and glanced at Iser with appreciative eyes. You have the ability to kill me. Iser gritted his teeth. You want to die? I won't let you die, how good it is to live. Reg said with a smile. Whoa! Well, seeing that you are so pitiful, I will save you. Reg smiled slightly, and then flicked the fairy bean with a nose clip in his hand, and the bean went directly to Aize's mouth. Grunt. Izer swallowed the fairy bean. Blah blah. Aize wanted to spit out this disgusting fairy bean, and he just saw Aize pick his nose. It's just that the fairy bean has already entered his stomach from his mouth, and it is completely too late. And in the next moment, Aize's almost withered eyes suddenly widened several times. At the same time, Izer's ruined body returned to normal in an instant, his limbs grew rapidly, and his heart grew quickly. Not to mention, Aize found that the energy in his body was also completely restored to its peak state. What a surprise Ezer's Hitty had! Izer let out a sinister laugh. Boom! In the middle of the whiskers, a layer of powerful light flames exploded on Aize's body, and in the blink of an eye, he quickly changed into another look. Now Aize has become small and delicate, and it is his fourth form. Ezer narrowed his eyes and viciously slammed into Reg, who had just tortured himself. Ugh! Ezer immediately rushed in front of Reg and was on Reg's body. Reg, didn't expect that? One more transformation. Heaven takes care of me and awakens me from near death, ha 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 ha, you're finished. You're an idiot, aren't you? Reg glanced at the guy. Whatever you say, let me kill you with my own hands now. Aize laughed, and after saying this, the light flame in his hand flickered out. Boom! 2 red flames of light were emitted from Izer's hand, devouring half of Reg's body on the spot. Everyone was stunned and watched such an amazing change without blinking. Why did Ezer just be cut into a human stick by Reg? Why did he recover in the blink of an eye? All the scions present could see clearly, it seemed that Reg had flicked a bean into Izer's mouth, and the goods were back to normal. Only, what is Prince Reg going to do? You saved Izawa, and Izer has now transformed again. For a while, the scions present were a little suspicious of life. And they suddenly felt as if the bean was not used for healing, it should be just an ordinary bean. Just when King Bei and the others were shocked, a scene that shocked them even more happened. I saw that under Aize's attack, half of Reg's body had completely disappeared, leaving only the limbs above the waist. Baboons, baboons, Ezer smiled rhythmically, and he was happy to sing a song. Everyone except Kel was stunned. No one expected that things would progress to such a thrilling scene. Prince Reg actually lost to Izer. Baboons, baboons. Reg, how's it going? Izer laughed. Yes. Reg smiled slightly, and then, the lower body that had disappeared, under the gaze of everyone, suddenly grew out. Then Reg moved his brand new body. Well, I saved me from taking a bath. Reg said with a smile. Ooh, Prince Reg Jr. is so handsome. Can't help it, there are many beautiful female scions cheering loudly. Reg looked down and hurriedly pulled out a pair of pants to put them on. Izer, let you down, I will regenerate, can't I think of it? Reg looked at Izer with a smile. You. Are you a scion or not? Ezer was terrified. You are not my opponent at all, by the way, you should have further transformations, so hurry up. Reg urged. What did you say? Aize was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head and said, I can only change to the extent that I am now, I don't know what you are talking about. Can't change any more? Reg asked with some disappointment. Humph, as long as I give me time, of course I will have a more powerful transformation. Ezer gritted his teeth and said. Bang! Reg transformed into a super scion and slapped Izer on the head, then flew up and kicked the goods on the spot. Your current transformation is too weak, it's really not interesting to fight. Reg kicked Ezer twice more and said with some disappointment. Just give me time, give me 10 years. Give me 10 years of cultivation time, and I will definitely surpass you. Izer gritted his teeth and drank. Give you 10 years and you will be able to surpass me? Immature. Reg smiled softly. Reg, hurry up and kill him. Don't give him a chance to breathe. After hearing Reg's meaning loosen a little, King Bai's face changed color slightly, and he hurriedly said loudly. Reg glanced at King Bai and ignored it. How's Reg? Give me 10 years and we'll have another good fight. Iser said. It seems to be interesting. Reg smiled. Reg, kill him. King Bai shouted. Kill him? What a pity is it that such a funny guy killed. Reg smiled slightly, looked at King Bai and said, even if I give him 10 years, he is not my opponent. P.S. There are at least 10 more during the day, and the update will start at 6:30. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow. Chapter 067. CT Sangtak Viet.tk. Reg, King Bai was helpless. Izawa, I can give you 10 years of cultivation, but before that, I want you to have fun with Vegeta, but the premise is that if I let you transform into the first layer, you will transform into the first layer. Reg said with a smile to Ezer. What do you say? You make me and Vegeta fight? Aren't you afraid that I will kill him? Izer's body trembled slightly, not understanding what Reg wanted to do. You can do whatever you want, as long as you have the ability. Reg smiled. Good, happy to accompany. Aize just agreed, seemed to suddenly think of something, and suddenly asked, Reg, you won't meddle on the side, will you? Snap. Reg slapped Ezer in the face and reprimanded, don't talk about this useless nonsense, remember, I let you transform as much as you want, if you dare to go against my will, humph, I don't mind cutting you into a stick again. Aize's pupil shrank, thinking of the great pain he had tasted before, and his face couldn't help but be filled with fear. Vegeta, can you still fight? Reg smiled and looked at Vegeta, who was about to pass out. You? What do you want? Vegeta gritted his teeth and drank. I suddenly found that you prince is too rich, and now give you 2 ways to choose. First, give up the inheritance to our brother Tabor, and second, defeat Iser. Reg said with a smile. You, Vegeta was furious. Don't want to fight, do you? Reg smiled slightly, and then ordered a few scions who were in a daze, what are you doing here? Go and contact me at Tabel immediately and ask him to return to planet Vegeta immediately. Yes. Prince Reg. These scions hurriedly answered the promise and flew away. I. Reg. I wanted to fight Iser again, but, Vegeta said, tears falling down her eyes without fighting. Because Vegeta was so badly injured, he was no longer able to continue fighting. You're trying to say that you're too badly injured to continue fighting, right? Reg asked with a smile. Vegeta nodded slightly. I thought you had given up. Reg smiled, immediately threw his hand, and threw a fairy bean to Vegeta. Vegeta did not hesitate and immediately ate the fairy beans. The next moment, Vegeta's eyes widened and he jumped up from the ground. I. My body has fully recovered. It's incredible. Vegeta muttered. Aize was also shocked, he finally understood how his body was restored, it turned out that all this was really because of Reg's beans. Okay, you can get started. Ge smiled, and then ordered Eze, you can now transform into the appearance of that monster. What do you say? You want me to become the third form? Don't forget, the transformation that badly injured Vegeta. Aize was slightly stunned. Reg glanced at Iser with a smile and did not speak. Ezer was taken aback and hurriedly changed into the image of a monster. Vegeta also grinned and immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. The two did not have any unnecessary nonsense, their eyes were full of hostility, and they bombarded each other. A minute later, Iser's face was full of heaviness. Impossible, this is impossible, Vegeta, you are not my opponent just now, why is it now comparable to my layer transformation? Iser asked through gritted teeth. Humph, don't you know us scions very well? Don't you know? When we scions wake up when we are on the verge of death, our combat effectiveness will increase exponentially. Vegeta said proudly, my previous combat power was 30,000, and after I was reborn, it is estimated that it will reach at least 60,000. And after I transform into a Super Saiyan, I will be 3 million combat power. What? Million? Aize's pupils shrank and his body trembled slightly. Because, Aize's current change is only more than 3 million, which can be said to be comparable to Vegeta. Humph, Iser, do you think we scions are good bullies? Then you are very much mistaken. Vegeta said coldly. Bang bang. After saying this, Vegeta launched a fierce attack on Iser. Not to be outdone, Iser resisted. 10 minutes later, the two distanced themselves, and their breathing became weighed. Okay, Iser, you can perform the final transformation. Reg smiled slightly and said suddenly. What? Aize's face was overjoyed, and he felt that happiness had come too suddenly. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Aize did not have the slightest hesitation, and directly came to a final transformation. After fighting with Vegeta for so long just now, Iser always wanted to transform, but because he was too afraid of Reg, he had to endure it. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, I'll let you see now, how terrible I am. Iser laughed, and immediately flashed, and the figure shook, and already appeared directly above Vegeta. Go and die, Vegeta. A huge flame of light flashed in Iser's hand, and it rushed mercilessly towards Vegeta's body. Boom! Under Iser's powerful attack, Vegeta was swallowed up by this powerful flame of light. The energy light flame then fell on the ground of planet Vegeta, emitting a huge vibration. Reg glanced at Iser and did not speak. Iser originally wanted to take this opportunity to destroy planet Vegeta on the spot, but after seeing Reg's terrifying eyes, his body couldn't help but tremble, and he hurriedly converged some of his energy. Boom! Rao was so, the huge flame of light released by Iser also caused this area to be razed to the ground in an instant. Even, several scions with low combat effectiveness were smashed on the spot by this energy flame. After the smoke cleared, Vegeta's almost crippled body gradually appeared in front of everyone. It's so easy to win or lose. Iser smiled softly and did not kill Vegeta because of this. Iser is not stupid, he knows that Vegeta is Reg's younger brother. If he really kills his brother in front of people, the consequences are unimaginable. Vegeta, go ahead. Reg flicked his hand and threw the fairy bean directly into Vegeta's mouth. Gat! After Vegeta ate the fairy beans, the golden light on his body flashed out again. Boom! As soon as Vegeta raised his hand, a huge shock cannon went straight to where Iser was in the sky. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 068. CT Sangtak With a dull loud noise, when I looked again, Iser's tail was unfortunately blown off by Vegeta. You bastard wild monkey! Iser was so angry that he fell from the sky and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Vegeta. 10 minutes later, Vegeta fell again under the bombardment of Iser. However, what awaits Vegeta is still a fairy bean that can quickly recover his injuries and energy. After eating the fairy beans, Vegeta's combat power doubled again. Bang bang! Vegeta is getting more and more courageous, and after he eats 4 fairy beans, he can already completely compete with Iser's final transformation. This. That's not true. Aize was forced to retreat step by step, and the grinning look made his face more and more hideous. Iser, we scions are getting more and more courageous, didn't you find out? Vegeta smiled and punched Iser in the face. You! Iser clenched his fists and stared viciously at Vegeta. Iser, you're finished. Vegeta laughed and began to condense the big move. Hey! At this moment, a bright red flame of light descended from the sky, and under the excited looks of everyone, it penetrated Vegeta's heart on the spot. The sudden change made many people present not come to their senses. Even Aize himself, his face was full of dazedness, and he hurriedly raised his head to look towards the location where the red light flame was released. At a glance, Aize's pupils were suddenly filled with joy. Just when everyone was shocked, a figure appeared from the sky. Gee, Aizer, being bullied like this by such a scion little monkey, don't say it's a member of our family. The person suspended in mid-air let out a sneer and glanced at everyone condescendingly. You're Reg, right? The big prince who was supposed to die 10 years ago. The man smiled softly and shifted his gaze to Reg. You're Frisia's brother Gura, right? Reg looked at each other with a smile. It was Frisia's brother Gula who appeared in the sky, and now Gula has the fourth form, which is almost the same as Aizer's appearance. However, Reg knew very well that Gula would transform once, and it was also the fourth form, which was several times more powerful than Aizer. Ahem, because of the penetration of his heart, Vegeta's mouth spurted blood wildly, his body shook a few times, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Gula, you must not underestimate the enemy. Aizer quickly flew to Gula's side and said to him, this Reg's strength is beyond our range. I think even if the two of us join forces, they may not be his opponents. Snap! Gula slapped Aizer hard. What are you doing? Gura! Aizer asked through a bite. As a member of the Frozen Demon group, it's a shame that such words come out of your mouth. Gula shouted, what do you mean that neither of us joining forces is his opponent? You have disappointed me so much. Aizer was speechless. I'll let you see today, the strength of our Frozen Demon clan. Gula snorted coldly. After saying this, Gula's body suddenly changed, and from the original small and delicate body, there was a new evolution on the spot. After the evolution, the aura on his body became more powerful. Vegeta, who could already sense the presence of the aura below, was so frightened that his face changed color after seeing such a change in Gula. Aizer, did you see that? The Vegeta who fought you was trembling violently from fear. Gula laughed. You better be careful anyway, there's nothing remarkable about Vegeta, but that Reg. Forget it, I still won't say it. Aizer shook his head slightly. Grow other people's morale to destroy their own prestige, useless things. Gula scolded with a split face. Reg, in 10 years, I'll be back. Aizer snorted coldly and didn't pay attention to Gura, but greeted Reg with a throat. Aizer, did I let you go? Reg asked with a dark face. Humph, Reg, I'm leaving now to give you face. I didn't join forces with Gula to attack you, it's already rare, said Aizer endlessly. However, as soon as Aize finished saying this, he saw a child with golden light flashing all over his body coming quickly. Aize fixed his eyes on it, it was a little girl. Isn't this little girl the one who seriously injured herself before? Bastard, I was about to settle the score with you, do you want to come and send you to death now? Aize shouted angrily, in his opinion, he had not transformed to the peak state before, and it was purely negligence to lose to this little girl. Now is a good opportunity for revenge. After Aizer said this, he flew up a punch and blasted straight at Kair's body. Ugh! Kair dodged lightly, dodged the attack, and then flew up sharply, hitting Aizer in the abdomen on the spot. What? Aizer let out a miserable cry and spewed out a mouthful of acidic water. Hurrah! Kair's 10 fingers stretched out, and the light in his hand couldn't stop flickering. Poof! 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 The next moment, those flames of light penetrated Aize's body on the spot. Aize was thus frozen in mid-air, shouting loudly, and his voice was extremely tragic. It's just that in less than 10 seconds, Aize's body has already had 10 more bloody blood holes, which look shocking and can't bear to look at directly. Big brother tells you not to go, you will stay obediently, the end of disobedience is like this, Kair said with a cold face. Aize grinned and looked at this little monster with a look of horror. He finally understood that this little girl's strength was probably close to Reg, otherwise, why didn't he even have a chance to fight back? I's body trembled violently for a while, and he fell towards the ground. Seeing that eyes are lost to a little girl like this, Gula's face also became extremely difficult to see. Guravan never expected that this little girl's strength would be so strong, so that Iser was in front of her, almost without the slightest ability to resist. Interesting, let me meet you today. Gula let out a sneer and shot in the direction of Kel. Ugh! However, just as Gula was about to approach Kel, he suddenly found a golden light flying from below. Gula was startled, hurriedly leaned back, and immediately dodged the golden energy without risk. P.S. Thanks to the rich QQ, for rewarding the work of the owner of Lingshan Island Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 100 VIP points with a total of 1,388 tips, ranking third in the reward list. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow. Chapter 069. CT Sangtak Gula looked down and found that it was none other than Reg who released the golden light. Gura, your opponent is me. Reg grinned. Just now, the system issued a new task. That is, defeat Gula and get 1 Teku point. Reg was upset because he didn't have a chance to make a move, but he didn't expect that this guy Gula would send him to the door by himself. It doesn't matter, anyway, kill you, all the scions here, even the scion planet, have to disappear, since you want to come and die first, then I will fulfill you and you. Gula sneered and sped away in Reg's direction. Snap! Reg calculated a little, at present, in his most ordinary state, it is still a little difficult to deal with the fifth form of Gula. Immediately, Reg's golden light flashed and he turned into a Super Scion. Although they are also Super Scion, Reg's basic combat power is there. You know, after 10 years of training, Reg's basic combat effectiveness has reached a terrifying number, reaching a height of 10 million. Although this number cannot defeat the fourth form Iser in the true sense, it is more than enough to deter him. And after transforming into a Super Scion, Reg's strength simply improved by leaps and bounds. Ordinary Super Scion, that is to increase the basic combat power by 50 times. That Reg's combat effectiveness now. That's right, 500 million. This is still the most ordinary Super Scion. If he transforms into the second tier of Super Scion, then his combat power is 1 billion. As for the fourth tier of Super Scion, it is no longer possible to measure it by the value of combat effectiveness. Go and die, Reg! Gula exerted the strength to eat, looked at the location of Reg's body, condensed the punch with vast energy, and bombarded it like a sea of mountains. Poof! Reg puffed out his cheeks and blew into Gula's fist. Everyone was stunned. No one had ever seen such a way of fighting, and Reg actually blew a breath into the opponent's fist. Others haven't felt it yet, but Gula, who is close at hand, has changed color on his face. Gula only felt that his fist suddenly changed direction under the blow of Reg, and then, the energy in his body seemed to be emptied, and a feeling of weakness surged into his heart. Snap! Reg put his hand on Gura's chest. Boom! The next moment, the light in Reg's hand flashed and penetrated Gula's heart. Gula's pupils shrank, and his body fell rapidly downwards. Boom! Gula's body fell heavily to the ground, his head tilted, and he fainted. Everyone was stunned. Although most people believed that Reg would undoubtedly win, no one except Kel expected that Reg would give Gula so easily. Ding! Defeat Gula and get 1 point of Teku value. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. It's all good for a task like Gura. Reg sighed. Ding! Defeat Gula and gain a new skill Tianjin Rice's Qigong Cannon. The sound of the system sounded again. System, don't tease me, the skills given are getting worse and worse every time. Reg said angrily. The skill is random for all fighters in the Dragon Ball world. The system answered. Okay, then tell me, what kind of changes will happen when this Qigong cannon reaches the king level? Reg couldn't help but be a little curious. The king level Qigong cannon is enough to destroy the sky and the earth, easily destroying a universe. The system says. It's good, but don't want it. Exchange it for skill points. Reg shook his head, not intending to ask for the skill of Qigong cannon. After all, when you grow to a certain height, you can still destroy a universe. Okay, now the host has 3 skill points. The system answered. Well, save it first, and use it later when you need it. Reg nodded. The system did not answer, which was considered to be acquiescence. Iser, you and Vegeta go ahead. Reg ordered, and threw him a fairy bean. Reg then glanced at Vegeta. Vegeta's face was covered with a little begging, because his heart had just been pierced by Gura, and he had been fighting the Grim Reaper. It's just that what makes Vegeta depressed is that Reg didn't mean to give himself fairy beans from beginning to end. Just because of the appearance of Gura, Vegeta felt that he might be dealing with Gura, so Reg didn't have a chance to give himself fairy beans, but now that he has given fairy beans to Iser, then he should give it to himself next, right? In order to cultivate you, I have already consumed 6 immortal beans. Reg looked at Vegeta angrily and reprimanded, this is the last fairy bean, if you can't beat that guy, you can ask for blessings. After saying this, Reg casually threw the fairy bean into Vegeta's mouth. Gat! Vegeta swallowed the fairy beans like a treasure. Snap! The next moment, Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan. I have to say that Vegeta was reborn from the near-death, and his combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. This time against Aizawa, Vegeta obviously had the upper hand, but Iser was only willing to make a promise, and he was a little unable to exert his hands. Aize is afraid, today he can be described as terrified, feeling the most frightening scene in his life. That Reg, too powerful. Even Gula was given a second by him, not to mention himself. After 5 minutes of fighting, Iser couldn't help but snort at the thought of Reg's horror, and was punched in the nose by Vegeta. Yay! Vegeta grabbed Iser by the tail and kicked him hard. The next moment, Aize was kicked to the ground on the spot, and blue smoke also came out of his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of cultivating Vegeta to defeat Iser and get 1 point of Teiku value. At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. That's it. It's not easy. Next time the system you don't post such boring tasks, if you want to publish them, publish tasks like defeating Gura. Reg grumbled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the transformation beauty skill of Sanka KO of the second universe. The sound of the system sounded again. Don't make trouble. Reg said angrily. This is a randomly drawn all-universe skill, transform into a beautiful girl, under the premise of transforming into a Saiyan. If you transform into Sailor Moon again, you can increase your combat effectiveness by more than 10 times. The system responded, and as the skill points increase, if you reach the king level Sailor Moon, the overall combat power can be increased to 100 times. Underscore. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 070. CT Sangtakviet.tk. Instantly converted into skill points. Reg said angrily. Even if he is the first in the universe, it is absolutely impossible for Reg to transform into some beautiful girl. Okay, the exchange is successful, the current total skill point is 4. The system responded. Don't give me these women's skills next time. Reg said. Skills are randomly drawn, it is normal to have women's skills, of course. It is also possible to obtain the Destruction God skill of the God of Destruction. The system says. Yes, what I need is the destruction skill. Reg nodded. The system stopped talking. Iser, go and die. The golden light in Vegeta's hand flashed, aimed at the location of Iser's body, and violently bombarded the energy light flame. Boom! Iser's body was penetrated by Vegeta's energy flame. Poof! Aize's mouth was spraying blood wildly, and his face was pale. Bang! Vegeta sneered, flew up, and kicked Iser into the sky. The last shock cannon, Iser, goodbye. The golden light on Vegeta's body shone brightly, and immediately after, his hands condensed a dazzling golden light, intending to bombard Iser in the sky. Okay, you can stop. Reg said suddenly. You? What did you say? Vegeta's body trembled slightly, and he turned to look at Reg. I said, you can stop, he can't do it anymore. Reg smiled slightly. You. He clearly wants to kill all our scions, why should you keep him alive? Vegeta asked angrily. There is no reason, I am patiently talking to you now, because you are my brother. If you change to someone else. Reg's face was filled with murderous intent. I see, Vegeta shuddered with fright, and hurriedly dissipated the golden light on his body. Boom! At this moment, Iser fell from the sky and smashed a bottomless pit in the ground. When he looked at it again, Iser was already breathing hard, and he was obviously about to burp. Reg walked over with a smile, slapped Iser twice in the face, and then threw the fairy bean into the mouth of the goods. Ah! Aize opened his eyes and quickly rolled up from the ground. However, when he saw Reg's figure, Iser was frightened and hurriedly hung his head, not daring to look at Reg head-on. Iser, give you 10 years. Or it doesn't matter if it takes longer, when you feel that you can surpass me, come and challenge me. Reg smiled slightly, to the face. Okay, in a word. Iser breathed a sigh of relief. Reg estimated that his little life was saved. Also, in the meantime, go back first, I am waiting for him on the planet Bembi, and he is welcome at any time. Reg smiled and continued. Son. Aize was obviously stunned. Not only Aize was stunned, but everyone present was a little dazed. Because Reg is only 17 years old, and this future princess is not yet an adult, this son said. Where does it come from? Yes, my son Frisia, speaking of which, you are my grandson. Reg said seriously. Hey? This. How is this possible? Iser is stunned. Father Frisia, is it really his son? It's not like it's not a race at all. Could it be said that now the Frozen Demon clan can already have children by combining with scions? Don't think about it, Frisia is my godson. Reg corrected. As soon as these words came out, everyone almost fainted. It seems that Reg had previously received a godson, the legendary scion Broly. But what I don't know is when he harvested Frisia as a son. Many scions present wiped their sweat one by one, stunned. Got it, Iser gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the horror of Reg, he would have wanted to slap planet Vegeta to pieces. It's so hateful, this guy has invisibly taken advantage of himself. Take Gula and you can go. Reg waved his hand. Okay. Iser nodded obediently, then carried Gula on his shoulder and quickly left the place. Whoosh! After Iser and Gula left planet Vegeta in ashes, many scions shouted and cheered in unison. Long live Prince Reg! Long live Prince Reg! The shouts were louder than the next, and the shaking earth was shaking slightly. Reg, how have you been here all these years? We thought you. Something happened to me, King Pei personally stepped forward and asked with concern. Reg smiled slightly and did not explain. Well, if you don't say it, I'll catch the wind for you today and celebrate your return. King Bei laughed. No need, I want to return to planet Bambi immediately. Reg responded. What? Are you going to planet Bambi? Why go to that planet? As far as I know, the civilization of that planet is very average. You will live on the planet Vegeta in the future. I will give you the throne Zen, you are the king of our scions. King Pei said seriously. I'm not interested in the throne. Reg shook his head, then took out a universal capsule and threw it out. What did His Royal Highness take out? It seems to be a small bottle. What is he going to do? Bang! Under the astonished gaze of everyone, the universal capsule turned into a small spaceship. It's a spaceship. How can His Royal Highness the Prince's spaceship become so small? Everyone was surprised. Kale, let's go, take you to Marshmallows. Reg beckoned to Kyle. Hey? Can you eat marshmallows? Great! Kyle clapped happily. The next moment, under the eyes of everyone, Reg and Kyle stepped on the spaceship. This is leaving? King Pei didn't know what to say. Goodbye, everyone, this is my last time to protect planet Vegeta. If you are in trouble in the future, welcome to planet Bambi. Reg waved at everyone. By the way, let Tabble come to planet Bambi to find me. Hey! The spacecraft soared into the sky, streaked a bright light in the sky, and in a flash, it had already left the planet Vegeta. Many scions were stunned one by one, looking at the departing spaceship, the departing Grand Prince Reg. There was silence for a long minute before many scions reacted violently. Hey? His Royal Highness the Prince, this is... Is this to leave planet Vegeta forever? Prince Reg just said. He was the last to protect our planet. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow. Chapter 071. CT Sangtakviet.tk. It's over, so to speak. If our planet is remembered by Frisia again, we can only resist it ourselves. One by one, the faces of many scions changed color. 30 seconds later, a scion suddenly shouted, Prince Reg, I am willing to follow you to planet Bambi. I would like to too. Someone took the lead, and suddenly, many scions planned to take a spaceship to the planet Bambi, or to find Reg's shelter. Shut up for me! King Pei shouted sharply. Everyone stopped speaking and looked at King Pei. Do you want to hold Prince Reg back? King Pei said loudly, Prince Reg's intentions, aren't you all clear? King Pei. What does Prince Reg mean? Someone couldn't help but ask. Reg's meaning is very clear, we must work hard to cultivate and improve the overall combat effectiveness, instead of encountering all the troubles, let him settle it. King Pei said with an excited expression, Prince Reg can protect us once, but it is impossible to protect us for a lifetime, so what we can do now is to rely on our own strength to protect our planet. On the spaceship, Kair looked at Reg with some puzzlement and asked, Big brother, why don't you want to protect planet Vegeta? Kair, we are the only two primeval bloodline scions in the universe, in the future, we will have endless abilities, and now in order to protect a small planet Vegeta, it is a bit pediatric to limit our eyes to Frisia and others. Reg smiled slightly and explained simply. I understand Big Brother, I will work hard to cultivate and be the best benevolent assistant of Big Brother. Kel nodded vigorously, and then shook his fist, Planet Bambi, we are here. By the way, I suddenly remembered, don't go to Planet Bambi for the time being, I plan to go to Earth. Reg said. Earth? It was that Big Brother who mentioned it for a long time. Is there a planet from Sister Bulma? Kair asked. Yes, the food on Earth is first class in the universe. Reg said with a smile. Does Big Brother want to meet Sister Bulma? Kair pouted, tears rolling in his eyes. Bulma is a weak girl, you must not bully her, understand? Reg said quickly. Got it, Kel snorted. The spacecraft streaked a trail through space and headed straight in the direction of the Milky Way. From planet Vegeta to Earth, with the current powertrain of spacecraft, it will take at least 6 months. In the past 6 months, Reg has not given up cultivation, he is still carrying out the most rigorous cultivation in the spaceship. Although Kyle is young, he also works hard to cultivate. Planet Frisia, Planet 51. You still have the face to come back to see me. Looking at Aize, who was kneeling on the ground, he said with a face. Father, Reg is powerful. Before you met him, I thought it was nothing, Iser responded, you see even Gula has been defeated. What about Gula now? Frisia asked as she wagged her tail. Gula has returned to his star field. Iser said. Hey, Reg is it? I'll let you know the horror of our frozen demon clan. Frisia's face became increasingly gloomy. And after saying this, the aura on Frisia's body suddenly emerged. The vast airflow shook the planet Frisia 51 violently, and volcanic eruptions and tsunamis occurred in many places. Father, shall we go for revenge? Aize quickly asked. Revenge? Silly boy, I'm not stupid enough to look for abuse for nothing. Frisia smiled, beckoned to show that Aize could get up. And then dragged his chin and said, Aize, 10 years ago, I took you to that star field and found something that belongs to us. But until now, we still can't. Ezer hung his head. Gula should have fully recovered by now, you contact him and see if you can get it out. Frisia said. Eastern Star Domain. Gula's body was suspended in the spaceship, and his face became very ugly. Suddenly, the detector in Gura's eyes vibrated slightly. Ezi, don't hesitate to say something. Gula pressed the button on the detector and asked coldly. Gula, there's something I want to ask you, that, Ezer had just said a few words when he was interrupted by Gula. Iser, is Frisia wondering about that? You asked him to contact me. After Gula said this, he directly interrupted the call. 10 minutes later, Gura's voice sounded Frisia's ear. It's Frisia, you finally took the initiative to contact me, so to speak, the last time we bet on it, I won. Gula said with a smile. Okay, the 8th star domain will be yours from now on. Frisia replied somewhat reluctantly. Yes, this is my good brother. Gula smiled softly. Gula, I heard that you are very decadent, how? With the 5th form transformation, do you feel hopeless? Frisia's voice came. Frisia, don't say anything more if it's useless. Gula's face became more and more gloomy. Although our brothers don't have a very good relationship, our goals are the same, right? Frisia responded with a smile, the number 1 warrior in the universe must be our frozen demon race, not those scion wild monkeys. Even if I give you the 8th star domain, won't it be taken away by Reg in the future? Frisia, 10 years ago, you and Iser went to the ancient star and found 2 frozen magic crystals, right? Gula planned Frisia's words and asked suddenly. Ha 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 ha, Gula, I really can't hide anything from you. Frisia waited for this sentence, smiled gently, and said proudly, yes, I did eat the frozen magic crystal, and Ezer also ate it. It seems that after so many years, you and Iser have not changed much. Gula replied lightly, did you eat the frozen demon crystal but didn't know how to activate it? Therefore, the purpose of your call is to ask me how to make myself the maximum power of the frozen magic crystal. Humph, although I don't admit it, but you are right. Tell me, Gura, how exactly do I activate the frozen magic crystal? Frisia asked, gritting her teeth. 10 years, haven't you even studied how to activate the frozen magic crystal? Gula sighed. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 072. CT Sangtakviet.tk. Less verbosity. If you don't want to say it, you cannot say it. Frisia said hatefully. Humph, Frisia, do you think you can defeat Reg by activating the frozen magic crystal? I don't see it necessarily. Gula said coldly. Gula, your frozen magic crystal is a change in the 5th form, and mine may be a change in the 6th form. Frisia said, if you don't want to say it, forget it, I'll ask my father. It's as simple as shattering the frozen magic crystal you ate with energy and letting the magic crystal spread all over your body. Gula explained lightly, and after saying this, he broke off the contact. Planet Frisia, Planet 51. Frisia's eyes widened and it took a long time to come to his senses. So it is. Beast, I thought I wanted to protect the frozen magic crystal completely. Frisia trembled with anger. Shattered the frozen magic crystal? That's how it is. Aize's body trembled, and without the slightest hesitation, he shattered the frozen magic crystal he had eaten with energy. Soon, Aize found that the frozen magic crystals in his body were being absorbed little by little. How about Izer? How does it feel? Frisia asked. Father, I already feel that the frozen demon crystal is stimulating the energy in my body. Aize replied with some excitement. Oh? Is it? Frisia took a deep look at Ezer, and he himself did not immediately shatter the frozen demon crystal. After about an hour, Izer took a deep breath, his face full of confidence. It seems that the part of the scene that was abused by Reg before was filtered out by Ezi. Aize, is your frozen magic crystal activated? Frisia asked with concern. Yes, father, mine is fully activated. Aize nodded. From the magic crystal in my body, there is a message that I need to freeze myself, and the longer I freeze it, the stronger I will be. How? This primitive method can actually improve combat effectiveness? Frisia was slightly stunned. Isn't it the limit of being frozen for about 6 years? Father, judging from the information transmitted by my magic crystal, I can freeze it without limit, maybe for 30 or 50 years. Humph, Aize laughed proudly. Is it? Then you hurry up and go. Frisia smiled. Yes, father. Ezer stepped onto the spaceship and made a quick move in the direction of the frozen planet. And after Izer left, Frisia smiled coldly. Shattering the frozen magic crystal. Frisia gritted his teeth, and the aura on his body suddenly rose. Click! The frozen magic crystal in Frisia's body was shattered by him. And these frozen magic crystals soon walked to various positions on his body. An hour later, Frisia's face was full of surprise. So that's it, ha ha ha, I'm the Sky, the most genius warrior in the universe. Frisia laughed, and after the laughter, his face became more and more gloomy. Wait for Reg, you know, my Frisia is powerful. After a moment of silence, the corners of Frisia's mouth said coldly, and you, Beerus, god of destruction. 6 months later. Big brother, look, is that blue planet the Earth? Kyle asked excitedly. That's right, that's Earth. Reg smiled slightly. What a beautiful planet. Kyle clapped his hands happily. Kyr, this planet is not very strong, don't accidentally smash the planet. Reg smiled and touched Kyle's head. I know, big brother. Kyle nodded. Note, expect to arrive on Earth in a minute. Please choose a landing site. The computer's beep suddenly sounded. Go to the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company, Bulma's home. Reg typed in the command. Yes. The spacecraft streaked a slight arc and did not take long to enter the atmosphere. Ugh! The spacecraft soon levitated over Bulma's house, and after reducing its speed to a certain extent, it slowly landed into the courtyard. Snap! The spaceship's hatch opened, and Reg flew down the ship with Kyle. It's Reg who is back. That's great! Dr. Brives held up his glasses and hurried to greet him. With Dr. Brives was Bulma's mother, who still had that unchanging smile for years. Reg, Bulma is 14 years old, and in 2 years she will be grown, and you can marry as a wife. Bulma's mother said with a grin. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, how have you been all these years? Reg asked with a smile. Well, it's all good together, everything is fine. Mr. and Mrs. Brives replied with a smile. After a moment's pleasantries, Reg asked with some surprise, what about Bulma? Why didn't you see her? Bulma has nothing to do this summer, so she went to find Dragon Ball alone, said Dr. Breves with a wry smile. Yes, Bulma didn't expect Reg to come back. She contacted you in various ways over the years, and as a result, there was no news from you. So Bulma suddenly thought of Dragon Ball, and maybe through Dragon Ball, her wish to find Reg can be fulfilled. Bulma's mother explained. Reg suddenly realized. Since leaving Earth, Reg has gone to the 6th universe and lived in the 6th universe for 5 years. Then, Reg went to the 10th universe and stayed in the 10th universe for another 5 years. Leaving the 7th universe, Bulma's communication equipment on the spaceship at that time was completely useless. Reg, I wanted to ask just now, this little girl is it your sister? Dr. Breves asked. Yes, her name is Kyle, and she is my sister. Reg nodded. Good uncle and aunt. Kel greeted politely. Kyle is so good. Bulma's mother smiled and nodded in praise. I am the sister of my eldest brother and his future wife, uncles and aunts. Don't worry, I will not compete with Sister Bulma. Kyle said with a serious face. As soon as these words came out, Drive and Mrs. Brives were stunned at that time. Ha, really? Reg? Breves quickly asked. Reg nodded, not denying it. This kind of thing was to be said earlier, and now it is good that Kyle said it directly. Ha, it's okay, it's okay. I'm very open-minded. As long as Bulma doesn't object, I don't care, Dr. Breves laughed. Actually, this is good for Bulma. If Reg takes Bulma to another planet in the future, Bulma doesn't have a friend around her, and it's really lonely, and now I have such a lovely sister, I think it's good. Bulma's mother smiled and did not object. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow. Chapter 073. CT Sang Tak Viet.tk. When did Bulma go find Dragon Ball? Reg asked. I've been gone for 3 days, Dr. Brives said. 3 days. Okay, I'll go find her. Reg nodded slightly and said to Kyle, Kyle, let's go. Okay, big brother. Kel replied. That. Reg, one thing. I may have to ask you, said Dr. Breves quickly. Although my father-in-law said okay, why don't you please? Reg stopped and asked. These recent times, the Red Ribbon Legion rose to prominence around the world and quickly developed into the world's first legion, Dr. Breves explained. I heard that they have recently been working on a fighting machine and need me to assist them. They have already come to our house twice, and it is estimated that they will come back again for the last time in the past 2 days, and if I don't follow, I'm afraid it will. So, Reg nodded slightly. He knew very well that with Dr. Brives' person, it was impossible to help the Red Ribbon Legion. So Bulma offered to go out and find Dragon Ball, and I didn't object, just so she could avoid right and wrong for the time being. Dr. Breves said, but I think, with the style of the Red Ribbon Legion, maybe they will secretly follow Bulma. I see, I'm going to protect Bulma, and I'm going to protect this family, right? Reg smiled. That's exactly what it means. So Reg, when you find Bulma, bring her back as soon as possible, Dr. Brives nodded. There's no need for that. Reg smiled slightly and said to Kyle, Kale, you stay, anyone who wants to hurt the doctor, kill without mercy. Kyle nodded. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, rest assured, Kyle will protect you. Reg comforted, and then took off into the air. That. Reg, Dr. Breves smiled wryly, let such a child protect us? Did I make a mistake? However, as soon as Dr. Breves finished speaking, he saw Reg turn into a streamer and disappear. Reg sped in the direction of Bun Mountain, and while he was marching, he also let go of his senses to sense Bulma's breath. 10 minutes later, Reg had already reached the sky above the area on this side of Bun Mountain. It's just that Bulma's breath is too weak, and Reg has not found her for a long time. It looks like Goku's home over there. That kid with a tail must be Goku. Reg glanced into the distance. Snap! Reg landed beside Goku. Wow, you flew in. Little Goku looked at Reg excitedly. Little one, do you live here by yourself? Reg looked at little Goku, who was only 10 years old this year. Wait, 10? Reg remembers that in the original Dragon Ball book, Bulma was the Monkey King of 10, and the Monkey King was 12 years old at that time. Today, Bulma is only 14 years old, and Sora is just about 10 years old. This age is 2 years ahead of the original. Could it be that Bulma didn't come to the vicinity of Bun Mountain to look for the Dragon Balls? Did she go somewhere else? Hey? Tail? You have a tail too, big brother? Goku asked, looking at Reg's tail. Little one, have you ever seen this girl? Reg said, taking out Bulma's picture and giving little Goku a glance. Little Goku took the photo, scratched his head, and said, "What a strange thing, what is painted on this?" From Goku's words, Reg could tell that this guy hadn't touched Bulma yet. At the same time, there is no Bulma breath in this vicinity. That said, there's a good chance that Bulma didn't come here to look for Dragon Ball. Reg immediately ignored little Goku and walked to the room where little Goku lived. Immediately afterwards, Reg saw the 4-star Dragon Balls placed in the room at a glance. Reg was not polite, and immediately took the 4-star Dragon Ball for himself. Hey, don't move my grandfather. Little Goku was anxious. If you want to find your grandfather, give me a good cultivation. Reg's tail swept lightly, and he knocked down little Goku, who had less than 100 combat power. The next moment, Reg took off into the air and soon disappeared. After searching the area again, Reg still couldn't find Bulma. That's right, Tenjin. The god keeps an eye on the people on Earth every day, and he should be able to find where Bulma is. Reg smiled slightly, and then rushed straight into the sky. When passing the Garen Tower, Reg landed opposite the Garen Immortal and greeted with a smile, "Garen Immortal, long time no see." Meow. You are Reg. After the Garen Immortal recognized Reg, his hair stood on end in fright and his face changed color. Yes, I didn't expect you to remember me. Reg smiled, thanks to your fairy beans over the years, fairy beans are delicious, I like them very much. There are also many fairy beans here, so please enjoy them as Mr. Reg pleases. The Garen Immortal hurriedly brought out a large jar of fairy beans and put it in front of Reg. Your performance is very satisfying to me. Reg nodded and filled his bag of fairy beans. Anyway, Reg's current number of fairy beans, even if it is eaten as a meal, it is enough to eat for more than 10 years. If anything, just mention it, Mr. Reg. Garen replied. I'm looking for someone, I wonder if Garen Immortal can help me find her. Reg asked. Looking for whom? Garen Immortal hurriedly asked. My future wife, Bulma. Reg replied. I'll take a look. The Garen Immortal closed his eyes and walked around the Garen Tower. After about 5 minutes, the Garen Immortal pointed to the southwest and explained to Reg, there is a red building 30,000 kilometers away, and Bulma is in a room in that building. It seems. It seems to be what? Reg's face turned cold. It seems to be under control. A cold sweat broke out on Garen's face, thinking that those who targeted Bulma were going to be unlucky. You mean, kidnapped? Reg's face was covered with gloomy coldness. This. I don't know about Bulma. It's your future wife, said Garen Immortal with a snort in his heart, a little guilty. Reg did not take care of the Garen Immortal, and immediately turned into a stream of light, and rushed straight to the place that the Garen Immortal said. In the red building, Bulma is tied to a pillar. Next to Bulma, there was a beautiful girl with purple hair, sitting on the ground, holding a gun in her hand. Just then, the phone in the room rang. P.S. thanks to the rich man Brother Wan for rewarding the work of the owner of Lingshan Island Dragon Ball, Ancient Bloodline 2000 VIP points ranking 3rd Indiana the reward list. Underscore. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 074. CT Sangtak The purple-haired beautiful girl hurriedly went over to answer the phone. Yes, Marshal Red. The purple-haired girl answered respectfully. Violet, your performance is very good, from now on, you will be a lieutenant colonel. The Red Marshal laughed. Thank you Marshal Red. I will definitely keep up the good work. Violet said quickly. That Bulma, she's pretty honest, isn't it? Marshal Red asked. Yes Marshal, but after she was tied up by me, she has been chanting about Brother Reg, I don't understand what she means. Oh, now I guess I'm too tired to fall asleep. Violet mused. Don't be rude to her yet, our people will be at Dr. Brive's house immediately, if this doctor refuses to cooperate like the last 2 times, you can teach her daughter a good lesson. Got it? Marshal Red ordered with a smile. I understand. Marshal. Well? Violet had just said this, when she suddenly saw someone appear next to Bulma. This person looked young, about 17 years old, and although he was a small boy, he had long black hair that was waist length. As for how the little boy appeared, Violet is not clear. Click. Violet was surprised to see that the little boy waved his hand lightly, and the rope tied to Bulma's body was broken on the spot. Bulma fell limply in Reg's arms. Reg quickly examined Bulma's body and found that her body was only a little scarred, and there were no other injuries, which was also relieved. And the reason why Bulma fainted seems to be starving. You. Who are you? How did you get in? Violet was shocked, and after buttoning up the phone, she hurriedly pointed a pistol at Reg's head. Bulma, I'm coming. Reg didn't pay attention to Violet, and immediately patted Bulma's face lightly. Then, Reg took a fairy bean and put it in Bulma's mouth. It's just that Bulma doesn't swallow the fairy beans at all, I don't know if it's because of lack of strength. Reg had no choice, and after thinking about it, he had to personally roll out the fairy beans in Bulma's mouth, bite them into his mouth and put them back in. You! What are you doing? I talk to you, do you hear me? Violet shouted angrily. Ugh! Reg snatched Violet's pistol over, squeezed it slightly, and the pistol completely evaporated. Violet stared at the beautiful eyes and looked at this monster without blinking, no longer knowing how to do it. Bulma came to her senses after eating Xian Ran. Bulma, do you still know me? Reg asked, looking at Bulma. Oh, who let you hold me? I am the future wife of Rego. Startled, Bulma hurriedly jumped out of Reg's arms and kicked him fiercely towards Reg's lower body. Looking at Bulma's strength, if it is replaced by an ordinary person, I am afraid that it will lose the ability to give birth on the spot. Bulma, it's me, I'm Reg. Reg smiled and gently grabbed Bulma's foot. Reg? Brother Reg? Bulma was stunned, and then looked at Reg carefully. 10 seconds later. Bulma exclaimed, threw herself into Reg's arms, and sobbed. Brother Reg, you want to kill me, I thought you didn't want me. Bulma was pleasantly surprised, thinking she was dreaming, but after confirming that it was true, she was even happier. Why am I willing not to want you? I came back to see you this time. Reg said with a smile. Brother Reg, am I pretty? You see, I'm now. People's chests have risen a lot, Bulma smiled and spun in front of Reg a few times. Reg looked at the past, not to mention that Bulma has changed a lot in the past 10 years. The current Bulma is almost the same as Bulma 2 years later, the only difference is that the chest is not fully developed, and it seems that it will be more brilliant in 2 years. Rao is so, and now Bulma is also a first-class beauty. Especially the girlish body fragrance emanating from Bulma's body made Reg feel even more comfortable. Well, it's worthy of being my Reg's wife, I'm satisfied. Reg nodded. Hee, I knew brother Reg would like me. Bulma smiled. That purple-haired woman, you tied up my Bulma, right? Reg looked at Violet and asked with a cold face. You. Who the hell are you? Violet suddenly came to her senses, thinking that Reg had just evaporated the pistol at once, and her pretty face immediately turned extremely pale. Ask you will answer honestly, otherwise, although Reg said more ruthlessly, he was a little unbearable to kill a beautiful woman like this. Violet is also a very good-looking beauty, and she is in her early 20s, and her body smells of fragrance. Jingle bells. Just then, the phone on the table rang. Reg walked over and picked up the phone. Violet, you call that old thing Brives right now. What to say you know very well. The voice of the Red Marshal came. Oh? What happened? Reg asked with a smile. That old guy in Brives didn't know where to get a little girl, it was terrible, and he beat everyone we sent over to death. It seems that he can only be threatened through her daughter. When Marshal Red said this, he suddenly came back to his senses, and then remembered that it seemed to be a man who answered the phone, so he asked, Who are you? What about Lieutenant Colonel Violet? I'm Reg, did the Marshal forget? The alien who landed on Earth 10 years ago. Reg smiled and said. 10 years ago? Alien? What do you mean? Marshal Red's eyes widened, and he didn't come to his senses a little. Marshal? It's him. The Red Adjutant was shocked, quickly leaned over, and explained to the Red Marshal, it's this person. Saying that, the Red Adjutant handed the Red Marshal a photo of Reg. Hey? It's Reg. You. How are you in Violet? The Red Marshal was frightened and stammered. You didn't move, did you? Reg asked with a smile. Didn't. Moved. Not. Moved, the Red Marshal turned pale with fright. Okay, I'll find you later. Reg hung up. Immediately afterwards, Reg looked at Bulma with some distress and asked again, Bulma, can you tell me if this woman hurt you? Humph, brother Reg, she hurt me. Help me punish her well. Bulma pouted. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow. Chapter 075. CT Sangtakviet.tk. How did it hurt you? Tell me and I will punish her. Reg replied. I was going to find brother Reg through Dragon Ball, but a few days after I set out, she pointed a gun to the head. I was scared to pee. Then she swept me here, brother Reg, she was dead. Bulma confided and breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I was going to be finished now, and if I fell into her hands, I would definitely be given by other men. But fortunately, there are only 2 daughters here and me. Otherwise, how will I face brother Reg in the future? Reg nodded. Brother Reg, she didn't give me food, she starved me for 3 days. Bulma said angrily. Is it supposed to punish her well, Bulma, you say, how do you want me to punish her? Reg asked. Hee, I just figured out what to do with her. Bulma grinned, then leaned into Reg's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing Bulma's proposal, Reg couldn't help but tremble and glanced at Bulma. Brother Reg, come on. Bulma shook her fist. This kind of thing. Isn't it? I'm inexperienced, Reg scratched his head. Brother Reg. Bulma looked at Reg with a serious look and said very seriously, it is precisely because neither I nor you have experience, so now there is a woman who can let brother Reg try it first, and I record it on the side, and when I grow up in 2 years, wouldn't it be better to study it well? Aren't you jealous? Reg asked. Why be jealous? Brother Reg likes it, and I like it too. Bulma smiled. Okay, then I'll try. But you're not grown yet. We can't be together until you're 16. Reg whispered. Well, I understand, Brother Reg, that would be bad for my body. Bulma nodded. Violet listened to the side, the more she felt that something was not right, and when she saw Reg walking towards her, she suddenly woke up. I haven't had either, I've never been with a man. You let me go. Heard. That will hurt a lot, Violet begged hurriedly. Humph, I told you not to arrest me before, I said that I would regret it if you caught me, but you didn't listen to advice. Bulma gave Violet a roll of her eyes. Immediately afterwards, Bulma improvised a camera and aimed it at Reg and Violet. Let's get started, Brother Reg. Bulma grinned. Reg's breath burst out softly, only to hear snap. There was a muffled sound, and when I looked again, all the clothes on Violet's body were shattered. Oh, Violet exclaimed, hurriedly covering her body with her arms. An hour later. Brother Reg, is it over? Butch asked. Okay, let's go. Ray nodded. Whew, Violet sat on the ground and sobbed slightly. You were so happy just now, why were you crying? Bulma couldn't help but ask. I don't want to talk to you. Violet glared. Bulma, let's go back. Reg rushed into the sky with Bulma in his arms and soon returned to Bulma's home. From a distance, Reg saw that there were many people piled up in Bulma's house, all stacked together by Kale. Kale, on the other hand, stood at the top, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Reg took Bulma from the sky and landed in the courtyard. Brother Reg, she's the little sister you said Kair, right? So powerful, are these people all brought down by her? After Bulma landed, she looked at Kair with some surprise. Just as Kair flew over at this time, he was looking up and down at Bulma. Sister Bulma, you are so beautiful. It's not fair. I don't have the big sister who looks good, Kel pouted, a little unhappy. Sister Kair, you are still young, and when you grow up, you will definitely be beautiful, Bulma comforted. Well, I want to be the most beautiful virtuous assistant of Big Brother. Kyle nodded. Sister Kair, Brother Reg said that you like to eat marshmallows the most, so I'll take you to eat it, okay? Bulma asked with a smile. Okay, okay. Kyle clapped his hands happily. Seeing that the two sisters were quite compatible, Reg's hanging heart was also relaxed. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, they didn't hurt you, did they? Reg saw Drive and Mrs. Brives coming out of the room and quickly asked with concern. Thanks to Kale, or these people are really hard to deal with. Hi, Bulma, you're back. They also said they had arrested you, which made me worry. Dr. Brives held up his glasses and looked at Bulma and said. Dad. I was indeed captured. It was Brother Reg who rescued me. Bulma exclaimed. Is it? But it's good that you come back, since Reg is here, you don't have to go out to find Dragon Ball. Dr. Brives smiled. I won't tell you, I'm going to accompany Sister Kair to go out and play. After Bulma finished speaking, she threw out a universal capsule plane and pulled Kair up. Bulma was accompanied by Kel, and there must be no problem. After watching the two leave, Reg immediately flew into the sky and went straight to the direction of the Red Ribbon Legion headquarters. It didn't take long for Reg's figure to appear above the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. The Red Marshal hurriedly rushed over and knelt in front of Reg. How? Didn't you welcome me with new weapons this time? Reg smiled coldly and looked at the Red Marshal and asked. Don't you dare, Marshal Red wiped his sweat. You guys tried to deal with Dr. Brives last time, and you started to move again during my absence from Earth for 10 years. Reg's face turned cold. No, absolutely nothing. Mr. Reg misunderstood, we didn't deal with Dr. Brives last time. And I had no idea that Mr. Reg was related to Dr. Brives' family. If we knew, we wouldn't dare to give us 10 dares. Marshal Red hurriedly explained. It seems that I misremembered, Reg nodded, and then looked cold, looked at the Red Marshal and said, "However, since you have already done things, then you can only blame your bad luck, then let this Red Ribbon Legion headquarters disappear as punishment." "Hey? Don't," the Red Marshal peed in fright. The rest of the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion also knelt in front of Reg one by one. "I'm dozens of times, run as hard as you can, if you can't run and die, count you unlucky." Reg ignored it and immediately began to count to himself. Underscore. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read.